All right. Hi, everyone. Thank you all so much for coming. Welcome to the Ethproofs Summit hosted by House of ZK during Berlin Blockchain Week. We're very excited to be joined with many Ethproofs contributors, as well as other ZKVM teams and prover teams, all working towards real-time proving. We have a full afternoon's worth of sessions consisting of panels and talks. And thank you also to our sponsors for making this event happen. We have Linea, ZK Sync, ZK Cloud, and ZKM. So first off, we have our opening keynote, it will be presented by Will, who is a research coordinator at the Ethereum Foundation.
I think she gave me this.
Oh, you have that.
Thanks. Morning. How's everyone? I'm Will. I'm a research coordinator at the Ethereum Foundation, and I'm excited to help open up the House of ZK's Ethproofs Summit. So today we're going to be talking about is there anything I need to do here? Perfect. Thank you. Okay. Today we're going to be talking about real-time zero know-how virtual machine proving. So I'm trying to A/B test the zero know-how thing. Justin Drake thought that was a good idea. So we're trying to express the fact that you all are abstracting away a lot of the complexity. So anyway, or ZKVM. So taking a technology that's pivotal to Ethereum's future. As a research coordinator, my job isn't to necessarily dive into the technical weeds, but really it's to ensure that all the incredible work that you do remains coordinated, aligned, unblocked, accelerated, and shipped so that Ethereum can truly become the world computer that we envision. Because it seems now more than ever, the world is ready for the world computer, and your innovations and ZKVMs are helping make that vision a reality. Recently, the Ethereum Foundation underwent a significant reorganization, rebranding our protocol research and development cluster to simply just protocol. This shift reflects our laser focus on three strategic objectives: scale L1, increase blobs, and improve UX and interop. ZKVMs are central to this goal. As the EF doubles down on technologies like ZKVMs, we're counting on your expertise to help drive a performant, scalable, verifiable, and censorship-resistant Ethereum. At the heart of this effort is Ethproofs. It's a platform that we envision to serve something like the L2 beat of ZKVMs by providing transparent benchmarks to compare and measure ZKVM performance, both quantitatively and qualitatively. ZKVMs are a game changer for Ethereum, and the work being discussed here today is nothing short of foundational. ZKVMs hold the promise of dramatically scaling L1 by enabling real-time proving. Real-time proving of block execution allows for validators to attest to the correctness of a block as they are processed. This ensures Ethereum remains secure and decentralized while making the network more accessible and efficient. And beyond scaling, ZKVMs simplify the complexity of zero-knowledge proofs, zero know-how, empowering developers to build without needing deep cryptographic expertise. This technology isn't just about the tech, it's about making Ethereum a more vibrant and inhabitable platform and helping L2s interop more seamlessly with each other via real-time trustless bridging, fully unlocking Ethereum's network effects while upholding our core values of decentralization and security. Ethproofs can be thought of as a public scorecard for ZKVMs, offering transparent, fair comparisons of performance across metrics like time, cost, and security. Across ZKVMs, across proving clusters, both multi-machine and single machine, and of course, single block proofs. As a research coordinator, I work to ensure that Ethproofs reflects the state of the art, helping teams like yours identify bottlenecks, share insights, and push the boundaries of what's possible. By fostering collaboration and healthy competition, Ethproofs is accelerating Ethereum's scaling journey. One of the biggest unlocks ZK VMs offer is scaling L1. Today, increasing the L1 gas limit makes running a full node computationally intensive, as every node must re-execute every transaction. But ZK VMs change that by allowing specialized provers to generate a succinct proof, proving that a block's execution is correct. Nodes then verify this proof, which is a much lighter task, making full nodes more accessible and preserving decentralization. This shift could enable higher throughput on L1, keeping Ethereum competitive and vibrant. But there's a catch. For ZK VMs to deliver, block building and proof generation costs must stay low to avoid centralizing these critical functions. This push against centralization needs to consider two aspects of proof security. First, proof liveness, which relies on reasonable proving infrastructure to ensure proofs can be generated efficiently and affordably. And second, proof safety, which depends on ZK VM's diversity to prevent vulnerabilities and maintain robustness across implementations. And just as Ethereum has always championed client diversity to strengthen network resilience, Ethproofs will promote prover diversity and verifier diversity as a core value, encouraging a variety of ZK VM implementations to enhance security and decentralization. If proving is too expensive or diversity is neglected, only a few big players can dominate, risking censorship or control over the chain. But by providing transparent benchmarks and fostering collaboration with EF researchers, industry leaders like yourself, client devs, Ethproofs supports a diverse ZK VM development, ensuring Ethereum remains decentralized and robust platform. And the EF is acutely aware of these threats. And our restructured protocol teams, especially the ZK EVM team led by Kev Wedderburn, and protocol snarkification team and ZK EVM formal verification project, both led by Alex Hicks, are working to ensure proving remains competitive and decentralized. So what do we mean by real-time proving? First of all, it's about low latency, how quickly a valid proof of a block's execution is available after the block is confirmed. Currently, that's 36 megagas of compute within a 12-second slot time, but the measure of real time may change over time as gas limits increase and slot times get shorter, and Ethproofs will help monitor and the give and take of these tweaks on real-time proving. Ethproofs plays a crucial role in measuring metrics like total time to proof to track how close we are to real-time proving. As a coordinator, I work to ensure that these metrics guide our collective efforts towards practical and impactful outcomes. Ethproofs benchmarks ZK VMs across 5 key metrics: time, proving time and total time to proof in milliseconds; cost, the cheapest cost per proof based on hardware and time; size, proof file size in kilobytes for efficiency; verification time, how long it takes to check a proof benchmarked on an iPhone 16 for accessibility; and security, targeted in bits with audit and formal verification status. But Ethproofs doesn't just measure average performance. We also stress test ZK VMs with killer blocks like SHA-256 Slayer and Keshack Killer, 2 of our prover killers. These workloads push systems to their limits with heavy computation or tricky EVM opcodes, revealing potential bottlenecks or DOS vectors. By identifying weaknesses, killer blocks help teams optimize, ensure ZK VMs are robust for Ethereum's real-world demands, and Ethproofs works to ensure these insights translate into coordinated progress. When Ethproofs launched in January, the average time for a proof was 17 minutes, and the average cost per proof was $1.70. 4 months later, on the production version of Ethproofs, our initial cohort of Succinct, Snarkify, ZK-VM, ZK Cloud, and Sysig have already achieved a 40x cost reduction to just 4 cents and a 5x time reduction to under 3 minutes, with even greater progress on the horizon. And I'll add that's for 1 in every 100 blocks being proved, that Ethereum blocks is being proved right now. During Ethproofs call number 2, just 2 weeks ago, over 200 attendees learned about several breakthroughs from the community. Some highlights: ZK Cloud shared that they have been proving Airv Ethereum block since April 1st with an average proving time of around 3 minutes. And Succinct shared some exciting news that they have achieved a high degree of real-time proving by proving 94% of Ethereum blocks within a single 12-second slot. And Risk Zero shared that they've achieved the same feat for 60% of blocks. We're excited to integrate these advancements and welcome 10 new teams to the Ethproofs platform soon. Behind these achievements are breakthroughs in cryptography and engineering, with implementations of proof systems like Plonky 3, cutting-edge advancements such as Twist and Shout or Succinct's Jagged PCS, combined with managing distributed GPU workloads, making it possible to handle large computations and unlock real-time proving. These allow efficient handling of large computation, making real-time proving feasible. Custom optimizations like proof-friendly instruction sets are also accelerating progress. And you, the ZK-VM community, are making these leaps possible, and the EF is here to support you. So why is the EF leading Ethproofs? Well, our neutrality as a nonprofit and ecosystem-focused organization makes us a trusted steward for fair benchmarking, and our experience in coordinating research, specs, and client team implementations positions us to drive transparent progress. Ethproofs isn't just an EF project, it's a community project. And I'm here to invite you to join us, share your data, and shape the future of ZK VMs. And so how will we know if Ethproofs is succeeding? Over the next 12 months, we aim to strive for more participation with diverse ZK VM teams submitting benchmarks, improve metrics with reductions in time, cost, size, power, with community trust, with Ethproofs becoming a go-to resource for developers, and better tech with killer blocks driving optimizations. And finally, transparency with a shared understanding of ZK VM capabilities and with in-browser proof verification. The work you're doing is critical to Ethereum's success, and ZK VMs are a cornerstone of a scalable, secure, and user-friendly world computer. Ethproofs is here to amplify, align your efforts, and resolve trade-offs to deliver results. So I'd like you to join the discussion, join our Telegram group, join Ethproofs calls, compete for one of the 3 available 100K real-time proving grants, and let's all work to ship the ZK Arrow together. Feel free to reach out to me on Telegram @CorcoranWill, and let's make Ethereum unstoppable. Thank you, and enjoy the rest of the panels and talks today. Thanks.
Thank you, Will. So first up, we have our first panel of the day on real-time proving and the limits of parallelization. And we have for our panelists, Jordy from Polygon, Jeremy from Risk Zero, Mammy from Lida, Kitshi from Succinct, and Alexander from the EF, who will be moderating.
on.
Yes, yes.
Test, test.
Test, test. Okay, I've got one.
So, freeze KPM down.
Yeah.
Freeze zero survive.
All right. Well, I can always use this one and then pass it this side, and then you've got one on this side. Okay, so I think we're ready to get started. So we have 4 different ZKVMs being represented here, 4 slightly different design choices and approaches. So maybe you want to have a quick one round of less than 1 minute to introduce yourselves, starting from the left.
Sure. I'm Jeremy, the CEO of Risk Zero. We were the sort of first ZKVM to use a standard ISA, in our case, Risk 5, and sort of helped pioneer that approach, really trying to bring the ability to run ordinary software inside of a ZKVM. And we're, sort of currently one of the leading ZKVMs and have also achieved real-time proving. So we're very excited about what the future holds for ZK.
Hi, everyone. My name is Kshitij. I'm filling in for Uma Roy, who's the CEO of Succinct. So Succinct is is the creator of SP1, which is a RISC-V ZKVM. Recently, we announced sort of the next iteration in our proof system, SP1 Hypercube. And we also announced the achievement of real-time proving for, as you saw on the board, like 94% of the blocks in under 12 seconds. Happy to engage and talk more about the different aspects of ZKVMs and RTP.
Hello, I'm Jordi Bailina. I'm a Polygon co-founder. With the team in the Polygon Hermes, we have been working in the ZKVM for a long time, and we just took all the technology all the learnings, all the know-how of the technology, and 1 year ago, we started to build a ZKVM. It's a ZKVM that's designed from scratch to low the latency so that the proof can be built in a cluster of applications. And that's very much what we are doing right now. It's an open source project. It's quite independent project, we are achieving very good results currently. We can talk.
Hi, I'm Mami. I'm a cryptography engineer at Lita. So we're building Valida, which is a ZKVM with a unique take. We choose to build our own custom ISA instead of RISC-V or MIPS or WASM. And we spent over 1 year developing our own LLVM compiler, and we have a great ISA advantage compared to RISC-V. Now we need to catch up on cryptography because people are moving to multilinear, but we still have, I guess, 5 to 10x on the ISA side of advantage.
Okay, thanks for that. So the topic of the panel is real-time proving and the limits of parallelization. Now, parallelization and real-time proving really go hand in hand, as I think Succinct's website shows very beautifully. So the first question I want to ask about real-time proving specifically is, now we have Succinct is kind of there with a lot of GPUs. Risk Zero is also kind of getting there, pending getting the GPUs actually shipped to their office. And then you're also kind of, both making progress as well and catching up. And so where do you see real-time proving going right now in terms of obviously attaining it, being stable with maybe more than 99% of blocks? And where do you see it going from here in the short term in terms of, are you going to need a lot of GPUs, for at least the next 6 months to a year? Are you seeing maybe, new things that are coming up internally that might reduce that? And then we can talk a bit about the beyond 1 year future after this.
So in terms of real-time proving, we actually achieved real-time proving in the cloud, and we believe that we can manage to do real-time proving with around 12 5090s in a cluster based on our measurements from our latest version. That said, I think that one of the key things in the process of getting to real-time proving is not only the core ZKVM itself, but also the mechanism used for orchestration, dealing with recursion, basically figuring out how to deal with all the sort of latency sensitive components. I think that one of the things we're really proud of at RISC-0 is not only is our GPU accelerated prover fully open source, also our latest version of our orchestration is also open source, because one of our goals is to bring real-time proving not just to everyone, right? I think in terms of the future, we have seen, I think, on average of a 3 to 4x improvement in overall performance quarter after quarter. And I think that we don't see that slowing down for a little bit still. So not only do I think that real-time proving will get faster, but I think mostly the cost will go down. So some of the components with regard to latency are hard to make faster because there are points where there's hard to parallelize components like the execution. But I do think that those performance improvements will continue to drive down costs extensively as well. So we're really excited about what the future holds in terms of that.
Yeah, so at Succinct, when we were looking to sort of achieve real-time proving, we were able to do that in a cluster of about 200 sort of GPUs in a cluster. Of course, one would want to get that down over time with various optimizations. As you said, there's sort of serial components that are hard to parallelize, especially the executor. So one thing that we've been trying to do at Succinct a lot is, just like monkey code the executor just to try to optimize it to sort of very high throughput. So that's kind of one of the priorities. And the really cool thing about ZK proving is, in principle, if you have a really, really fast executor, the proving itself can be, arbitrarily parallelized over as many GPUs as you want. And this is really great for Ethereum because this means if you can just enumerate the transactions, then you can raise the gas limit, I don't know, by 10x or by some large factor. So yeah, so where do we see it going? We want to get the executor faster. Of course, we want to get the number of GPUs required to do proving for arbitrary or even worst case Ethereum blocks down, so that anyone will be able to run a prover. Just generally improving the performance across the entire stack.
Yes, as I mentioned before, we designed all the system to be low latency by default. So for us, for example, it's not acceptable that we say, okay, only 60% of the blocks are real time or 90%, 100% of the blocks being real time. Maybe the question is that it's going to be some blocks that will require maybe more GPUs and other less GPUs, but all of them needs to be built in real time. Okay, so this is the goal. When we are saying real time, when we achieve real time, we are going to be 100%. We are not going to be like 80%. The main difference here probably is the execution. We did a good progress in execution. As you know, we can execute this part that's not parallelizable. We already are at around 1.5 gigahertz, close to 2 gigahertz if you do overclocking and things like that. So we are very close to native. Maybe we are still a little below, and we are going to be below, but we are very close to that. So that means that, for example, some might single thread, yeah. So 2 gigahertz, I think, is quite close. So that means that a lot of projects, for example, with FPGAs or trying to do some hardware, it makes no sense at all. But maybe if you have the technology for doing big chips, maybe you can go to 5 gigahertz. But it's probably not worthy at this stage. So we achieve this part. So that means that the execution is not a limitation, and all the rest of the part are parallelizable. So for us, when we talk about real time, is in real time. Other things that I want to put in the table, for example, we are not going to do any concession about the bit security. We are 128 bit security by default. I think that we as an industry, we cannot lower this standard. Because if we load this standard, I mean, let's change the signature schemas of Ethereum to go to 100 bits. Why not? I mean, we are going to get more. So 128 bits, I think, is a must that we want to achieve. Of course, we are also open source. We don't want to leave. And when I'm saying open source is everything, I mean, you think you already are in that point. I mean, it's like, all the GPUs work, all the work that we do, we are building as an open source and contribution. I think here, I think we are well aligned with RISC-0 on that part. I mean, these are the points. And of course, I mean, there is currently, I mean, we are fighting at this point. I think that right now, the last points, we are at something like 18 seconds or something like that for 100% blocks, as I mentioned. We are struggling. I mean, we are at this point, we are working, but probably in a few weeks, it's going to be solved, especially in the witness computation, but not in the execution part, the part that's building. This is something that we probably didn't spend enough effort yet, and that's the one that we are working right now. But this is fully parallelizable too, so I think that we can get very good results there. So this is where we are, and another thing is how much can we? I mean, maybe we can talk about later. I mean, how much can we push? I mean, this is about 12 seconds, but can we go to 6 seconds, 4 seconds, 1 second? I mean, and this is, I think, is an interesting debate to see where we are, have ideas in there.
So I want to give more perspective on the current bottleneck. There is something in computer science called Amdahl's law that says, for example, if 5% of your computation in serial, the maximum speed up that you can get is 20x. So that's where the work on ZISC for optimizing serial execution is super important, because we need to reduce this 5% to 1% so we can get 100x performance improvement at the scaling. The other thing is, I used to be a Ethereum core dev, and currently blocks on Ethereum, you need to produce them within 4 seconds so that they are propagated on the Ethereum network and voted for. So ideally, real-time proving should be within 4 seconds, not 12.
Yeah, so that brings me to my next question, which is, do we have 12 seconds now on a lot of GPUs? And you hinted a bit earlier that obviously you want to catch up a bit on cryptography. And I think, early on, a lot of the efforts for ZKVMs were very engineering focused. A lot of teams were using kind of Plonk history out of the box. But now we're seeing teams come up with new cryptography, obviously kind of multilinear stuff as well. We've seen Succinct have the jacked PCS, Jolt have been doing twist and shout. We can probably expect a bunch of new cryptography to come in now that maybe the engineering has not reached the end of its potential. But you're probably finding it a bit harder to get these kind of 5x engineering improvements. So what does the future look like in terms of new cryptography, ASICs, FPGAs over the next 2 years, 3 years, with I guess a bit of hope and a bit of speculation?
Yeah, I mean, I think from our perspective, we sort of take this model, which is actually very similar to Intel's model that they used to do when they were, both building new processor designs, but also building new, hardware process, where they do this tick-tock model, where they'd improve the logic, and then they'd improve the process, and then they'd improve the logic. So we're actually about to do another rev on our circuit, which is our next thing. So the actual circuit that runs the RISC, that emulates the RISC-V. And then after that next version of the circuit, our V3 circuit, we're going to sort of do a revamping of the sort of core proof system, and we're looking at the latest research there. I think that there's definitely a lot of great new research out on proof systems. We're likely to move to something multilinear. We're still evaluating all of the options. I think what's interesting is we have seen the proof system space continue to provide new room for optimization. Although I would say if you looked back, say 9 months ago, the rate at which you could get engineering improvements was much higher than switching to a new proof system, because the new proof systems were, 50% better or 2x better, but there was like room in many cases for, I just optimized this GPU kernel and I get a 5x, right? So I think that we're starting to now move, at least from our perspective, we feel like the next step after this circuit change we're making is going to be to actually go back to the basics on proof systems and see where the industry is. So yeah.
Yeah, so I think I guess there were two parts to the question. One was the proof system side, and then the I guess accelerated hardware FPGA ASIC side. Yeah, so on the proof system side, we launched this new proof system called SP1 Hypercube, which is based on this new kind of multilinear math. Our head of cryptography, Ron Rothblum, taught us this moon math that just came from nowhere and seems to speed things up a lot. I mean, what we've learned is that switching to this kind of new kind of math allows you to do, so in traditional proof systems, there's you incur a lot of overhead when you do basic operations. Like you add a column, you'll incur multiplicative overheads or something like that, or you incur branching overhead because of you have to keep track of different kinds of shapes and things like that. And these multilinear proof systems kind of allow you to avoid those kinds of issues. They're better at packing and those kinds of things. But I think, as you've noted, those the proof system optimizations can get you single digit X's. But if you're looking for another 5X or 10X, it is totally possible that comes from better hardware. There's a lot of teams that are working on specialized hardware for proving, and my understanding is a lot of that stuff is still in the pipelines and waiting to come out. But yeah, super excited for when that happens.
And proving systems, we have a very fast proving system. A proving system that's based on hashing, and if you want entities, but this is there is nothing faster than hashing in cryptography. Okay, so and we are already there. So of course there are margins, there are things. This multilinear thing is an interesting thing. This multilinear, scene, of course, this saves a lot of space on that, but there are other ways to do it. You don't need multilinear to do that. There are other techniques that, even that, I don't think it's a breakthrough. Maybe it's good, but it's not something that really is gonna do a revolution on that. And probably, there are things like, GKR in the log apps. There are, even the weird, there are things that are interesting to mention, and they can give some improvements. But I believe that there are other, let's say, non-cryptographic pieces that can even give more. Implementing good protocols in the GPU is something that's even more important than what we did in execution. This is an important improvement and has nothing to do with cryptography. So it's a lot of pieces. I think that we are more in the era of engineering, the points are in engineering. Personally, for example, in the arithmetization part, I think that there is margin for improvement in a lot of the pieces there. So there is pieces. I don't see a huge revolutionary, something that, okay, this is going to give us a 10x out of the box. It's going to be maybe 20% better, 50% better, 15% better, 20% better. And all these together, maybe we can get one order of magnitude increase. But I'm feeling that we are reaching a little bit the limit on the proving systems. Saying that is a little bit risky because this technology goes, but it's the feeling that I'm seeing in this tech.
So a bit of a counterpoint. You mentioned GKR, for example, but SP1 did research showing that it was broken with a lot of assumptions. So we need formal verification, which is Alexander love interest. And I feel like I feel like new proof system will have a hard time due to being a minefield. But there are still that are interesting, like Neo, which is lattice folding enabled with small field. That's quite interesting. And the other thing is currently a lot of us are using Fry, which is based on FFT. But if you look at low level, and this is engineering optimization, FFT are hard to parallelize. They are memory bandwidth bound. And even though we have 1590 that are 1.8x faster than 1490, we are still not using all the compute available on GPU due to memory bandwidth limitation. So switching to proof systems that are not memory bandwidth bound, like SandCheck, could enable over 2x perf improvement at minimum.
And you can lower, so you kind of prove a memory requirements as well with better crypto.
That's one thing I forgot. So when I joined, I started on the ZKVM side. I was working at Tyco on Halo 2, and we had memory requirement of 700 gigabytes. And this is hell. And I really want proving to be within 32 gigabytes of VRAM because on the Ephraim side, people always wanted to be world war resistant. Like you have all data centers that are being nuked, and you want people transforming their gaming machine into provers. And for that, we need to be in line with 64 gigabytes of memory and maybe 24 gigabytes of VRAM for GPUs.
So if you want World War III resilience, you also need hardware or computation that's resilient to bit flips due to radiation. So that's another problem to solve. And okay, so the next thing, we've done software, proof systems, hardware. The next thing after that, just even lower level, is the ISA. So we have RISC-V, 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 custom ISA. Do you want to start us on, should we all be doing custom ISAs? What are the trade-offs?
Okay, so the trade-off of custom ISA is that you need to maintain your own LLVM compiler, but we did that work for over a year. Now the issue is upgrading LLVM. So we spent the last week moving up to LLVM 19. But then we do have compiler engineers in the Ephraim community, like RISC-0 have Ziogen. You have Powder that has a compiler team that was built from Solidity. You have ZK-Sync who had this Solidity to LLVM IR compiler. And we have our LLVM IR to Valida compiler. Okay, and even Ephraim Classic had a LLVM IR to Solidity compiler, so I just hire Ephraim Classic compiler guys. Now, the thing is, when you choose RISC-V, you limit yourself in terms of performance improvement because ISA improvement can be combined with prover improvement, and RISC-V is you need. Before every computation, you need a load and a store instruction. So every compute needs free operation, except for hash functions because they are optimized to stay in registers, etc. So you have inherently 2x to 3x performance difference from that. And the other thing is when you enter a new function, you need to save data to the stack and then reload it when your function exits. And usually good code is supposed to make a very focused small function, and we also get this 5x advantages from that. The trade-off is that you need a compiler team and you need to maintain your ISA. And even, let's say, there are talks about RISC-V in the Ephraim EVM. I have spent hours in that thread, so I will only talk about the ISA difference. Let's say we do a RISC-V Ephraim with precompile. We still need some kind of compiler part to create this own GCC fork or LLVM fork for this.
We can go from here.
Yeah, we have considered, just trying to jump the RISC-V, but let me explain the motivation for that. Okay, so the execution part, if you see a full proof, the part that actually you prove the execution of a process, this is about 20-30% of the proof at most. Okay, so whatever you optimize in the processor part, you are going to optimize only the 30%. If you are optimizing 20%, so it's 20% of the 30%. Okay, so what you can get for this, of course, going to RISC-V, you have let's say you lose performance because in RISC-V you need to go to RISC-V. So that means that there are things that probably it takes 2-3 instructions in RISC-V that you could do it maybe with a single instruction in the VM way. Okay. There is some tricks. I mean, this is the going directly from LLVM to let's say to ZK processor. This is the advantages that I think that you are working. I mean, this is the good points. Okay. You don't get that much. Okay. In the other side, you need to build a full LLVM stack. If you are out of LLVM, I mean, there are other languages like Golang or other that, I mean, they are not LLVM. So that means that you need to build also a stack for maybe other something else. Okay. So you don't have the standardization that you have. Okay. Also, you can always do, I mean, when you are, let's say, transpiling from RISC-V to the ZK, at the end there is some sort of conversion. In general, it's a 1-to-1 instruction, but instead of 1-to-1, you can always try to find a 3-to-1. I mean, a lot of the optimizations that are done at LLVM level, you can always do it in the transpiler level. So when you put all the things together, and this is an opinion, we consider that's not worthy to go to the LLVM path. I mean, it's a lot of work for minimum performance that you can get, plus the going to the you don't get standardized on that. So this is why we took the RISC-V, but the tempting, I mean, but I agree, and this is the point. I mean, I agree that going to, I mean, LLVM, it looks nice, okay, because it's removed. Don't having to be in RISC-V, it looks like you go direct, but I don't think it's worthy.
Yeah, I agree with all of that. I think standards are great for a reason. So yeah, I think it's the same. We're pretty happy with the RISC-V path. We've sort of explored the other ones, but yeah, even like the RISC-V-ification of Ethereum sort of indicates that there's sort of reasons why having a standard ISA is a good idea.
Yeah, I think from our perspective, I have a fairly strong background in compiler technologies. My previous company was an ML compiler technology company. And I think people underestimate the complexity of building a good compiler backend. I mean, I think fundamentally, if you look at it, RISC-V, which is a very popular sort of standard, it took almost 5 or 6 years for the LLVM backend for that to get to the state where it's really, truly ready for production use cases. And I think that people underestimate the power of utilizing existing ecosystems. So even if you look at getting an LLVM compiler backend written for a new ISA, you then have things like there's some Rust package, and the Rust package has some inline assembly code, and it's got a switch statement. If I'm on an x86, do this. If I'm on, a RISC-V, do that. If I'm on an ARM, do this, right? And that's sort of, over and over again, you see these kinds of cases where the last 10% to get something to production ready takes huge amounts of time. I think the other big advantages of RISC-V is one, there's a very well-defined formal specification for it. It's well understood. It leads to the ability to do formal verification of the actual underlying circuit. And I think, to Jordi's point also, like if you look at the actual amount of time spent on a typical Ethereum block, there's a fair portion of it that's general purpose computation, but there's also a ton of it that's running, cryptographic accelerators, whether it's the Ketchak or whether it's, some elliptic curve things, which of course are independent of the ISA that's being used. And so some of those ISA advantages tend to sort of be less impactful at the sort of full Ethereum block level. I think maybe if you, when we first came up with using a ZKVM, when we tried to decide what to do, we did consider doing a custom ISA, and we largely chose not to because of the amount of time that it takes to get something like that really truly to the fully baked state. I would not be surprised if 10 years from now, we do see those kinds of things, because once you get down to wanting to shave another 20%, another 30%, these kinds of optimizations make more sense. But I think where we're at right now, I think it's still a little premature.
So great points, everyone. And it's true that time to market would be the reason not to do a custom ISA. Well, Valida is behind everyone. Well, maybe not Zisk, but everyone on time to market. But we did release the ISA. We have the spec done. We want to formally verify it. Give us a grant. And yeah, it's done. So now we are back to focusing on cryptography. The other thing is, I don't think it's just 20 to 30% because your custom ASA reduces the length of the trace, but it's true that lots of time is spent on ECDSA, EC recover, pairings, and those kind of things. But if you look at ML today, so in 2012, you had Theano and Chainer, which were a big opcode, and in 2018, everyone started to do ML compiler. You had PledML, you had, I don't remember all of those, TVM, Halid, Graph, something, Tensor comprehensions from Facebook. Yeah, everyone, MLIR started in 2018 from compiler research, then TL JAX. So maybe we were a bit too early, but I think it's still one of the right paths in the future.
So I think we only have a couple minutes left. So I want to quickly circle back to the start about real-time proving. And with everything that's been discussed in the last couple minutes, let's say that this room goes down to a 6-second slot time, pushes up the gas limit to 100 million. Maybe it's 300 million, you know, in a year and a half, who knows? How are we getting real-time proving such as we have it, well, now in 12 seconds, not quite 4 seconds. How do we get it to real-time proving for 100 million gas blocks, 6-second slot time, and potentially with prover killers that are packed full of Ketchak or other hash functions?
Yeah, I mean, I think really briefly, one, I think everyone needs to move toward the execution model that like Jordi and folks are doing, because I think execution is going to become increasingly a bottleneck. I also think we're going to need to start doing parallel execution of transactions within an Ethereum block in order to be able to achieve those goals. The actual main part of proving is in fact mostly trivially parallelizable, and so you can just go as wide as you need to for that. And then the final question is basically doing the necessary recursions at the end. And I think that getting the recursion time down is going to be really fundamentally critical. So I think that doing much larger blocks with even shorter times is a massive engineering challenge, although I think that it's not fundamentally impossible, but it will require really focusing on some of those core things.
I think there's sort of optimizations on the executor side using the parallelization in the GPUs. I will say though that sort of using real-time proving in practice in Ethereum also involves sort of solving incentive and other kinds of issues within the Ethereum protocol itself. And so I think, you know, even if you sort of hyper optimize the proving times, you have to solve like incentive issues around, you know, who does the proving, when do they submit the proof, how long does the propagation sort of the proof take. I think there's a very nice proposal out in the last couple of weeks, which basically couples the delayed execution model with ZKVMs to sort of to bypass the incentive issues with these prover killer blocks. So I think, you know, personally, I think incorporating real-time proving into Ethereum, I mean, you know, it's let the ZKVM teams cook and then solve all the incentive and crazy sort of propagation problems in the Ethereum protocol itself.
Yeah, linking, I think I'm going to link very much what you say. Of course, parallel proving, I mean, if you want. Right now we're proving a single execution thread, having multi-thread in the ZK. It's something that we definitively need. This has some implications, and this is where probably the bottleneck we have. The implications is in the client. I mean, we need to go to Ethereum. I mean, just jumping to your site. I mean, so it's like if you have a multi-thread, how do you bring this multi-thread thing in the client? And then, I mean, we are getting so close in the real time that we are getting close to the limits of the clients. I mean, it's like Ethereum cannot go faster, so we need to improve Ethereum in that side. So do not expect that the proving systems, I mean, proving execution. I mean, if the execution is slow, we are not going to go. We are not going to do it better than a normal client. So improving the client, if we want to go especially to 1 billion gas and things like that, we need to go to the roots of Ethereum. I mean, Ethereum by itself is synchronous things. I mean, there is a dependency problem in itself. All this needs to be faced and somehow and work. Maybe not changing the protocol, but changing at least the client for sure, and probably the protocol too. But I would say that at first level, improving the clients is going to be a must to get lower proving systems.
So if you look at the bottleneck in that all you have to do in 12 seconds, a lot of it is waiting for gossip data. And then you have all the processing around the Merkle-Patrizia tree. And only then do you have execution, block execution. And even then, it's you have all those clients that are optimized for block building, for MEV capture, and they don't do much on the GEF or REF. They modify networking. So we need to fix this if we want to go down to 6 seconds with 100 million gas.
So we have a new peer-to-peer network team now. So they're not here, but I'll leave it to them to solve it.
So I have a small anecdote on the P2P side. I always thought the EF doesn't like networking because when I was working on the Ethereum consensus client, 1 month in February 2019, 1 month before we were supposed to do our first interop, we had no networking spec. But the cryptography, the protocol was figured out.
So I know nothing about networking, so I'm not going to attempt to solve this right now, but we do actually have a team that's working on this now. So I think the last question, right before we run out of time, or maybe we have time for a small bonus question at the end, is kind of what you've already mentioned, which is having changes on the Ethereum side of things, trying to accommodate ZK-VMs to get them onto the L1 so that we can use them as effectively as possible to scale out. What would be your maybe top 3, top 2, top 1 request to Ethereum? And we have this kind of internal day tomorrow, so just you can pitch in advance.
Yeah, I mean, I think one of the key things is really this incentive alignment issue with regard to, I think that there will be worst case blocks if the people proposing the blocks are required to also be on the hook for proving them. I think that massively reduces the many issues. So I think that sort of incentive concerns are a big issue, and then figuring out ways to sort of make the latency concerns less strict so that you don't require the full propagation and things like that, of which there's a number of proposals. I think those are the top 2 sort of concerns. What's it? Well, so yes, I mean, in my opinion, using RISC-V instead of the existing EVM is a great idea for a number of reasons. In general, I think that it would improve the ability to, look, fundamentally, there's a huge set of developers and ecosystems that would be able to become more natively involved in the Ethereum. If it'd be nice to actually have Rust code compiled down to something that ran on Ethereum. That said, I think that would be a huge performance win as well. Yeah. So sorry, that was a little random.
Yeah, I think in addition to those sort of in protocol things, I think there's also this other interesting question, which is how does the Ethereum protocol get its proofs? Like if it's like going to source proofs from somewhere, and I think there's a sort of a wide open design space presumably you have censorship issues with proofs, you have liveness issues with proofs. So I think at Succinct we're also building sort of this prover network, prover marketplace where people can people around the world can participate in proof generation. So I think thinking more critically about how these marketplaces interact with the Ethereum protocol is also sort of a very interesting open space for questions.
One of the big discussions in Ethereum historically is the alignment between let's say the VM, the virtual machine, with the hardware machine. Actually, all the gas, designing which the gas cost is, let's say, the best try that the community did in order to align these two things. Okay, with a lot of, and this is exactly, but this has been always, let's say, a problem at least, or a debate in the best case, but it's a problem that this misalignment. Okay, and now we have like a third variable, is a ZK. It's alignment with not only with hardware, but it's like we have the VM, hardware, and the ZK. So, and I think that the fact that there is this third alignment point with the VM, well, maybe brings the solution, which is the RISC-V. The RISC-V at the end is a hardware. It's ZK. It's already a ZK. And maybe it can be also a Ethereum way of metric that. But I think this is an interesting line.
One RISC-V cycle, one gas.
Maybe that's too simple, but yes, I think I think this could be a good path. Of course, there is it's not that easy, but it's like, I think it's a good way of thinking in the modern VM, thinking in this concept of aligning the three things on that side. Besides that, of course, if you want to grow Ethereum, we will need to generate fast proof, and you will go to real time. And that means that everything that the protocol do in order to facilitate it to do proofs easier. Instead of using Ketchak, you use maybe Poseidon, then you probably are going to get more speed in the ZK. Is that worthy? Well, we need to see. The problem is which Poseidon, in which prime, and then you have maybe you got other debates that you don't want to get there. But that's probably the at least the big points that I wanted to mention here.
I guess for me, the biggest concern is that we have 25, 26, 27 ZKVM team. And how do you make it so that it's sustainable for them to generate proof for Ethereum? Let's say they need 1 million a year at minimum, and I'm pretty sure I'm very, very underestimating the need. We need to distribute 30 millions to ZKVM team from proving Ethereum blocks. Otherwise, you'll have consolidation, concentration of power, and everything that Will mentioned at the beginning will reduce to top 3, I guess, or top 5. Like it's a diversity issue. The other thing on the Ethereum moving to the EVM, I've looked at it across 3 different axes. One is performance. I don't think performance will change for the same reason people think and realize that RISC-V is good enough compared to Valida, is because the time you spend is in precompile. Execution is not a bottleneck. So changing Ethereum Solidity to RISC-V will not change the performance profile because you spend all your time doing ECDSA or hashing. And you have a lot of time in client is spent in networking and in the database that Ref and Erigon pioneered. So first that. Then you lose all the network effect. You lose in terms of maintenance, due to backward compatibility, the Dev team and all the client team, we need to maintain both EVM and RISC-V backend. So you increase the maintenance cost by 2x, and basically everything that you want to do in the future will be shelved for this evolution and upgrade, and every other upgrade will be made much harder. The last thing is, basically, it's a blank slate. So people will say, oh, since it's a blank slate, I need to redeploy everything. You lose, let's say you were Aztec, you wanted to have something live forever on the blockchain, and now it doesn't live forever. It's dead when we release the new EVM. So performance and legacy support, and we've seen with Intel or Windows, legacy is important if you want to stay, to keep people on your platform. So yeah, I don't think changing the instruction set is that easy.
Okay, so very, very final words in one word. We have a couple of ZKVMs here, many more out there. A lot of it is open source, even multi-GPU provers. Can each of you maybe select one thing that you're looking at from another ZKVM that you find is very cool and inspiring? And I won't say copy, but that you're looking at and thinking, this is a really good idea, and this is how we're all going to move forwards on one aspect of ZKVMs. And literally one word, and then we can shake hands and get off the stage.
Yeah, I have to say that the approach to execution that was taken by Jordy's team is really great, and also very the multilinear PCS packing approach was also quite cool. So very interested in both of those. Might adopt that as well. But yeah.
Yeah, I'll do one word, RISC-V.
RISC-V, I mean, they started at the beginning. I think that they set up how to do ZKVMs, or is this first ZKVM as we understand now. I mean, we copy a lot of work they did. I think that they deserve a lot of credit on that, and I mean, especially on the OS. I mean, the way they integrate with Rust. I think that it's a lot of we debt a lot to them. In SP1, I mean, all this multilinear thing, it's something super cool, super interesting. Let's see how this works. Definitively is a good thing. And in the Valida, I mean, we mentioned, but I think that definitively the not having the RISC-V, this you get better performance. So it's like, so that's a good thing in there, and being a team that's going in that direction, that, as you mentioned, I mean, probably in the long term, maybe is the right way. I think it's super interesting to see in this point.
For me, it will be auto precompiles from Powder, because the whole purpose of ZKVM was to not write circuits by hand. And we all are writing pairing circuits by hand. Auto precompiles remove that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you to all of our panelists, and also for Alexander for moderating. Before we get into the next session, just wanted to make a quick announcement. So there is a scooter parked outside, and we were told by the venue that we're not allowed to park anything there. So if anyone parked a scooter there, please move it out on the street or in the bike area. Thank you. So next up, we have Norbert from ZK Cloud, who's going to give a keynote.
Hi everyone, this is Norbert from ZK Cloud. I'm going to be talking about an analysis of proving every Ethereum block that we've been doing since the 1st of April, approximately. So basically, sorry, this is the one, yeah. Quick thing about ZK Cloud. We are the first universal proving infrastructure for ZK, launched the first version of the network in March 2024. We are supporting any prover built using any proof system, and on the network you can use the pre-deployed prover programs that we have. We've got quite a few, or you can also deploy your own prover container, which means that universality in this sense is not only supporting any proof system, but also allowing you to bring your own container and use our underlying infra to generate proofs. So with this universality, actually, we have the flexibility to swap between ZK VMs as performance evolve, and to go with the evolution of ZK VMs to prove Ethereum and to prove other stuff as well. Just in a nutshell, we're looking to be competitive in terms of performance with centralized options in a decentralized setup, which ensures censorship resistance, liveness, and trustlessness. And we also look to drastically decrease the cost of proving. And I think I'll hint at that in one of the slides as well. So a quick thing about our participation in Ethproofs. We started off late March 2025, and the reason for us joining is because we are committed to supporting the snarking journey of Ethereum. And what we are currently doing is that we are posting every 100th proof to the production interface as the usual standard. And then on top of that, we decided to prove every Ethereum block consecutively, and we are posting all the proofs to the staging interface, which is publicly available also for anyone to take a look. Now, why is proving all Ethereum blocks important, or why did we start this latter thing? Honestly, ZK, like blockchain scale ZK proving and proving all Ethereum, Ethereum's execution has been viewed prohibitively expensive. And we want to prove the opposite, honestly. ZK is affordable. The ZK endgame is here today, and we wanted to demonstrate the economic feasibility of snarking the EVM even at this point. So what we are currently doing is we started off with single GPU proving, then we are heavily exploring multi-GPU, and then going toward real-time proving. Currently, a little bit about our cluster and like how we are progressing or how we've been doing things in the past 2 months. As I mentioned, on the 1st of April, approximately, we started proving every Ethereum block consecutively. We use a cluster of 24 GPUs, 4090s, and we throw a single GPU on every block. We currently use SP1 as the ZK VM and RSP as the Ethereum block prover. Actually, it's a modified version of RSP, but we are also actively exploring other ZK VMs like RISC-Zero's ZK VM and also Zisk that the guys have been talking about. Both of them have the multi-GPU accelerator, the orchestrator, open source, so that's very important for us. I just checked it this morning. We generated over 500K proofs in the past 2.5 months. For Ethereum, it's about 220K proofs a month or so. The average proving time with single GPU, it's slightly over 3 minutes. And the average proving cost, this is not what you see on the Ethproofs website. That's a different calculation logic, but our actual proving cost is around 2 cents per block, not per transaction, it's per block. And if you calculate this and you multiply number of blocks per month and then per year, it actually comes to the tens of thousands and not hundreds of thousands, which is quite interesting, I think. So a little bit more about proving with RSP. So there are 2 main parts in the process. There's a pre-proving phase. Often it may actually even exceed the proving phase, and then comes the actual proving. You have the link to our repo there, our fork of RSP. And regarding the pre-proving phase, it's important to mention it basically includes mostly fetching input data through RPC to reconstruct the block. This is quite a heavy task because on average, every block needs about 4,000 to 5,000 RPC calls, which is super slow. It's more than 1 billion calls per month. And you see on the screenshot the distribution of these calls or these methods to reconstruct the block. And this is one of the biggest blockers. Now I'll talk about some improvements we are looking to do there as well. Regarding the pre-proving phase and like the resource requirements in general. So the pre-proving phase has a utilization of approximately 1 to 2 virtual CPUs and like 4 gigs of RAM, very small. But for the proving phase using single GPU and RSP with SP1, we've observed an average of 22 virtual cores being used, maximum going up to 42 for a very short time. And then RAM being used on average approximately 39 gigs with maximum going up to 65 gigs for a very short period. As I mentioned, we are using 1 GPU, 1 4090 per block when we are generating the proofs. So we just need to have enough GPUs to keep up with the chain constantly and have one free every 12 seconds. And for GPU memory, we've observed a maximum of 16 gigs of memory usage with SP1 and RSP. Now, we've made a few custom modifications back in March when we started working with RSP and the version that was available back then. There was a small, simple thing we had to create at the beginning, creating multiple hooks for the Ethproofs interface. The Succinct team already built a hook for Ethproofs into RSP, but we had to add another one to ensure we can post every 100th proof to production and then every other proof, including the 100th, to the staging interface. But then there is another interesting thing that we had to deal with is decoupling the pre-proving from the proving phase. And what this means is the executor in the prover trait was built in a way that it's coupled with the CPU or GPU prover, whichever you are using, in our case, the GPU prover. So it means that the GPU is basically logged in already during the preparation phase that does not actually require the GPU. So this means there's a bunch of idle GPU time and lower GPU utilization by default. So we had to decouple these two phases, which resulted in us being able to prepare certain blocks for proving parallel to proving other blocks on GPUs and thus increasing the GPU utilization a whole lot. I mean, this is important for a single GPU setup. And this way we were able to bring it down to, actually we started off from like 70, 80 GPUs being thrown at it. But after we've done this, we were able to go down to like 20, 25 to keep up with the chain. Few other modifications or like kind of small improvements that we've done. So the proving flow is set up, execute, and prove in SP1. The thing is, setup is called repeatedly, but we can skip that because we found that basically the setup call is responsible for generating prover and verifier key, and it does not modify any internal prover state. So we found that it's possible to generate the prover key once for a given client binary and then reuse it for the next block when we are proving it. And through this, we are able to save a few seconds. And then you can also skip calling execute because in this proving flow, the execute call is actually only generating you the cycle count. It's basically generating a report with the number of opcodes and syscalls, et cetera, that's included in the proving. And you can actually spare that to get the cycle count. The funny thing is, I don't know if it's a coincidence or the Succinct team is watching forks actively, but the day we implemented it, the following day, actually Succinct pulled it in as well for their version, so that the proof call also includes by default the cycle count, and you don't need to run an additional call to get that. And then some challenges that we've been facing. Occasionally, the CUDA prover was crashing. And we found that it's like upon base field division by 0, the Moongate server became deadlocked and the prover crashed. We reported the issue to the team. That's the link there to the issue, and the team, like, we produced steps for reproducing the issue. The team was very fast and efficient at proving it. So at fixing it. So it's been done, and in the new versions, it's not there. As far as I'm concerned, if I'm not mistaken, it's not there anymore. And then we had a bunch of challenges with RPC for the preparation phase. We tested different providers. We tested our own, running our own node as well. So you see, for block execution and fetching storage proofs, GCP's 2 minutes for the first and 1 minute for the second one, versus like 6 to 10 minutes for the same tasks from different RPC providers. So there is a huge, basically, variety in performance there. So we opted for GCP and then running our own nodes. But regarding input fetching, like, this connects back to the topic that I mentioned earlier, where you need approximately 1 billion calls a month by default to reconstruct the blocks. Now, for improving input fetching, we are also testing a custom method called debug execution witness, which could get all the input data in a single RPC call. But this needs some change to the RPC logic to build the Merkle-Patricia tree from the execution witness. So it's still in the works. That's basically about customizations and our challenges. Now I'd like to talk a little bit about an analysis. So basically here you see a random number of blocks that I've chosen. All of them are from a close range, and all of them have similar gas usage, approximately 11 million gas plus minus a little bit. And as you can see in the third column, most of them translate to approximately 200 million RISC-V cycles with RSP, SP1. So basically, but the interesting thing is that even in a general, like, everyday block building flow, when the intention is not to build heavy blocks like Will mentioned for the prover killers, but just building regular blocks, there are significant outliers there. So if you check the third block from the top, instead of the average 200 million cycles, it includes 320 almost. And if you check the bottommost one, it has 280. So the proving times for those are pretty significantly higher. And because of that, like, this is something to consider for real-time proving as well. These types of outliers in terms of prover complexity occur in simple everyday block building flows as well.
What do you attribute the discrepancy to?
I'll come to that. Yeah, it's not like, yeah, I took details from Connor Proof Lab, actually. So we'll see. But here is a bit of correlation between gas usage and how it translates to RISC-V cycles. So if you see all these blocks around 11 million gas, they translate mostly to approximately 200 million RISC-V cycles. But you can see the outliers I mentioned. One of them is around 260, then the other one is almost 320 million. And then the rightmost one is 280 approximately. So there is actually a moderate negative correlation there. There is even, oops. Sorry. Yeah, okay. So the divergence from the mean, basically, the gas usage varies by approximately 16% among these blocks that I've picked. But the proving time varies by 80%, which is huge. And if you see the cycle count versus the proving time, there is a very strong positive correlation there. Obviously, the more cycles, the longer the proving time is going to be. But the gas usage versus proving time is, and like how gas translates to RISC-V cycles, is a very, very key thing. Now, there is an extreme example which I took from Connor's repo. I'll mention it in the next slide. So if you check this block from Ethereum, which has approximately 24.8 million gas. I took a few other sample blocks in the plotted chart, which are roughly around 22 million. And if you see, most of them translate to approximately 3, 4 450 million RISC-V cycles, except for that one on the very right side, which is this extreme block. It translates to over 1 billion cycles, and the proving time is over 11 minutes versus the regular 3-4 minutes that should be for blocks approximately this with this gas usage. And now here is I'm sure many of you are aware of this, but this is some information I took from zCarnage, Connor's library, Connor's repo on GitHub. So there is a huge asymmetry between gas usage and proving complexity for many EVM operations. In many cases, it can be actually over 1000x. So some precompiled operations like ModXP or BN pairing, you see 200 gas translates to 215,000 RISC-V cycles, or 45,000 gas for BM pairing translates to almost 2 million RISC-V cycles. So there is an overhead of over 1000x and like almost 40x respectively for these two. These are just some examples I took. And also the jump test operation, it only takes one gas, but it also has like a 1000x overhead when it comes to the circuit logic and the proving complexity. So I just wanted to mention it because it's something to be aware of. And from this perspective, I think it's even more important to consider that when a team is able to prove, like, no, let me approach it from a different angle. Coming to 99, being able to prove 99% of the blocks real time may be actually a little bit more challenging than we think because of these outliers, even if there is no on-purpose attack related to this, because this could actually be a potential attack vector. And I think that's what the prover killers are hinting at. So what if validators started building blocks on purpose that are super huge and very heavy to prove, and thus try delay the finality of Ethereum in the future? That's a very valid attack vector to consider. So last slide, basically what's next for us. We are heavily exploring multi-GPU proving with RISC-0 ZKVM, but we also started looking into RSP's sub-block prover, which is kind of like a similar logic that's implemented currently with the Hypercube that they are using. The key difference is how, so like at what point of the process they are breaking the execution trace or the proving job into segments or shards, in RSP's case, sub-blocks, prior to running it in the ZKVM or after having generated the trace and running it in the ZKVM. And then we are going to be moving to real-time proving as soon as open source implementations are available, both for ZKVMs that are capable of that performance as well as multi-GPU orchestrators. So that's why we are actually looking into R0VM and ZISC as well, because they have the multi-GPU orchestrators open source as well. That's it from my side. I think I'm a little bit over time, so I'm happy to take any questions after this, but thank you very much for listening to the talk.
Thank you, Norbert. Next up, we have our second panel for the day on ZKVM design and proof system trade-offs. So our panelists will be Stefan from ZKM, Alexander from Linea, Maya from Starkware, and Porter from Matter Labs and ZK Sync, with George from the EF, who will be moderating this session.
All right. Do we start? Yes. Is this on? Hello.
Testing.
Testing. Okay, yes.
We can share if it's working.
All right. Hello, everyone. So welcome to another panel. This one is going to be about ZK-VM design and proof system trade-offs. I'm George. I work on the EF. So like working at the EF and kind of seeing like the ecosystem of ZK VMs out there, like I constantly get questions about proof systems and how they should work and how, like, we should think about security and stuff. So this panel is coming from this angle, and we have people here from major like ZK VM projects that will help me explore this. So let's start with introductions from you guys.
So hi, I'm Maya Dotan. I'm from Starkware. I'm PM for anything proving and privacy related. My background is computer science. So super excited.
Hi, I'm Alexandre, working at Linea. Super excited to be here. I lead the prover team, and we especially focus on developing the proof system and the backend component running the prover. So there is theory and implementation.
Hey, I'm Porter from Matter Labs and ZK Sync, and I like math. Was on the security team for cryptography, and they've moved me to DevRel so they can come to more conferences and talk to you all. And so, yeah, happy to be here.
Hello, I'm Stefan from the ZKM. Yeah, so before I joined ZKM 2 years ago, I'm building a privacy preserving projects, network that's also use the ZKP to protect the privacy of some computation. And so that means most of my background are from the engineer, and I also have some years, have a lot of experience on building the proof system, especially Stack based proof system. Yeah.
All right, thank you, everyone. So, okay, so my plan is to sort of start with talking about proof systems, which I kind of consider like the foundations of the ZK-VM systems, and then maybe move to more ecosystem topics. So let's start with one topic, which I think maybe let's start with you, Alexander. Like, I feel like there is you have a distinctive role here because you guys have the only proof system that is using lattices instead of like hash-based stacks, and like you hear lots of times that maybe lattices are better because of the algebraic structure, but they don't have such good security because the assumptions are more complicated than hashes. Like I hear this a lot, but these days with all these conjectures and stuff, like I don't know if this argument stands so much. So I don't know. Let's talk a bit about how we see lattices versus Starks.
So for lattices, one important thing to know is that there are many different assumptions. So the one we use is ring SIS. And there are different ways you can build proof system using lattices. So if, like taking aside what we're doing concretely, like one way of doing it is what basically comes from latticefold and other proof system, a long range of work before latticefold is how to basically look at SIS commitments, and try to make them homomorphic and still have security. So it's kind of work with some caveat, and latticefold is a big jump in the sense that now we can have actual proofs of knowledge, and before it was not really possible. The underlying assumption in this case is SIS. SIS is my commitment binding. And there is another common assumption, which is learning with error, which is how you get privacy. We only focus on the binding part because that's how you get snark, and privacy is just something more to get actually zero knowledge. And so we found it, we like it, we found the work really exciting. One caveat there is, so
a lattice commitment is extremely fast, faster than as fast as Black 2. That's what we got from our latest benchmark. But that's if you do not have norm bound laws. Because in order to commit to something with SIS, you need to take a vector of field element, break it down in smaller limbs, and then it's all linear algebra. It's extremely fast. You do a sequence of very small FFTs, and you have your commitments. So that's very fast. And the speed of it depends on how big you can afford your limbs to be. So in our case, we target 16 limbs. But for those type of pseudo-homomorphic opening protocols, you need to have like 1 bit. So the speed is like 16 times slower. So what we do is that basically just use cis as a hash function. It's been known since 1996. It's tremendously cryptanalyzed. It's much more secure than Poseidon 2 because we really know the security of it, and there is no any improvement. It's been standardized. Like we have the tools to analyze it. There are also more fancy assumptions, but those have been kind of broken. So it's still an open question whether we can have it. So it was extremely long.
So I'm curious to hear from like projects that currently use hash-based schemes, if they have considered switching, or like how do they see the long-term going?
So we haven't considered switching to lattices quite yet. We see very good results with the Circle Starks at the moment, which were a big leap forward for us from Starks. Also, like a lot of the problems that it's been known for a while that you can have efficient Stark protocols over that you could potentially have very efficient protocols over small fields. And the problem was at the time to find a field that is small but also has a large multiplicative subgroup. And so Circle Starks is kind of a really beautiful solution to that problem, I think. We're not married to it in the sense that if we find out that lattices beats it by a lot, then we're not against switching, but we see very nice benchmarks and results with 2 now. And even though 2 is really not optimal at the moment because it works so Cairo, we have at Starkware we have Cairo, the Cairo VM, Cairo machine code, and then x86. So Cairo itself was built to work with our previous stone prover, which operates over a large field. So when moving to the smaller field, we wrote we had to make StarkNet work. We had to actually write errors that kind of translate Cairo over the big field to work over the small field. So you have like a simulation overhead. Even with that, we see that Stu outperforms with Cairo code, both RISC-0, SP1, and mostly Jolt. So kind of seems and that's even without having written Cairo that is dedicated to the small field.
At ZK-Sync, we have a new proof system that I'll talk more about later today called Airbender, and it's like fully Stark-based Fry hash function. But we have actually been talking to Linnea as experts in the room on lattice-based hash functions, and we have strong hopes that will be able to speed up some of our the hash function components of the Stark proofs. And so, yeah, we'll see if the research goes. We have some security concerns just for the way we're trying to use them. But if it works out, yeah, we think that lattice-based hashes could be the future.
In our ZK MIPS, we use Planck 3. So basically, for myself, actually, I don't have much knowledge about the lattice PCS or lattice related NAC, but I believe that we in the Planck 3 right now we have about 100 secure bits, and we also as he said, we also consider the different the proof the security conjunction across different components, especially like we have the proof, we have the stack for the VM, and we also have the proof recursion for the to aggregate the proof, and we also have some of the the final stack to snack wrapper. So for all those components, we all need to consider the security bits.
Right. Okay. So touching on that a bit on the conjectures front, I think I find this quite interesting. Again, like coming from the EF perspective, like kind of seeing how. How the conjectures were introduced into the Stark field, like then Starkware with the Stark paper introduced the toy problem protocol, like kind of pushing conjectures even a bit further. Like, I'm just curious, like how maybe Maya, you can talk about this, like how do you see this going? Like, are you concerned about the conjectures? Are you concerned about the toy problem assumption? Do you guys actively work to reduce it? Do we think we're going to push it even further? Like how do you think this is going?
So I can't say that this is the main focus of what we're doing right now, but yeah, we're working under the current assumptions. We're not trying to push it further, but yeah, of course, if there is any reason, like, of course, less assumptions, weaker assumptions, always better. So always have our eyes open, but yeah.
The good news about for Ethproofs is that, like, if it turns out that last, like, going outside the unique decoding radius bound assumption is wrong, then you can just do more fry challenges. And so, like, pretty much all of us could change our code tomorrow and, like, be all right.
Right. Okay. Again, keeping it on the proof systems front, I think another interesting thing is that like Starkware definitely has its own proof system. You guys definitely have your own unique proof system. ZK Sync also has a new proof system. Like, but I see like the rest of the industry kind of gravitating towards kind of like a common Plonky 3, Plonky 2, like gravitational field. I'm wondering like how Stephen, I don't know if you want to say something, like how do you balance between research and engineering, and like, maybe, people are okay with sticking to Plonky 3 and optimizing the engineering versus making new things, like how, since you guys took this choice, how do you motivate it?
Yeah, that's a very good question, because we in our ZKM 0.3 we are using the Planck 2. Yeah, so it's 2 years ago or 3 years ago when we wrote the first paper, we we involved in the Planck 2, and then after we released the 0.3, we we need to say the benchmark from the Planck 2. Yeah, so basically the proving perform efficiency is about maybe 10,000 hertz per second, and it's got logs based, and basically it's very, very slow 2 years ago already. And then, but the one point is the proof recursion in the Planck 2 is very, very fast, because it's customer sockets for the Starkware file. And then we basically do a lot of research about if we need to upgrade to the Planck 3, or just we replace the hash function inside the Planck 2. Basically, we need to rewrite everything. The air builder, the hash function, and the base field, yeah, everything almost. So finally, we decided to migrate to Planck 3 finally, and then it turns out that we have about 20 times speed up for the VM's proving. So yeah.
Yeah, I'll say there's already a lot of ZK VMs. There's a lot of Stark proof-based projects, and there's a lot of RISC-V projects. And so why did we still make ZK Sync Airbender ourselves? I think probably the biggest reason is just a very, very large dose of paranoia of depending on anyone else's code. And we, just wanted to have something that kind of we control in our project. But as like all of these ZK VMs get really, really good performance, we're like evaluating for the future, like whether we would do another proof system after this.
So I think, first of all, that I like the diversity and decentralization of kind of technology aspect of having many proof systems. But I also think it's, we don't consider ourselves like purists of our proof system. So we've considered like, for instance, 2 accelerates like by design in proving. And verification speed is not its strongest point. So when we consider how to optimize for a verifier, for instance, we do consider writing a dedicated like Plonky 3 circuit for it. We probably won't have to, at least at first, but like there is kind of a good way to mix things up sometimes to get better performance. So we like the general purpose, like Cairo code that you can write and you can prove anything, and it's compatible with our blockchain. But then when you need really fast recursive verification, we don't mind shifting away from that.
So on our side, so our proof system is different, but it's not that different in the sense that purely from a security standpoint, it's using error correcting codes and hash functions. And lattices, it's using lattices just a way to instantiate the hash function that is very convenient to us. So what we get is like very good recursion time and very fast prover time. And verification is still like the weakest point so far. The way we obtain short proofs is different than Fry in the sense that we recurse the proof over itself over and over and over. And like each step reduces the size of the proof by a square root. And at some point we get converged to some constant. So we don't need many iterations, but the constant is still too big. For us, optimizing it is a matter of optimizing the proof system. But from my standpoint, it's not really deviating from the Stark idea. It's just that we are optimizing a few stuff here and there to make things go faster afterward.
But I mean, you definitely have different tooling than the Plonky 2, Plonky 3 crowd, right? Like, so do you see more projects going towards your direction? Have you talked to, like, I don't know, other people that want to adopt your tool chain? Have you?
So right now our tool chain is pretty hard to use in the sense that it's embedded in a monorepo, and for Cocode it's not optimal. We are not really trying to seek adoption currently because we are developing solely for the linear network. So every time we have a problem in prod, like something we could optimize, we just do it. But we're not thinking too much for now at spreading the proof system. Also, it's in Go, and most crypto projects are in Rust. So Go is still a popular language. So I guess that at some point people may want to may be interested in using our tool set to build their proof system. But yeah, the good point is that it's very generic, so you can pretty much implement anything you like with it.
Right. Okay. So kind of going a bit further from the proof systems into more like the ecosystem side, like probably you guys have seen like the, people from the EF talking about, like switching the EVM to RISC-V, or maybe changing whatever hash function we use for the state to Poseidon. Like, do you guys have thoughts on what we should not do as the EF? Like maybe things that you find as bad for the ecosystem?
So we've actually thought a lot about the EVM to RISC-V and things. So as we're not RISC-V experts at Starkware, but we are experts at proving systems. So there is a lot to be lost when you use RISC-V, both in compilation and so there's a lot of overhead when using RISC-V versus having a dedicated ZKVM and having the entire chain compatible. So we have Cairo, then we have Sierra, we compiled directly to x86, and ARM now also. But yeah, so there's always it's never going to be as fast as if you really want to optimize for extremely fast proving, definitely not ease of development. Like for the end developer, it will be much harder to onboard to a language that's dedicated to ZK. But yeah, but in terms of if you really want your L1 to be provable in real time and scalable, then you might want to pay the price of being the tooling not being perfect, and then deal with that somewhere down the road, write custom errors to deal with that, but not sacrifice the speed.
Yeah, I'll second that. Every team I talk to who's doing a custom ISA has 5 to 10x better performance. And so my advice to the EF would just be yeah, RISC-V has a bunch of teams building this, but we're building for reasons such as just easier developer, bigger developer ecosystem. And we understand there's a performance hit. And if you want to make the decision in that trade-off zone, you're welcome to, but understand that there is a trade-off there.
You mean a trade-off between developer UX and prover performance, right? Yeah. And what do you think? Which side do you think we should take? I think
Okay, so ZK Sync has been on what I would call the wrong side of this for a while, which was we have Era VM, which is not quite the same as EVM, and this has been a huge pain point for all of our developers for a long time. I think a month or two ago, we finally added EVM equivalence, which has been a blessing. All of the developer tools start working again, and it's just way better. And so that's part of the reason for going for RISC-V this time is we just want all the developer experience to be really good. And I believe that ZK engineers will just do the hard work to make it ZK so good that it doesn't matter that we're using something slightly not optimal.
Yeah, I was confused because you said I second that, but I felt like Maya's point was that, prover speed is king, and maybe it's worth thinking about the developer experience.
I think I'm not saying one way is definitely the right way to go, because you can build the most optimal thing and nobody would be able to use it, and then just be building alone in the dark. So, but you have to understand there's a trade-off there. So maybe the gap would be not as important if this technology advances enough, but you're always losing something. Yeah.
Steven, you want
to? Yeah. So we are MIPS actually. So yes. Yeah. Of course, we need to consider the trade-off between the proving time and the general purpose for the normal program proof generation. And for us, actually, when we say that we are especially for example, when is foundation say they want to shift to the RISC-V, we are very surprised because RISC-V basically is more older than the Ethereum itself, and it's done means it means the RISC-V is not for blockchain at the beginning actually, but EVM or carrier, yeah, it's for the blockchain at the beginning. And so when we talk about the simplicity, yeah, of course, Vitalik say that the RISC-V is very simple. I would say before we introduce this simplicity, we should think about what is the simplicity, because RISC-V is modular. That means different actually the very basic instruction sets there, but different manufacturer may have their own extensions. So that means maybe the Ethereum Foundation need to maintain their extensions, even for the bits operations. So actually, that's not simplicity, right? So, but from the, of course, I need to say MIPS is more consistent, and its legacy. It's have everything there. It's more like the superset of the RISC-V. So, but I'm not saying it should be the better answer. But a diversity for the instruction sets should be better. So yeah.
So I think there are two things. Like there is whether we want to be laser focused on making proving GVM super fast. In that case, I'd say the most efficient thing is to directly arithmetize GVM. It's more work, it's more complicated, but I think it's worth it in the end and can save one order of magnitude of performances that cannot be squeezed by any other mean or by improving the VM, like the underlying VM.
What do you mean arithmetize? Did you say arithmetize the VM?
Yeah, so instead of arithmetizing a VM like RISC-V or MIPS or WASM, you directly arithmetize the VM. So you write the circuits. It's more work. It's like everything is precompiled. But at the end, you squeeze all the juice from the arithmetization, and that's the fastest possible way to do it.
I see. You mean not going through the VM layer, just proof system to EVM directly. Okay, I see. All right. Okay. So going back again from like looking at from the ecosystem layer about security, like Porter, you said like you're very paranoid and like you don't want to rely on Plonky 3. I just wonder like how do you guys see security? Like how do you see like I don't know how many bits of security you're using? Like how do you take decisions on that? And being in an industry where performance is like the most important and people want to get faster and faster, how do you think we should like balance between security and performance going forward?
I'll say like you definitely need like the ZK to be like secure in theory, but most of the bugs we've run into are pretty dumb, stupid stuff. And so part of the reason even for making ZK Sync Airbender our new proof system is just to try and simplify some of our prover code. And then we'll add all the normal security things like formal verification and stuff. But yeah, I think we're not as worried about like Poseidon getting broken right now, although I'm glad that there are researchers who are working on that. But like they're really simple things that because these systems are like tens of thousands of lines of code, complicated, only like probably this room of people understands. And so yeah, we're trying to get rid of the basic bugs first.
Yeah, so for us we think the 100 security bits is the bottom line. So actually when we want to maintain the security bits in a conjecture way, that means we have to consider the VM paths, their lookup, the fly, and then maybe the proof recursion. So there are a lot of different components that we need to make sure the security bits can meet the bottom line. I think for the security bits, should be like this.
So I just want to say that like your answer of like that there is bugs on very simple things. We don't need to go to the complicated things. It's not like super reassuring in the sense that it's not like for me there is bugs also in the very simple things and in the very complex things. And yeah, it's true that we need to figure out the small things first, but Like it's kind of saying that we are like, in the baby stages of security still.
Yeah, I don't want to be overconfident.
Yeah.
I do think we're in the baby stages still.
So I agree that we are at the baby stage of security. So I'm very impressed at all the work done by formal verification teams about the RISC-V compiler, and we are looking forward to replicate all the success with our stack. I think this is really the biggest bottleneck for security. Another thing is the proof system itself. So there are two things that can be worrying. So we mentioned the conjecture, like the strongness of the security proof, but there is also the Fiat Shamir things. Recently discovered that actually GKR plus Fiat Shamir was not always working. And it comes from the fact that we use the Fiat Shamir heuristic, and the Fiat Shamir heuristic is essentially a non-falsifiable assumption. We just say that if one protocol is secure when it's interactive, it will be secure with a hash function instead. And there is no proof of that. It just like from the beginning, it's yeah, that makes sense thing in a security proof. So there are some frameworks to analyze it, but the funny thing is that there is actually a proof that GKR plus Fiat Shamir would be secure, but yet it's broken. So I think we still have a lot to learn on that front. On the other side, for the rest, I think it's just a matter of figuring out the right parameters, but I think this part of the security of the protocols, the stack-friendly protocol, have been figured out already.
Yeah, so I agree that setting the parameters is not I think the pressing issue. Like I think also there is pretty much consensus on what they should be, I think, but definitely I think we're relying too much on like audit to the verifier alone, and so we actually write lean code to formally prove all of our errors, which is a ton of work, but yeah, there definitely needs to be a better standard for soundness and security all around proof. This is super complicated code. There is a super small set of people that are actually able to comprehend it. And a lot of them are malicious in the sense that they would take advantage of anything going. So definitely kind of, I think in the same sense that in the internet, you wouldn't know where you could put your credit card number because so we're kind of at that stage with proof systems, as I see it.
Right. Okay, I think we are wrapping up this panel. So thanks a lot, guys. Yeah, thanks a lot.
ZKVM. Another one, man. They multiply like spam commits. We're gonna stress until it taps out.
All right, thank you for all of our panelists from the last panel. Now we have Alexander from Linea, who will be presenting a keynote.
Okay. Right. Hello, everybody. Very excited to be here. So I will introduce myself once more. So yeah, I'm Alexandre. I'm working at Linea, and I'm leading the Prover team. So we essentially develop our own proof system for the Linea ZK EVM. We also implement it, and we take care of the backend components. And so yeah, I've been working there since the beginning of Linea. Yeah, so in this presentation, I'm going to present essentially where we are on the tech side and where we want to be. So Linea, as currently deployed on mainnet, is a type 2 level compatible ZK VM. So that means that Linea runs EVM bytecode, and there are some deviation with EVM that are sort of minor and that do not appear 99% of the time. Those are the ZK, the try, which is not the same thing. We use a customized ZK try, which is essentially a sparse Merkle tree with some optimizations to make it more efficient to prove and to have less depth. And on top of that, we also don't prove the block hash, we just announce it. Yet it is exactly the same block hash, but it is put in the data availability part. And so what we would like to get to fully align with Ethereum is type 1 level compatibility. That way we'd be able to prove basically any Ethereum version, and it would just work. So our ZK VM is fully covered, fully audited, meaning everything is proven. There is no gap in the ZKP. And it's audited, but we believe it's not enough. We believe that it should be formally verified, and on top of that, as part of a deployment, I strongly believe that it should work in multi-prover setting, because like formal verification can brush out the soundness errors, but the correctness and the faithfulness to the Ethereum specification is, I believe, something that will eventually be formally verified, but it's more realistic to have a multi-client as we have today on Ethereum to be fully secure. So on top of that, next, on the performances, so currently the performances that we have are 30 minutes on a large massing, 64 CPUs. We don't have GPU support yet, and it requires 1 terabyte of memory. And there are several reasons for us being so slow. The main is that we haven't had the occasion to focus because we are focusing on having full coverage, so the full completeness. So that's now done. We can now focus on that. And our goal is to be real-time proven as fast as possible. And I will talk a little bit more about our plan to do that in that presentation. So also I mentioned that we are fully bytecode level compatible, but that's not completely true. We do have a censorship axis, which is that we have limits on execution. So the way we structure our ZK VM is as circuits. I will explain more a bit later. Contains several modules, and each module is doing a specific part of the VM, like, don't know, doing the additions, doing the LU, storing the smart contract bytecodes, and so on, so the ROM. And so if we overflow one of these limits, then we can no longer generate a proof. So it's good enough for us to be able to generate proof for 200, 300 transactions. But if we have one edge case transaction that basically overblow one of the limits on its own, then we can't prove it. So that's statistically not a big problem, but like in order to be fully compatible with Ethereum, that's something we need to remove. So I talk more about how we are solving this problem. And so one other thing we have is that all the circuits are currently handwritten, so that's amazing for performances. We basically have an order of magnitude better efficiency in the arithmetization. I'll explain more what that means. It's not the prover that is faster, it's the arithmetization that is more efficient. But instead, we'd like to have something where we just write code and then can generate proofs for the program. And we plan to do it without resorting to a ZK VM. So stay tuned for more. And so finally, more stuff on decentralization. Right. So as I mentioned, what's very unique about linear EVM is that we do not use linear EVM is that we do not use the ZKVM technique. So the idea of the EVM approach, which is the most common one and has almost become a standard by at this point, is that we do a single circuit that just emulate one VM, and when we want to run and prove something, we just compile that to either the VM that is arithmetized, and we run and we prove that we run the code, which is great because it's arguably simpler. That's why it was. We have already production, almost production ready or almost production ready ZKVM nowadays, but we waste a potential order of magnitude in terms of performances. So today, to emulate one Ethereum block, it requires 2 billion field elements. So we use a large field, and we are type 2. So that's not a completely fair comparison. And in opposition, if we take a RISC-V, arithmetization, it requires between 50 billion and 100 billion field elements. So we can't really have apple-to-apple comparison because we haven't fully implemented the small field support. But we estimate that it will take between 8 to 10 billion field elements to with a small field to replicate our approach. So that's how we came to the conclusion that we can save a full order of magnitude. So as I mentioned, as I mentioned, it's very complicated to have your own circuits because you have to write twice the code, you have to write the circuit, and you have to write the witness generator, which is very complicated from an engineering standpoint. It's harder to formally verify because you work directly from the circuit without having a spec of what the circuit is supposed to do. And this complexifies a lot the formal verification effort. It's really complicated when we want to implement something that has a lot of control flow, for instance, the jump test. There is it also complexifies the effort if we, for the Patricia-Merkle tree, for the block hashing, Bloom filters, all the things that are required by type 1 compatibility that we don't have yet. All of this has a complicated control flow, and we want to work around that. And also, like in theory, I take an analogy. So yeah, writing directly the circuit is more efficient, but in reality, there is a reason why people don't write assembly all from the beginning, and there is also a reason why writing in assembly is not automatically faster. That's because optimizing your assembly takes time, a lot of thinking. And so it means that if you decide to write an entire code base in assembly, it's not going to be optimized because you will just miss a lot of optimization. So the idea is to develop a higher level language that we can actually execute. It's great for testing. And also great if we want to just rewrite something into that language. So what you have is a snippet of what is already available that is computing max. So language, we have a lot of high-level facilities, which would be kind of built-in functions. It would also support the precompiles and so on. We still need precompiled, but at least we can write code with it. And we hope to have more maintainability thanks to it. And so the plan with it is that we'll essentially start replacing the low-level module. Like if we have a module that does a comparison, we'll just rewrite it in that language. Same for the addition. And the goal is that at the end, for each tiny function of the VM, we have a single module that is written in this. And that's great for efficiency because we found that it's actually a lot better to have 100 different modules for small function compared to lots of big modules that are multi-purpose. Right, so that's what the timeline looks like. So we achieved proof completeness recently. Actually, it was deployed yesterday on mainnet. Pectra is going to come about mid-August, September. And at this point, we'll be fully in sync with the state of Ethereum. That will be a really big milestone for us. And then the focus will split in 3 different directions. So migrating our code base from circuits to the new ASM language, migrating to a type 1 ZKVM, and also starting the work for formal verification. Right, so now more onto the prover. Essentially, I'm going to present a few highlights of what we've been working on. So one reason our prover has a 30-minute latency compared to 12 seconds for most of other projects, despite me claiming that our arithmetization is better, is that we are currently using a large field. I think it explains a lot of that. So we currently, earlier this year, implemented Vortex, which is a polynomial commitment scheme. It's based on lattices, so that one of the big particularity of our proof system, otherwise it's very similar to Lirello breakdown, very similar to Stark if you say that there is no fry part. And we implemented it on small fields, and it was a long shot because it's something we wanted to do for a very long time. And now is the moment we can actually work on it and integrate it. It's just a total game changer in terms of commitment speed. If we count per field element, it's like 300 times faster. And if we count in byte rate, it's 40 times faster than what we had with a large field. So as a result, we have a hash function that is as fast as Blake 2 and ridiculously simple to recurse. And this is the base for our proof system, and the fact that it is very efficient to recurse is also much better in terms of recursion overheads. So that's very exciting news for it, and I'm very excited about it. And yes, we use Poseidon 2 for our Merkle hashing. Because we can't do everything with lattices, because the problem of lattices, they're very fast, but the problem is that in order to be very fast and very secure, we need to have a very large output for the hash. So essentially, each hash is several kilobytes, which is not really acceptable for Merkle tri-hashing. So we use Poseidon 2 for it because it's more efficient. Right, so you can get the link to the benchmark that was done by Yao earlier this week. I'll stay like this for 10 seconds, just so you have a bit of time. Okay. Right, so then now let me present you what I call the limitless prover. So limitless prover is a fancy name we found for continuation. It works, so one difference with the other approach of doing it is that it's purely at the proof system level. So this way of parallelizing does not know what the memory is. It's purely take a circuit and break it down. So we use a two-step approach, and that's contrast with other techniques. We use accumulators and compare accumulator hashes for the looked up values in memory, and check, and then later checking, and because we can then and we do it in 2 steps. And so when we do it with an accumulator hashes, we can do it in 1 step. Yet what was very important for us was to have a fully asynchronous workflow. Because when we go in production, having a system where we just distribute the prover and have a synchronization barrier, and then if one of the prover crashes, we have to restart all over again, was like a no-go. So we opted for it, and we designed around this problem. And so we do 1 step where we don't need the shared randomness, and 1 step where the shared randomness has been generated, and we can work out the rest. And the conglomeration part is where we aggregate everything. So GAL stands for global local. So it means that we prove all the arithmetic constraints, and local constraints are arithmetic constraints, but just as a single point, and global is for entire columns. And LPP means lookup, projection, and permutation. So that's all the constraints that requires shared randomness in order to be compiled. So there are several ways of doing it. And in every situation, we need some randomness. So that's great because it will allow us to reduce the memory requirement from 1 terabyte to 64 gigabytes. kind of a refresher, honestly. It will save a lot on the cost because running on smaller memory machines will just kill, will basically allow us to just run on smaller machine and so less expensive computation. It will help us lower the latency because instead of having a big monolithic workload, we can chop it down into smaller machines and it will just run. And there is a pay for what use effect that is really interesting because, as I mentioned, we have a big monolithic circuit, so it's not completely used, and too bad, you still pay for the entirety of it. And so with it, we will be able to chop down the circuit and only reuse the part that we need. So if we don't have pairings, we don't pay for the pairing parts, for instance. And basically, it's a 70% saving for us, so really welcome. Right, and so finally, I talk a little bit about the work of the amazing NORC team and what they did. So they worked a lot in optimizing the precompile. So the way we handle the precompile is they write a Planck arithmetization of it, and we embed it in the proof system as our ZKVM proof system that's called with framework that's called Wizard can basically subsum the Planck arithmetization as you can do fixed permutation, you can do global constraints, and all of this combined gives you a Planck arithmetization. And so they really optimized crazily those precompiles. So they published, so yeah, Youssef, Thomas, and yeah, others from other projects developed a new technique called fake GLV, which is a technique to improve by 30% to 50% the cost of doing any simul in a circuit. They also deliver two optimization in non-native arithmetic and extension field arithmetic in circuits. And this is using quotient verification batching, which was a technique that was already known, and it's not pioneered, but basically it allows us to have less than 100K constraints for SecP verification in a vanilla Planck. We do other optimizations, such as GKR in non-native arithmetic. So this one has not been shipped, but that's a 10x improvement just for this precompile. We are also considering doing it for pairings, because the technique can just be adapted for every other elliptic curve precompiled. And it's working amazingly well. The idea is that the GKR circuit is in the non-native field, but the verifier is on the native one. And the only expensive thing in GKR for the verifier are hashes. So native or non-native does not matter. We can just use a native hash function. And so in what's come next, we have techniques to efficiently check that a final X does not return 1. So we had one to prove that it does return 1, but not for the contrary case. So stay tuned. And we are also working on a batch subgroup membership technique. Yep. And so to conclude on decentralization, so currently Linea is at stage 0 of decentralization. And that's because we missed two things to be stage 1. So we need a force censorship resistance mechanism. So the one we choose is force transaction because we think it's simpler. There will be later stage. We're also thinking about moving to base rollups. Because we think it's the best solution, but that's not the only one that we are looking at. We also think that having our own consensus algorithm could be a good idea for decentralization. Not everything is decided yet, but presumably we are going to go with base rollup. And we also need to increase the exit delay from 2 days to 7 days. And to go to stage 2, we need to have the decentralized governance and a 30-day exit windows for non-security related upgrades. Right, that's it. I believe I'm just on time, so there shouldn't be too much time for questions. So yeah, feel free to just harass me after.
Can you expand a little bit on the 100% Cougar
that you guys announced?
Yeah, so just before that, we were at 99% proven. We were just missing one lookup. So this basically means that everything is covered. There is no gap in the proof system. We support every precompile. It's just completely covered.
Beat that brand new ZKVM. Another one, man. They multiplying like spam commits. Who's gonna stress it till it taps out? Ghost ride your ZKVM straight into the bay. Through Peterson hash, now your stack can't stay. Trust me, bro. Nah, I don't trust it. Your proof's like my scraper. Hella busted. Field got curves, but the gas too thick. Mainnet choke, make your verify sick. Copy paste repo, another lame sequel. Tweeting benchmarks, bro, they're deceitful.
All right, next up we have our third panel on benchmarking methodologies and verification standards. So we have Dimitri from the EF joining, and we also have Norbert from ZK Cloud, Alec from Nexus, and also Maya from Starkware. This one should. Hello, test.
Recursive, dog, please pause. Nested so deep, made Santa Claus lost.
This one, yeah,
chain
and
haul
this
drama.
one as well.
Verify slower than
Hello.
your grandmama. Prover killer,
Hello.
slaying every fake VM. Say you're modular, stacks looking shaky, man. Tweet proofs, but you can't even verify. Proof
Hello,
lab
hello.
laughs while another ZK
Yeah, I
VM
can't
die. Every VC got a VM, they all the same. Control V,
them
code
around.
base, Control C fame. You change a little field, wow, real clever.
All right, thank you all for joining this panel. This one is about benchmarking. So I wanted to start off in just a conversation about some of the limitations with our current standardized benchmarking, especially as it pertains to users. Different users have different application needs. They have different, say, like hardware configurations, access to hardware. So what are some of the trade-offs that come with, say, traditional standardized benchmarking? Oh, and also before we answer that question, you guys are free to give like a brief intro about yourselves and about the projects you represent.
Hi, so I'm Maya from Starkware. This is my second panel today, so I guess you already know. What the limitations, I was actually just speaking about this, is that I think once you publish a benchmark, then people start to like hyper tune to that, hyper tailor to that benchmark. And then the benchmark becomes meaningless because people like tailor their prover to beat that benchmark instead of just making it good for all-around use. So yeah.
I'm Dmitry Kovatsovich from Ethereum Foundation. So I'm a cryptographer, and from cryptography perspective, the benchmarking problem is very ambiguous. So generally, the problem is that, well, first of all, there is a lot of various hardware instances on which you can test and benchmark, and you can get completely different results. So even such a simplest thing as a hash function can be tested on 1,000 different machines, on different architecture from Raspberry Pi to GPU clusters, and you will have completely different results. Not only just plain performance, but relative ratios between how different hash functions compare to each other will also be different. For example, when SHA-3 function was selected, there was a very big benchmark instance called SuperCop, which enabled all hash function submitters to test their candidates on dozens of machines. And the truth is, you see these results, but you can't get any, it's very difficult to interpret them because anyone can choose the machine on which they are the best. On the other hand, anyone can choose the machine on which they are the worst, and depending if you have 1,000 applications, each application may have its own instance, its own favorable hardware. So overall, it's very difficult to get like a single benchmarking number which you can compare your design with others. So even with the cryptography schemes like hash functions, it's super difficult. Well, not super difficult, just difficult. But I'm afraid that with the ZKVM things, it will be even more difficult, because not only you can test it on very different hardware, but also you can run it with different parameters, from security level to memory requirements. So for example, it may easily happen that your design have some kind of a computation memory trade-off or computation network trade-off, depending on how much network you can utilize, how much bandwidth you can utilize, how much memory you can utilize, and all this may prohibit you compare really apple to apples if you really want that.
Hello, everyone. My name is Alec. I'm with Nexus. And I would say for me, the limitation currently really lies in sort of domain-specific end-to-end benchmarks. Different real-world applications of ZK definitely require different sort of evaluation metrics and prioritize different metrics, whether it's security, post-quantum security, latency, etc. So I think coming up with different domain-specific benchmarking that is standardized will be very critical.
Hi, everyone. I'm Norbert from ZK Cloud. Yeah, to be honest with you, it's, as we already see, we have 25-ish ZK VMs currently out there and counting. So basically, to get a glimpse of the overall landscape for anyone who is looking to explore, like, which ZK VM should I use, is super hard. And because of that, I mean, with all the, we don't have, and I don't think we have proper ways to do the benchmarking as of now. There are some good initiatives, including Ethproofs, for example. But like, I do find it very important to find some common ground and some common denominators in how we do benchmarking. For example, I'd say for someone to get an overall glimpse of where the landscape stands, I guess benchmarking on identical hardware and same workloads. And this can be different types of workloads. For example, how the ZK benchmark website, I think the Lambda team is managing that. They use Kecheck, they use Fibonacci, and they use Ethereum block proving. So it's a kind of like a variegated set of workloads run on some machines. And I think it's very important, even though it may not reflect actual real-world complexity in full. With Ethereum block proving, partially yes. But like, I think it's very important. And then on top of that, if there are certain use cases that want to optimize for some specific thing, some specific aspect, then another type of benchmarking, for example, relying on what is the best performance capability of a ZK VM with the most optimal setup they can get on some specific workload. That could be another angle to help users see a general overview with apple-to-apple comparison, and then specifically for their use case, find the best one. It's not easy because we've seen, I think we've all seen some kind of benchmarking wars in the past 2 years where teams indeed, as you mentioned, can just take the most optimal setup for yourself, show incredible results, take another, like the same setup may be very not optimal for another ZK VM and say, hey, we are 10x, 50x, whatever, better than the other. So we do need objective benchmarks, I guess, and some common ground there.
So actually, it's good that you said that, because we actually, first two, because we saw the same exact thing that you're talking about, we commissioned an external team to standardize the benchmarks for us. I hope it'll be released this week or next week. So currently the tasks that we chose to benchmark are obviously Fibonacci, but SHA-2, SHA-2 chain, SHA-3, SHA-3 chain, and matrix multiplication, just code. So, and we we fixed the hardware and we fixed the security bits, and we tried to make it as apples to apples as possible. We have an even deeper problem when benchmarking, because our provers 2 proves, well, it's a general prover, but we have a Cairo implementation, like a Cairo errors first 2. So basically, we write code in Cairo, and then there's Rust code for the other most other provers, and then you have to get into whether, well, maybe we cheated a bit when we implemented Cairo, made it better than the Rust implementation or something like that. So we benchmarked our prover on Cairo code versus Rust code on other provers, but also versus the precompiles on other provers without a precompile. So to show that we beat SP1, we beat RISC-0 with Cairo code versus precompiles. So, yeah.
Okay, great. So it sounds like some of the main limitations we're seeing, Maya, you mentioned about kind of different projects trying to hyper optimize based on, say, some of the optimizations that they compared to with other projects. And then Dimitri, you mentioned about kind of the diversity in the different types of hardware. Maybe some kinds of tasks has more kind of favorable hardware configurations. And then from over here, we hear from Alec about domain-specific benchmarking, and also Norbert about benchmarking from different use cases and about the diversity about the different tasks as well, which is an important component. And then I also wanted to ask you all about some of the properties that we should prioritize while benchmarking. So, but both you, Alec, and then also I believe Dimitri mentioned about potentially also security properties. Like right now, a lot of the benchmarking methodologies really prioritize on, say, efficiency-related benchmarks relating to speed or on latency. But what other properties should we prioritize, like, say, those relating to security? You mentioned, Alec, post-quantum security, for example, or maybe some about resource utilization, memory management, efficiency. So what are some of the properties that we should really consider when we're thinking about benchmarking?
Obviously, I think you should benchmark, you should fix some things and then benchmark all other things. Yeah, so you choose what you fix. Ideally, you find some neutral ground on hardware and security bits and things like this. And then you benchmark the proving time, the proof size, the verification time, because that's super important. Because like for instance, our prover is optimized for fast prover now, fast proving at the expense of verification time. So it's not like, so you really have to benchmark all, like the peak memory consumption. A lot of the provers, when you, like, for instance, we see the Jolt prover doing very well in certain tasks, but it runs out of memory on the same hardware that other provers that are slower don't. So I think that's important.
Yeah, it indeed seems that just taking verifier speed is not sufficient, because there can be easily prover-verifier trade-off, so that you can, for example, have a more expensive prover at the cost of faster verifier or smaller proof. And it just may not be easy to compare apple to apples here. So one possibility is to have for benchmark, like something an upper bound for prover running on certain hardware. So it's not a guarantee that that all the provers run more or less on the same machine, but at least put them in the more or less the same category. For example, prover using not more than 10 GPU instances and no more than several gigabytes of RAM, something like this, and then how much, and proof size at most, I don't know, 500K or something like this. And then you compare the verification time. And of course, you may have several instances of this. So it might be better to explore a trade-off, because, for example, right now, you may need shorter proofs, but maybe you can afford longer verification time. In the future, it can be all the way around. Like you can afford bigger proofs, but you need faster verification because you reduce the slot duration. So
Yeah, I totally agree. And I think, just to reiterate, it will really come down to sort of coming up with different benchmarking standards with, different set benchmarks and fixed points for different applications. I think also something that still is a little ambiguous is sort of privacy capacity of different ZKVMs and, how much information is kept secret.
Yeah, I think you guys said it all already, but maybe one thing I would add from my side, I really find it important that these things are open source, and like the entire implementations, the ZKVM, and also, for example, multi-GPU orchestrators that are being used to show certain numbers. So yeah, I think I'd mention that. And also, obviously, audits, formal specs, formal verification later on, all these add up to those properties that could be investigated when trying to compare ZKVMs.
Yeah, and that's a really great point that you mentioned, Norbert, about the open source and how important it is to provide that sort of transparency for other teams to see, other users to see, and also really appreciate the points about kind of tailoring the benchmarks or like providing different standards based on trade-offs that different teams are willing to make as well. Like say you mentioned, Dimitri, about trade-offs, say, between verification time versus the proof size. Different teams may have different priorities, different users may have different priorities. So really important to try to like navigate through that plane. And on the topic of properties, I wanted to dive a bit deeper into the security property specifically, on Ethproofs right now. Within the pizza, I believe 6 out of the 8 properties are security related. So I'm wondering how we can go about with effectively assessing like evaluations with security, how say formal verification and audits can tie into it. So basically how we can like quantitatively assess the security side.
Okay, I'll go first again. So I think there's things that are easy and things that are hard. Like fixing the number of security bits is easy. Like the proof of work aspect of certain proofers, that's easy. Human error is always the hardest thing to quantify, obviously. Formal verification is important. We write clean proofs for all our errors. Audits, external audits. Obviously, open source audit reports after fixing any bugs that come up. Yeah.
Yeah, this pizza slices at Ethproofs are actually very, very attractive, but just the number, for example, 128 bits, it doesn't kind of show everything. In particular, when we talk about security in cryptography, the major part is to state all the assumptions that your system relies on. So, and it's actually not trivial for a big, complicated cryptography protocol to list all the assumptions that it relies upon. So here you have, even in the case of stacks, you don't have only the assumptions on the security of some conjecture, but you also have assumptions on the security of hash functions. And while these assumptions can be right or wrong, they can turn out to be wrong in the future, or there can be assumptions about uniformity of some functions. And overall, there can be ZKVMs that use sort of minimal set of assumptions, something that more trusted. Some of them use a bigger set of assumptions. Some of them using a set of assumptions that is, for example, minimal but are very novel and not really battle tested. So it's not easy to compare them, like again, apples to apples, because some of the assumptions they only we believe that they hold only after a sufficient amount of public scrutiny. Like again, with the security of hash functions, you cannot prove that a certain hash function is secure with very few exceptions, but you can only demonstrate that kind of dozens of cryptanalysts across the world have tried to break it and they failed, and this gives us confidence that this particular hash function is secure. And this kind of assumptions turn out to be true. We believe that they hold only after sufficient amount of public scrutiny. So when we list, even for benchmarking, when we list the security that we claim, there should be not only just number of security bits that we claim, but also all the assumptions that we rely upon. And there should be, of course, separate proofs that demonstrate that reduce the security of the entire protocol to this particular assumptions. Also, you mentioned security audits. So just the fact of audits is also not often sufficient. So I also do regular cryptographic and code audits with another team outside of the EF. And we certainly know that a project, it's not like black and white. So your project is audit or not audit, because the quality of the code may be so low that it's not easy to say if the code is secure enough. So like even after you run kind of 5 independent audits, still the code may be so optimized, for example, so optimized and because of that obfuscated that you don't confidently say that it's secure. It may require too much time from auditors to be confident, and still they are not as confident as with some kind of smaller, more compact and easily auditable code. So one parameter that we probably should consider is in general kind of auditability and readability of everything from the code to the mathematical specification.
Yeah, I think that would be a nice addition to open sourcing different ZK VMs or different components, and then having a sort of metric, like you said, to evaluate that. I would also add that from my perspective, it's certainly difficult to sort of standardize benchmarking of key security assumptions, like you mentioned in the trusted setup for different ZK snarks and such. And so either figuring out some standard benchmarking for that or some kind of scoring mechanism and encouraging sort of a movement towards more transparent, transparent setup environments would be more positive for security.
From my side, maybe I would add, I really like the pizza, the Ethproofs pizza for the ZK VMs. I'd maybe add, I mean, all these were really good points. So I think that pizza will be dynamic, I guess, in the future. So as soon as certain part of the code is updated in the ZK VMs, new precompiles are added, whatever, the delta there has to be, so that should be reflected in the pizza. Maybe it was green, it becomes yellow or orange or whatever that other color is. And until the delta is audited and verified as secure, it's becoming orange. And like this type of dynamism, I think should definitely be there. Also, another, maybe a slightly controversial angle is like, so in the past year or two, we've seen 3, 4, or even larger X of improvement per quarter from many of the ZK VMs. And like with this pace of the ZK VMs changing, it's very hard for me to grasp when is a point when there is some kind of code freeze that could, sufficiently, like there is an audit on top of that and then sufficient confidence that it's secure. The pace has been so huge, it's just enormous. And then another thing is and this is the controversial part, is the go-to-market. Like these teams want others to use the ZK VMs. Obviously, others want secure ZK VMs. So like, what's the balance? Audits or even formal verification takes time. It's expensive. It's a very complex matrix that drives all these efforts.
Absolutely. And just on the topic of avoiding the apples to orange comparisons, which we touched upon briefly before. So for example, for ZK VMs that may have some acceleration techniques, like if they say use proof recursion or parallelization, maybe some other techniques that really help boost the efficiency. should they be evaluated under the same configured baseline as some other ZK VMs who say don't offer these properties? A lot of the times in, say, academic settings, these specifications would be normalized and say one system offers a feature, but the other system, which it's comparing to, does not offer the same features. So in that benchmark, that feature won't be considered because like not all the systems that are being evaluated have that, versus say like industry-wide benchmarks where the best like performant case is considered across these different systems. How can we best evaluate these different scenarios in which we have, say, like different features across different ZKVMs, and while avoiding these apples to oranges comparisons?
Well, one way to go is, of course, to ask designers of ZKVM to suggest just a small subset of instances. Like, okay, like instance 1 has this functions, instance 2 has this ones, instance 3 is like has everything, and this sort of limits the number of benchmark values that we obtain. Well, and if someone is particularly interested, that you can run this system on like tons of other configurations, but they're not of part of official benchmarks. So and this will kind of throw the ball to the designers, because they will have to choose which functions they value more and suggest them for public scrutiny. That's one.
So I agree. I also think that we have the good fortune to not be in the academic paper setting, to have everything have to be contained in a single 12-page paper which is well formatted. So you can have, and we can see that you can have different benchmarking sites that benchmark for different settings, like in the web, on mobile, for ETH blocks. It doesn't really matter, because like a wealth of different standards will definitely just push everyone forward. So, okay, if you don't have a GPU implementation for your prover yet, that's fine. You can be benchmarked for CPU, and other provers that do have GPU support can be benchmarked against each other for that, and recursion as well. Like you can have different options for different provers. You don't have to just choose one.
Yeah, I definitely think because of the rate of innovation and differentiation that's happening, we'll start to see, and obviously wanting to avoid just creating more and more benchmarks for every different type of proving system or ZKVM. We're going to start to see sort of a slowly growing cohort of benchmarks for different design principles, perhaps with teams that are developing these, recursion-based proof systems and more innovative new sort of products coming up with their own benchmarks that then become more widely adopted. But I think that's a problem that we're all going to have to sort of work on together, and sort of drive the development of more and more benchmarks as more and more proving systems are created.
Thanks. I think, Maya, you mentioned about Stu, that you were even comparing the performance of Stu to the performance of RISC-V ZKVMs with precompiles. And so it's kind of like, it seems apple to oranges, but for me, I think that's a very good example where you take a certain workload and you show your best capability. And I think here, in this case, the workload itself, and that being uniform across all, is the common denominator or the common basis off of which we can create comparability. I think one important thing here is, though, that when we do this and teams are allowed to use any optimal hardware, like any hardware most optimal for them, that hardware setup should be openly disclosed, and probably the cost of proof for that workload should also be openly disclosed as well. Because when we talk about real-time proving, for example, and Succinct says 94% or 94% of blocks are now real-time proven, and there is a capability for that, while for RISC-0 it's something like 60%. But 200 GPUs versus that Succinct mentioned for real-time proving constantly and every block, and like a cluster of 120K that RISC-0 mentioned, there is like an 8-10x difference there. So like even if we take a simple workload and identical workload and let any ZKVM jump on that and do benchmarks on that, the cluster itself that it's capable to do some performance on is super important. So, and it's hard. I mean, at that point, it's hard to give it to a third party. So, I mean, but I do believe third party type of standard hardware, standard workload type of comparison is also needed, but it may just limit our glimpse into what the actual ZKVMs are really capable of.
You can normalize per dollar, right?
Amazon dollar.
Yeah, Amazon dollar, or Google dollar, whatever. Yeah.
Yeah, but like that's a good point. Like Amazon dollar and normalize off of that. But like, you know, the blockchain space itself is very good at finding the cheapest resource for whatever you need. The cheapest resource, electricity for BTC mining, or you know, whatever. So it's like, is it really like comparing based off of Amazon instances a real comparison? It's yeah, I'm not sure.
All right, so we talked about kind of these apples to oranges comparisons. We also talked about properties that we should prioritize, some limitations. Now I want to go into the types of tasks that you believe should be benchmarked. So maybe Maya, since you mentioned about like Starkware's recent benchmarking, maybe you can like walk us through the decision-making process for evaluating these tasks. And I remember, Norbert, you mentioned that kind of the diversity of these tasks, like for example, there was the Fibonacci sequence proving, and then also the mainnet block, and then the Keccak hash function, like kind of having that diversity of different tasks. But was wondering if we should really prioritize these real world use cases, like say with proving a mainnet block versus proving like different individualized operations, or even like simple program logic. Like some people really argue against having proving the Fibonacci sequence computation as a benchmark, even though that's very much like in a lot of benchmarking reports, that's something that a lot of people consider. But some other people think that we shouldn't include that because it doesn't really demonstrate any kinds of like real world use cases that users would like think that's useful for. So what are some of the different in terms of walking through the decision-making process, the types of tasks we should prioritize when looking at benchmarking?
Well, I think, first of all, this is a hard question. Yeah, I don't claim to have a complete answer to it. It comes back to like whether you want to normalize to even the playing field, or whether you want to maybe care about more complex nuances. So yeah, we picked some tasks that we thought are important. We also wanted something that is so general that it's used by everything in the world, like matrix multiplication, just to showcase like a general use case for proving. But I think ultimately the only way that you know if a ZKVM is right for you is by running it on what you actually want to do in the end. So for instance, we tailor our provers and our proving system to the Starknet blockchain. We're now branching out to enable outside users to use it for client-side applications. But everything we did, our errors, for instance, are not as optimal as they can be, just to accommodate the fact that Starknet currently operates over a large field, even though S2 is tailored for a small field. So it's kind of like you can benchmark everything, but ultimately you have to actually try the thing that you actually want to go for to understand what works for you, because you can't look at all of these tiny tasks and probably gather a big picture of how, like, ultimately how something will perform currently, at least.
I've just got an idea that, the real-time proving that we have been talking about is actually opening another security property that kind of implicitly should hold that all the blocks that appear in Ethereum should be proven in real time, and actually it may happen that one will be able to craft a block that is totally fine from the plain executor, but terribly difficult for a prover, and terribly difficult not just in the computation amount, because probably it can be parallelized, but in terms of latency. So what if someone is able to craft a block that is so worst case that is just getting proven for 1 minute, and not for one proof system, but for many? This can be like a denial of service attack, that something resembling an attack happening several years ago, right? When there was an attack when an adversary was able to tamper with different parts of the Ethereum state all around, so that, like, technically it was cheap on gas, but computationally it was very expensive for clients. And here we have a new generation of clients. We have ZKVMs, and for them, new attack vectors open if they claim that they are real-time proven.
I'll take it back a little bit higher level and say that, to me, I think a lot of the sort of synthetic benchmarking methodologies like the Fibonacci sequence, etc., are very useful for sort of optimizing your current ZK VMs, whether it's the hardware, the prover, etc. Whereas, like we mentioned, in order to integrate these a bit deeper into real-world applications and really, like you said, you only really know if your ZK VM is right for your specific task by running that task. I wonder if we can create a sort of derivative layer of benchmarks that are relatively simple tasks that are, whether domain specific to healthcare, and then sort of optimize for those different, whether it's security or privacy or verification speed or proving speed metrics needed for those different industries. So sort of looking again at the existing benchmarking methodologies as very much for optimization and improvement, and then having a new extended set of benchmarks for that implementation.
Maybe I do agree with everything you guys said. I think real-world workloads would be the way to go, because it's just like testing certain functions or certain operations, or like it may just be too abstract for an average application developer when they want to develop a ZK app, and just they want to figure out which ZK VM would be most suited. On the other hand, what I wanted to hint at, and that's something that our universal prover network is capable of. The functionality has been there in the DevNet since like the DevNet we launched last March, and then we've had another network launched in December, where it's not only us who can deploy provers there and start generating proofs, but basically it's a universal network, as in developers could take their prover binary and deploy it on the network themselves. So even if we have integrated RISC-0 and SP1, someone could take Stu and deploy their container and run their workloads with Stu using like the underlying hardware that's being utilized by provers on ZK Cloud. Now we've got pretty uniform hardware there because we apply random selection for assigning workloads in the network. And I don't want to talk too much about our setup, but what I want to hint at is that we need platforms that allow developers to not just test what's integrated by the developers of that platform, but that are open enough to allow me to bring my own customized ZK VM, maybe where I made some optimizations I throw it in there, and the prover network underlying the platform can actually generate proofs. And like it's like, how do I do self-benchmarking in a reliable way on a third-party provider's uniform hardware network, maybe, type of thing that I want to hint at. Hope I was able to express that properly.
Yeah, definitely agree with all the points here, and especially on that point of like the user-specific benchmarking. And Maya, how you mentioned, it's really hard to get like a big picture understanding with all of these kind of smaller tasks. And it's really up to the user using their own hardware configuration, figuring out what exactly they want to test it on their own. So really appreciate all the points that were made here on this panel. And yeah, lots of takeaways from this as well. So thank you so much for all of our panelists. Thank you so much. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah. Thanks, Maya. Thanks, Norm.
Verify, yeah, me neither. Threads on blast, mainnet slow. Back end melt like Bay Bridge snow. Docs say trustless, that's so fake. Trusted setup that your uncle baked. Prover trying to load sounds like dial up. Chain froze up, devs in denial, bruh. Curve so niche, can't even scale it. Stress test heavy till your witness bailing. Spin figure eights from constraints and break them. Boot up, stall your mainnet, fake it. Docs on docs, blogs on blogs. Proof lab laughing, your VM logs clogged. Prover killer, slaying every fake VM. Say you're modular, stacks looking shaky, man. Tweeted proof, but you can't even verify. Proof lab blast while another ZK VM. I drop entropy like E40 slang. Your prover crash, that's bang, bang, bang. Claim you're blown, but you're just confused. Circuit slide.
All right, thank you everyone from our last panel. Next up, we have a keynote that will be given by Jordi from Polygon.
This is the ZK VM that we have been developing for the last year in Polygon. Mainly what we have been doing is using all the technology from Hermes, Polygon Hermes, Polygon the ZK VM, all the knowledge that we accumulate there. I mean, on all the experience that keeping a ZK prover in production gave to us. I mean, from security perspective, from learnings, from things that work, things that don't work, things that are performant and not. And we took all this technology. Actually, we improve a lot. We rewrite all the PIL to PIL 2. And from the last year, we start building this project. I mean, this is a ZK VM. As you know, you can, I mean, it's a RISC-V 64 bits. Emulation, so you can write programs in Rust. You know better than me. I mean, you write the programs in Rust, and then you just prove them. Okay. Proving in real time. I mean, probably this is not new to you. Why is important proving in real time? I want to mention here two applications. One of those is connecting networks. This is what in Polygon is the aggregation layer. Okay, but I mean, in a more generic way, if you want to connect one network to the other, you need to prove fast. And if you want to connect them, the idea is that the other network needs to be sure that that the state is committed and valid. Okay, so if you have two chains, maybe you can follow the chain, the other chain, and that's fine. But if you have thousands of chains, all the chains cannot follow all the thousands of chains. And in an environment where chains are created and not created, this doesn't work. And so the way to do is just instead of following chains, actually the chain generates ZK proof, and then all the other chains can use this information to validate the chain. Okay. And the other application is very much for new consensus algorithms. I mean, here the Ethereum Twin chain is an example of these chains. But when you are introducing the ZK in the consensus technology, then you open a new era in the consensus chain. So there is other applications, but this is one of the motivations. And all of them, they require to write fast proofs. Okay, and fast proofs So that what we did mainly is just design from scratch. Is okay. We take this thing. We have this technology. What can we do to accelerate? I mean, how much can we push to have a fast proof? Okay, and this is very much where we get. Some considerations in the ZK. So of course, fast proof. We are controlling the full stack. I mean, the idea is that we go from the very low level. Primitives to the high level, so we control the proving stack. Mentioned that the ZISC is we built a full prover, okay, and ZISC is just like it's another circuit of the full prover, okay, so it's a full technology that we are hierarching from here. We are targeting 128 bits. I'm emphasizing that because I see in this space that okay, we are giving away, and many projects are doing 100 bits. Again, if we decide we go to 100 bits, let's reduce the security to everything to 100 bits. But if the standard is 128 bits, which I think we all agree, then let's stick to 128 bits on that. Because if not, we are cheating ourselves on this. Okay. We are also full open source. We are very committed to open source. I think that if you are in this space, you know that everything that's not open source, we cannot trust that. So we are open source from the first day. We are developing open source. You can go to the code. You are seeing the branches that we are doing. You are seeing the modifications that you are doing. We are developing open source, and we believe in these values in open source. And open source from the beginning to the end. Including the proving systems, the tricks, and whatever. We believe in learning from other projects. I hope that other projects are also learn from us. We want to be part of the space in a contribution space. So it's for open source to the limit on that part. As I mentioned, it's a 64 bits. People may ask why 64 bits and not 32 bits. Well, the difference is not like something huge, but the performance is that, well, first, when you have a 64 bits, the number of instructions you need to run is less. So, and if you matter is the execution time and latency, this is an important thing. But also you are saving, especially Rust, where it makes the big difference is when you are transferring, where you are mem copying. Rust does a lot of moving data around from one side to the other, and moving in at 32 bits at a time or 64 bits at a time would just improve a lot. So it's maybe just going to 64 bits, having an improvement of 25% probably is a good thing. Also, 64 bits allows you to work with other compilers, for example, Golang or even C# or other compilers that they are not LLVM based and they have some direct 64 bits. It's more standard. The current standard in compiles in today's day is not 32 bits. It's more 64 bits, and 32 bits was more in maybe in the 80s. Not now. Well, and as I mentioned, ZISC is quite modular. It's a full proving system. So ZISC is just an example on that. These are the current timings. Here is where we are, okay? So we divide the proof computation in 4 parts. The first is the execution part. The first is probably the one that's the most limiting because it's the one that you cannot parallelize. And so mainly what we do here, instead of let's say, interpreting the RISC-V code. Actually, what we are doing, we are like pre-compiling. We are converting RISC-V to Intel instructions. So we can do that really, really fast. Actually, currently, the current numbers is that we are able to execute this code plus creating what we call the minimum trace. If you need to create a proof, you need to extract something from this computation. This is what we call the minimum trace, because from there we can already divide by chunks and execute in parallel. Okay. At this point, with a machine, let's say, well, this is with one of our developers' gaming machine. Okay, so this is about a 5 gigahertz machine with a fast memory. It's a quite fast machine. We're already at 1.5 gigahertz executing. So that means that if we do overclocking and maybe with the new functions of being able to be at 2 gigahertz, probably it's feasible at this point. Okay, so that means that we are very close to native execution with this. Okay, so doing this part, we are good. The next part, this is the witness computation. Okay, we extract that, but now we need to write the actual witness. Okay, we need to write the polynomials from this part. This is the part that we have been, let's say, working less. That's the one that we are working right now. I put it in red because 6 seconds, but we believe that we can improve that maybe to 2 seconds or something like that. By the way, this is just to prove a block that has 35 million gas, 230 transactions. This is the block number, and here we are using 32 GPUs in 8 hosts, so 4 GPUs per host. Okay, so these are the timing. So this 6 seconds going to 3 seconds. I hope that in the coming weeks we can reduce that number. The next one is air building. I mean, this is where the real work is happening. This is what happens mainly in the GPU. The first one happens a lot in the CPU, but the second one happens in the GPU. The good thing of this is that this is the big work, but this scales very, very, very well. I mean, this parallelizes very well. This is with 32 bits, so you can expect that if instead of putting 32 GPUs, you put 64 GPUs, this number is going to halve. Witness computation, it should, but at this point, it does not parallelize as well, but theoretically, it should. Okay, so these two things should parallelize well. Okay. And the last one is the aggregation part. I mean, we did also very important work. Right now on aggregation, it takes 150 milliseconds just to aggregate. But not only that, I mean, in a single GPU, we can build, I don't know, something like 16 at a time on that. So aggregating all this at the end is log n. I mean, if you have right now, this proof, I think, was something like 500 errors that we need to prove. So this is 2 to the 9. So this is 9 times 0.15. This is maybe it could be 1.5. Put here an extra margin, but this is more or less where we are. So if you see these numbers, we are more or less at real time, especially if we reduce these 6 seconds to maybe 2 seconds, we definitively are going to be in real time. Future plans, optimization. I mean, still some optimizations, pending optimizations, especially in the memory part. There is some optimizations needs to be improved in that part. Okay, we need to finish also the BN 128. That's almost finished in there, but we have some, of course, some documentation and cleaning and prepare very much for the audit. I mean, auditing, once we stabilize more or less this, we need to audit that so that this can be used in production ready. We're gonna start probably with we're gonna start with an internal audit, but this is important. And in the future, of course, there is the formal verification. That's a huge topic, but it's also in the roadmap somehow. Okay. Of course, as I mentioned, everything is open source. It's a repo. You can test it here, push it here, and we have also. I mean, just feel free to contact us for anybody that's trying it. If you have any problem, please feel free to contact us. We want to keep improving it and being at least one of the reference ZKVMs in the space. So that's very much. Thank you very much for listening to me.
Marks bruised, back end looking janky like scraper paint. Mainnet run, nah, it faint. Verifier gone, ghost in the shell. Another ZKVM bid farewell.
You can ask me, right here. I'm gonna be here today and tomorrow.
Docs still say alpha release. Proof lab swing, hey, proof lab. ZKVM graveyard shift. Too many posers, not enough hits. RIP to another stack. We out here killing dreams. Yada da me. Bay Area, high fee.
Thanks so much, Jordi. Next up, we have Luca from L2B, who will be giving a keynote.
Okay. Yeah. Hey everyone, I'm Luca. I do research at L2Bit. I'm not a cryptographer, I'm not a ZK engineer. My job is to provide transparency to the space, and this is what this presentation is about. And precisely on why ZK is not all we need. So this is, Ethproofs Summit. I opened a few links that are recommended in the website to explain what ZK is, and I found these two resources. One of them says ZKVM is driving the future of verifiable computation, right? Another one says ZKVMs compress any number of Ethereum transactions in a single low-cost and succinct validity proof. This allows for delegating the running of the EVM to powerful nodes with no trust assumptions. And again, L2Bit job is to assess where the trust is, and saying no trust assumption are big words for us, right? So what does it mean? What does verifiable computation with no trust assumptions mean in practice? At the limit, no trust assumptions means that you can verify a computation just by trusting yourself, right? And trusting yourself, just by trusting yourself, if you really think deeply about it, it's actually not possible, right? Because there are many tech components in the stack, and realistically, you cannot go check all of them, right? There is some software components, some hardware components, there is some theoretical components. The math is difficult. You cannot check everything, right? You might not have the knowledge, you might not have the time. This is just impossible to have something that, at the limit, doesn't have trust assumptions. So if you want to check something, and you know that it's not possible to do everything yourself, what you do is that you delegate the verification to someone else. But this means adding trust, right? And this is a problem. This is a problem, so how do we minimize this problem? So there was this conversation, very nice conversation on Twitter on this problem. I think these comments from Mika were responding to POTUS. And POTUS was saying something like, my mother or my grandmother shouldn't be able to read smart contracts before using an application. We shouldn't require this from users, right? Which is, of course, realistic. I agree with this. But again, in an ideal world, your mom would reach out to her trust network and ask, is X safe to use? Someone then audits or asks their trust network. The goal is to maximize the set of people who can audit the code, so the number of hops between mom and the auditor is as short as possible. So again, you cannot check everything yourself. You should ask your peers if something can be trusted or not. You can imagine this trust network as a graph, maybe a weighted graph. And what you want to do is to maximize your level of confidence, right? And these weights probably degrade the further you go in the graph from you, right? So you want to delegate the trust to as many people as possible with the most confidence as possible. So going back to ZK, I want to use a ZK rollup, right? What should I do? First, you need to trust the L1 RPC. And trusting the L1 RPC means either you trust Alchemy, you trust QuickNode, or you run your own full node. If you run your own full node, of course, you need to trust this software that you're running, right? So you're running Geth, you should check Geth or delegate the verification to someone else. Maybe, it's its own rabbit hole, right? You could have multiple clients, whatever. Then you need to assess the L2 code that is on L1. You need to check the smart contracts, whether there are forced transactions, whether you can run a prover, whether the verifier is not gated, right? If the proof system is correct. And again, this is another rabbit hole. And then there is the L2 RPC, similar considerations for the L1 RPC. Maybe a bit more complicated. So what we do at L2Bit is the second part. We look at the smart contracts. We try to assess the smart contracts, and we have this nice risk pizza that also Ethproofs started to use, right? The thing is, if you're not checking the contract yourself, you might use L2Bit as your delegated trust. But the thing is, this is not comfortable for us, and it shouldn't be comfortable for you. Like, you shouldn't just trust L2Bit, right? So how do we fix this problem? We fix this problem by explaining how our projects work, right? We draw diagrams, we have very deep descriptions, we provide links to all the smart contracts so that if you don't trust the L2Bit assessment, you can do it yourself. You can check the contracts, you can check what we write, so that it's also easy for you to falsify what we say. We released this other tool where you can see all the connections between contracts, the graph, all the values, raw values. So for us, it's really important that, yes, to provide an assessment, but also for you to have the tools not to trust us, right? Another example of this is on Ethproofs, which is the audits, for example. In SP1, they say the project is fully audited, but like personally, to be honest, I don't trust this value because I spent some time ago, a week or like a couple of weeks, looking at audits. There was Arbitrum complaining that Optimism doesn't audit their proof system. And Optimism says Arbitrum doesn't audit their proof system as well. And so I spent 1 week looking at audits, and the conclusion is that it's very complicated. Audits are very nuanced. You could audit one part and then another part, and then when you audit the other part, you modify the first one. Then you might have fixes, and then you don't audit the fixes, right? So what I want to say is, if there is a website that says that something is fully audited, please provide me with the links of the audits so that I can also self-assess myself if this is true or not. Like, you shouldn't trust Ethproofs, right? Ethproofs should help you to also self-assess. So L2Bit checks smart contracts, right? The problem with just checking smart contracts is that it works fine for most things, but when you hit a ZK verifier, what you see is this, right? There are random numbers that represent the verification key or similar, and like, we get stuck. Like, we need to go beyond the smart contracts to understand what a ZK rollup is verifying. Like, from here, of course, you cannot distinguish between a ZK VM being proven or Sudoku puzzles, right? And this is very important because actually there have been problems inside these projects, right? And to know that there are problems, you need to look at the source code, and you need to be sure that the source code you're looking at is actually what is being verified on chain. So this example is Linea. Linea for a very long time had a under-constrained proof system. They were not proving all the execution. They just fixed it like these past few days, I think. They managed to get to full soundness. But like, these are security concerns, right? And the only way to check this, like kudos to Linea for being honest, but like, we don't know about the other projects, right? If they are under constraint. The only way to do this is to check the verifier. Another example is the semaphore case. Last year, we tried to regenerate the verifier for Semaphore, which is one of the simplest projects for specifically the WorldCoin verifiers. And after weeks, turns out that it's impossible to get the on-chain verifier, to reproduce the on-chain verifier that they use, because the Circum version that they used at the time is non-deterministic. So it's impossible to get the same R1CS file because the order of constraints is non-deterministic or whatever. So it's impossible to verify what WorldCoin is doing on-chain. Like, it's just not possible, right? ZK is supposed to be transparent, trustless. With WorldCoin, at least with this old verifier, I think they changed it, it's impossible to know what they're doing. So there are many problems today with ZK. Finding good docs on how to reproduce this verifier is extremely difficult. This is for Semaphore, again, for WorldCoin. Like, you need the exact, for example, commit hashes to know like the commit of the tools you need to use to reproduce the verifier, and most of the time, they're not shown in their guides or in their documentation, right? I spent weeks trying to get to these commit hashes by bisecting the repository code myself, because I couldn't get this verifier, and even the developers themselves didn't remember which commit they used, which version, which release they used to generate the on-chain verifiers. Every project uses custom tooling, right? This is from zk-sync. The other one is Scroll. They have their own tools. And now, even if you can reproduce the verifier, now you need to trust the tool that you use, because it could be that this tool just does random computation and gives you the verification key at the end without any meaningful connection to the source code. And this is a problem because, again, this adds complexity to this verification, right? And sometimes generating verification keys might be hardware intensive. It might require hundreds of gigabytes, so it's not something that it is as easy as checking Solidity source code, where you just need to compile with Sol-C or whatever. So, and it takes 5-6 hours. This is from an old Polygon documentation. I think right now with the new version, this is even higher, the hardware requirements. So we want to provide more transparency to the space. We kind of want to fix this problem. We want to expose those projects that whose verifier cannot be reproduced. Because again, this is equivalent to an unverified smart contract. You have no idea what it is being proven. So we will have a list of projects. We're working on this page. This is a proof of concept. Don't trust the values. This is done by our designer. But the idea is that we want to list these on-chain verifiers. We want to show how much value they secured, which projects use those verifiers. Verifiers count, which is, some projects could have one that uses gross 16 as the final wrap, another one uses Splunk. But then we also want to have this column that shows attesters, right? So it's not possible, we think it's not feasible to build a backend that does the verification of that reproduces the on-chain verifier from the source code, because this requires arbitrary computation, right? All the tooling is custom, so you cannot have a backend like Etherscan that just compiles Solidity contracts, right? So it's not possible to have a generalized backend. You need to go one by one for all the projects to try to match the source code. This is very complicated. We probably not do this for every project. So we also want to outsource this verification. And also, we don't want you to trust L2Bit alone. So, for example, you could see that we have gone through this process of regenerating the verification key, the on-chain verifier. You will see an attestation by the L2Bit that says, yes, this is the source code. But we want to invite other projects to also submit their attestation, that they've gone through the process and they attest that this is indeed the source code. So you will see, Nethermind could do this, OpenZeppelin could do this. We're also thinking maybe to do doing on-chain attestations if you don't want to even trust our curated list of attesters, of trusted attesters. But yeah, we will expose those projects whose verifier are not reproducible, and of course also trusted setups. A lot of projects have very questionable trusted setups, especially those that use gross 16 as their final wrap. One example of them is SP1. Some projects like this, Cosmos, Bridge, IBC, and I don't even remember, Bridge uses SP1 with the gross 16 final wrap. But in SP1, the gross 16 trusted setup is 5 people, all internal to Succinct. So 7, whatever, right? So you shouldn't trust this verifier. And so we will expose also these projects that will do this. And that's all from our side. Thank you.
Beat that brand new ZKVM.
Another one, man. They multiplying like spam commits.
Who's gonna stress it till it taps out? Ghost ride your ZKVM straight into the bay. Through Peterson hash, now your stack can't stay. Trust me, bro. Nah.
Internally verify that they actually have like full coverage of the circuits, or you're gonna have like some automated backend there? Because I think it's another area where at least I've personally seen.
Like specifically for audits. Yeah, so we want to show audits, like we wanted to show audits, also for L2s in general, not just ZK, right? We have a lot of L2s. We want to show that your proof system is audited or like your bridge is audited. The problem is, again, audits are very, very nuanced. Like it's super complicated. For example, to check whether the audit refers to a version that is actually used on production, because it could be that, yes, you have an audit of a certain up to a certain commit, and then the project just adds commits and then uses that on chain, right? Is it audited or not? Like, it's complicated, right? So we were also thinking about maybe building a framework on how to assess audits, how to audit audits, right? Which is absurd in a way, but like what Ethproofs is doing, I think it's not the right thing. Like, just saying that something is fully audited, I think it's a very big claim, right? So like we want to do this, it's very complicated. As I said, I spent weeks trying to look into Arbitrum and Optimism audits. It's a mess, it's really a mess. And most of the time, even the audits themselves don't say what is the full scope of the audit, because it could be that they missed something, or also it could be that an audit says that there are some problems, right? But these problems are just acknowledged. So saying that something is audited could give a false sense of security if there are issues that are just acknowledged and not resolved, right? So we'll try, we'll see.
Too thick, mainnet choke, make your verify sick. Copy paste repo, another lame sequel. Tweeting benchmarks, bro, they're deceitful.
All right, thanks, Luca. Next up, we have Stefan from ZKM, who will be presenting a keynote.
This is so deep, made Santa Claus lost. Back end sweating, chain haul drama. Verify slow. Prover killer, slaying everything.
Okay. Hello, everyone. This is Stefan from ZKM, and today I'm going to introduce the path towards the real-time proving with the ZK MIPS. There are three parts. The first part I would introduce what is the ZK MIPS and how we implement the ZK MIPS. And the second part I will introduce how we implements the real-time proving with the ZK MIPS. And the final part is our use case with the real-time proving enabled ZK MIPS. Okay, so yeah, so what is ZK MIPS? I think it's a Ethproof summit, so we can check out that ZK MIPS is one of that ZKVM proving the mainnet block on the ethproof.org. So yeah, one of the different from the SP1, I would say. Okay, so yeah, ZK MIPS is really simple and stable because it has about 40 years old history since its first generation of the instruction sets announced. It's about 90, maybe 85, 86. So it's very, it's very stable. Actually, it's very, has a very established ecosystem. And ZK MIPS is the industry's first ZK virtual machine supporting the MIPS instruction set. I believe there are some other MIPS-based ZK VM, but we are the first one to, to implement the MIPS 32 and prove the make it be available for you to use production. Okay, and we also have some comprehensive developer toolkits and the proof network. That means the developer can easily use the our SDK to generate the proof with our GPU enabled cloud prover. And we also have an integral app protocol. That means we can build the universal settlements across different blockchain ecosystem with the ZK MIPS as the infrastructure. Okay, the very typical use case is the God network. I will introduce more about God network in the last parts. So why is MIPS? When everybody, the general purpose ZK virtual machine, everybody may using the RISC-V right now. Of course, there's somebody uses Watson, but I believe most of them use RISC-V. But for us, we believe that first, the MIPS is where has a more established ecosystem, no matter for its history or the real production use case. Like optimism, their fraud proof actually it's already on production, and the underlying virtual machine is the MIPS based. So let's go close to the instruction set itself, and the MIPS basically is the superset of the RISC-V, right? And then we have about basically for the MIPS 32, there are more than 52 instruction OP codes, but we just implement about 52 because it's enough to implement efficient ZK virtual machine. And we have native low, high register. Those kind of register are special registers, and we have that native supported. But if you are using RISC-V, maybe you need to use like the customized states register to implement on the low or higher register. So, and we also have some special, other instruction like the multiply add or multiply subtraction. So those kind of special, instructions can significantly reduce, decrease the sequence size when we execute the block or any guest program, because it can combine the multiply and the additional subtraction together. So, and we also have some other more conditional instructions like the move 0 or move non-zero. Okay, so so regarding the instruction efficiency, basically we are at the beginning, we are not always more efficiency than the RISC-V. When we do some benchmark, for example, we have some benchmark on the left table. We can find that RISC-V is more efficient than the MIPS for the SHA-3 chain. So when we dig into this case, we found that the SHA-3 may need the modular OP code, but SHA-2 does need that. That's why the SHA-3 we are like less efficient. So then we dig into the assembly code, and we found that the MIPS 32 R2 may need about two or three. I would say because there are another TEQ instruction, it's omitted from here because it can be optimized. So we basically need at least two, like the DRV and the MF move from the high. The two instructions, but for the RISC-32 with the M extension, just need a reminder OP code. But for the MIPS 32 release 6, we have the model again.
So that means when we replace back parts, the more instruction from the release 6 to release 2, we can get the same. We can get a better performance instruction efficiency again. So I want to say that it's very easy for us to to improve the instructions efficiency by back parts, maybe add instructions from the MIPS 32 releases, and because we are a superset of the RISC-V, and then we think that it's hard to actually support the special instruction like the mar add or mar subtraction, because it's require introduce new registers. Maybe if the RISC-V supports those kind of instruction, maybe it's not RISC-V anymore. It's maybe become the MIPS. Okay. So that's a very interesting things when we want to improve the instruction efficiency. And for the ZK MIPS compiler, we implement the MIPS 32. So regardless of the specific release, and we need to decompose the MIPS program into fine-grained or different chips, and basically the CPU chips become a dispatcher, just gets the instruction and then dispatch the instruction to different sub chips according to their chips type, and then. But one very important factors we need to consider is different chip may, for one segment, different chip may generate different trace table. Okay, so the heads of the table are quite different. So that means if we want to commit all those tables, we need to, in our ZK MIPS 0.3, we need to pad all the tables to same heads. It's very, very inefficient. But on Planck 3, so when we switch to the Planck 3, we can use the MMCs. And it's not the end game. SP1 introduced the jagged PCS, and it's a more better solution for those kind of jagged tables to be improved. And okay, so for the proof system, the constraint system of the ZK MIPS is the PL, that's pre-processed air, and we have used the multi-set hashing as the memory checking and memory consistent checking, and cross table we employ the log up. And for the Planck 3, the quite difference is we are using the corona pair or corona pair prime field is different from the SP1 RISC SP1 or some other projects. They use the Poseidon with the big bear, but we find that the corona pair can on CPU, at least on CPU, they can outperform the big bear by 21%. Since the Xbox in the Poseidon 2 is quite different. For the Poseidon 2 with the big bear, the Xbox needs a degree of 7, and for Cloud Bear, it just needs 3. And and we also need to find the prime the prime extension, the extension field based on the Cloud Bear, and when we do the hash to map for the hash multi-set hashing, we need also find some secure elliptic curve on that. So that's also part of work when we build the proof system. And we think we have a very good performance after we upgrade from the 0.3 to 1.0. And we also have a benchmark across the different ZK virtual machine, like the RISC-0 and the SP1. We can tell that most of the, almost the case, we are faster. The largest leading efficiency maybe up to 200%. Okay, so all those benchmarks are open source in the ZKVM benchmarks and our ZKMIPS GitHub organization. Okay, so so also for our GPU, we like on single NV RTX 1940, we have the proving seed bigger than 2.6 megahertz. That means we can prove 2.6 mini cycles per second on a single GPU card. And for the other components like the proof aggregation and the proof the stack to stack wrapper, we also have a very, very good speed up number here. Okay, so now we have everything we want to run the implement the real-time proving on the Ethereum on the Ethproof, or at least we can do this for our use case like a Go network. But the architecture would be similar no matter which use case we are doing the real-time proving. So first we may need to fetch the block, and then we execution block, and then when we execution the block or transactions, we split the transaction, the execution trace into multiple trunks or segments, and then we prove those segments in parallel. And then after we implement proof all those segments, we have one proof for one segment, and then we need to aggregate all the proof into a single final proof. The final proof maybe for some case, of course, we need to do some wrapper to get a smaller proof, like the gross 16 proof. Okay, but for the Ethproof, we just need the stack proof finally. And we can see that actually the latency can be defined by the width of the cells, and the cost, maybe the total areas of all the cells. All the cells like the fetch block or execution text, all those rectangles. And so for different, so right now we can achieve finish the proving segments in 3 seconds. And for all the proof aggregation in 3 seconds too. But so that means we have about 6 seconds for the execution phase. So that means if we can see that for each block, 99% of the blocks may generate about 200 to 500 mega cycles. So that means we actually need to execute maybe 500 mega cycles per second. Okay, so that means we can execute all the we can generate all the cycles in 1 second, and then we have about 5 seconds to dispatch or just not exact dispatch, but we need to ask the different executors to fetch their transaction batch and then run again with the splitted, the watch machine image, the memory snapshots. Yeah, memory snapshots. Yeah, for each executor, you need to have a snapshot of the executor, and then you fetch the transaction trace, execute the transaction, and then you can go to the proving stage. So basically, yeah, that's one we are doing right now to generate all the witness in less than 6 seconds. And we also have some solution for that, like we can generate different batch for one block. Transaction batch. Yeah, and another solution is maybe we can use some JIT or LT skills to accelerates the executor. And if we, of course, if we have some like the block level access list, maybe it can help for in the future. Okay, so yeah, so that's how we are going to realize the real-time proving. So the timeline for us, I mean, we expected to real-time implement the real-time proving by Q3. It's still on track. And for the execution trace, maybe the parallel execution of the bad transaction is the first priority to do. And we also plan to, I totally agree that open source is very important for ZK virtual machine. So we also plan to open source our GPU implementation by Q4, and the source code will be open source maybe next year Q1. And we also trying to we are on the Planck 3 right now, and we also are researching some multilinear PCS meanwhile. Okay, so I have one use case here. It's about the GOT network. GOT network is a Bitcoin layer 2. So basically, the first is it's the first Bitcoin ZK app with an inbuilt sustainable BTC yield mechanism, and we need to verify the proof on Bitcoin. So first, so of course it depends on what kind of verification mechanism we are using. There are different. There's 3 different solutions like the BitVM2 or CloudVM or Delbrag. Delbrag is the gap circuit based solution. So basically, we need to generate a proof from a genesis block to current block that includes the boarding transaction of your pegged BTC. So that means it's different from the Ethproofs proving process, because you just need to prove one block in less than 12 seconds. But for us, we need to prove from 0 to current block, maybe more than 100 or 100 mega blocks. So that means we need to, in our solution, we need to prove each block, and then we generate then we need to aggregate the previous aggregated proof with current block proof to get a new aggregated proof, and then we maybe we need to generate the gross 16 proof for this aggregated proof, because if somebody want to start the reimbursements from layer 2 to layer 1. Okay, so so this is one of the use case right now, and the testnet has been launched last month. So and for our vision, we want to build the universal settlements across the different blockchain ecosystem. It's a big vision actually. First step is we build the Bitcoin layer 2 right now. And maybe the next step, we are going to build some other, bridgeless bridge to make sure that we can improve the security of the bridging protocol. That means if we have a proof here, we can verify it on any chain, because we generate by a same prover, and we can use it as a certificate that transaction has been done on the source blockchain. Okay, so that's all today. So for more information, maybe you can check out our medias. Thank you very much.
Say you're modular, stacks looking shaky, man. Tweet proofs, but you can't even verify. Proof lab laughs while another ZKVM die. Every VC got a VM, they all the same. Control V code base, Control C fame. You change a little field, wow, real clever. Still can't verify, yeah, me neither. Threads on blast, mainnet slow. Back end melt like Bay Bridge snow. Docs say trustless, that's so fake. Trusted setup that your uncle baked. Prover trying to load sounds like dial-up.
Thank you, Stefan, for your keynote. Right now, we have panel number 4 on governance, upgradability, and consensus implications for ZKVMs. So joining us, we're going to have Stefan again from CKM, Michael from Nethermind, and Alexander from the Ethereum Foundation, and also Lumi from Arbitrum. Alternate microphones. This one works? Okay. Sounds good. If you want, yeah, because okay. All right. Yeah, thank you so much for our panelists for joining. This panel topic is on, just as we're building out these ZKVMs, we have some other considerations like with upgradability implications, why governance is needed, and also just some implications on the consensus layer as well. So I'm wondering if we can first start off with a round of introductions from all of our panelists. Alexander, do you want to start?
Sure. So I'm Alex. I'm at the Ethereum Foundation, part of the research team.
Is this mic working?
Sorry. So I'm Alex. I work at the Ethereum Foundation as part of the research team. I lead the form verification effort that's targeting ZKVMs. And as of this week, I also lead the protocol snarkification team that has just been created.
Hi, I'm Michał. I'm head of research at Nethermind. My background is in cryptography and zero-knowledge proofs in particular.
Hi, nice to meet you. I'm Lumi. I'm a senior product manager of Core Protocol at Off-Chain Labs, working on Arbitrum. One of my prerogatives is basically anything ZK for Arbitrum.
Thank you so much. Okay, so starting off, just relating to governance aspects, as ZKVMs have more upgrades, say it could be on the circuit side or changing the type of proof system, or even for ZKVMs who are building out proof markets, if say they change their incentive structure, what is the need for governance revolving around these types of decisions being made for these upgrades? Are there certain types of upgrades that should be just constricted to the teams who are building these ZKVMs, or should there be like a type of community-led governance initiative instead?
Okay, so I think at least from the point of the L1 and Ethereum, there's also a big governance question around including ZKVMs into the L1, whether a ZKVM or a specific verifier gets enshrined into the L1. And that's a governance question that is probably going to take a bit of time to resolve because we have a lot of ZKVMs who are maybe all doing things slightly differently. Obviously, at the moment, don't use the same verifier, are all going through changes, definitely are not stable, and that have different incentives, as their own, whereas they're kind of, some of them might be VC backed, might have obviously other product ideas, and we have to evaluate that. And then the question of proven networks and incentives, and should, validators in the L1 consensus for Ethereum be required to hold, tokens from a proven network that's not ETH is I guess my opinion would be no, but that's an open question. And I think once, if things do get included into the L1, there's a big question then that becomes part of the governance process of the L1 via the all-core devs process, everything that entails in terms of potential friction, having to collaborate with all the different client teams, potentially having to get obviously consensus around things, and that would obviously prevent ZKVMs, at least with respect to their inclusion to L1, to just ship whatever they want, which at the moment they're free to do and has been obviously kind of leading to great things in terms of performance. But yeah, we would have a lot of different questions to consider.
One thing I'd add this is governance related. but it's how to safeguard against malicious upgrades or just faulty upgrades. Is one of the things you really need to work on is multi-prover systems, right? Whether that's multiple ZK implementations or also using like T attestations. So one thing we're working on at Off-Chain Labs for Arbitrum chains, Arbitrum Orbit chains, is basically you'll have a hybrid bold setup. So you get a ZK proof in case of a dispute, and you have T attestations. If one of those disagrees, or if someone doesn't provide the ZK proof, it falls back to fraud proofs, right? So this way, if the ZK VM or multiple ZK VMs have a faulty upgrade, you can always fall back into different layers of security. So that's less on the governance side, but it's specifically addressing how do we address those concerns around like upgradability or like actual bugs in these systems.
Yeah, I'm from Nethermind, and like one of the main products of Nethermind is the execution layer client. And we cannot just like take the execution layer client, like modify it in a way that that implements a different protocol, right? It wouldn't be a Ethereum execution layer client anymore. So when you introduce changes to execution layer clients and like in a way like that change like how protocol works, it's basically during a governance process like all core devs, right? Where people from various clients teams like Geth, Ref, Nethermind, Bezu, Erigon get together and like decide like which improvements should be shipped first, right? And then we have hard forks, and that's how we can progress the Ethereum. So what I'm saying here is basically that it's not like single team's decision, right, to make like a crucial update to the protocol. And I think like when we have like something such important as like verifiers or like even provers for systems that are meant to secure like billions of dollars, if not trillions. Like this governance process also needs to be to some extent collective, right? Even though like the teams who are developing these verifiers have like the biggest technical capacity of like saying like, okay, like what changes need to be performed.
Yeah, absolutely. And yeah, really appreciate both the points that were made, Alexander, and then also Mikhail, about really considering once you have your ZKVM integrated in, say, an L1, then there comes the broader involvement in some other teams, like, say, the core devs as part of that L1 or just some other stakeholders there. So you need to consider kind of the thoughts of all those people involved. And yeah, I really appreciate you also, Lumi, for mentioning the fallback mechanism that you can use in terms of just like the upgradability portion. And just on I'm very curious to hear about all of your thoughts on the specific processes that we can use for just general governance with ZKVMs. Say if it relates to like the standard proposal that someone submits, and then if there's voting involved, but how do we determine who gets to make a decision, who is a stakeholder, and then also, I think you mentioned this a bit, Mikhail, about deciding which ones get to be implemented first, or like which order they get to be implemented. How can we really address those questions?
So I think it'll be
the right guy to answer this one.
Yeah, I don't think it'll be super straightforward. I mean, so we have an event tomorrow with core devs and ZKVMs, and so that'll start to happen tomorrow. And so maybe you should ask me this tomorrow. I think one big question I think is that we're not only talking about potential inclusion of ZKVMs in DR1 and all of the changes that entails with the execution layer. There are also a bunch of other changes which are being worked on, which kind of interface with ZKVM. So that's if we have stateless clients, for example, and that causes other changes to DR1. And then I think the big question for me is, what does it look like once we do have a ZKVM included in DR1? that has, good performance, whatever. But, we want to put up the gas limit, or we want to reduce the slot time. And that poses additional performance requirements on a ZKVM, which might require an evolution of the proof system, new circuits, new optimizations of some kind, new hardware requirements maybe for participants in DR1. And how do we manage that upgrade process? Because that depends on, obviously, the ZKVM teams being able to ship this. And, they would obviously, at the same, on the one end, ZKVMs allow us to scale DR1 much better. But also if they, at some point, we get stuck because we can't get an upgrade for them, Strew, that becomes an issue that, I don't know, drama will ensue in some ACD meeting, and no one will be having a good time. And when people do ship upgrades, obviously we need to make sure that we're shipping upgrades without having a regression in terms of security standards. So at the moment, obviously, one big goal of the formation project I lead is to make sure that if we are going to include this in DR1, the circuits are formally verified, the verifier is formally verified. That even, the kind of RISC-V implementation of ZKVM is formally verified against the official RISC-V specs and all of this. Every time, if they do a complete rewrite, they change their circuit, they change the proof system, they change their verifier, all of that has to happen again. And that takes quite a bit of time, quite a lot of resources in terms of, kind of both obviously human resources and then dollars to be able to make sure that everyone is paid and able to work on this. And I think that's something that's not fully scoped out. To the moment, obviously, the ZKVM teams are their own company. Some of them are maybe backed by VCs. Some of them are maybe backed by grants. Some of them are maybe backed by whatever else in between. And we already have a problem with funding client teams, especially kind of consensus layer client teams is even more of an issue maybe than the execution layer ones. And so these are kind of, there's a lot of kind of complexity that comes in beyond just the tech itself and beyond like how useful the tech is already to some extent, which is something that's going to slow us down a bit, but also for kind of very good reasons.
There's also the open design space of like, do we choose a ZKVM or a set of ZKVMs that are the official Ethereum L1 ZKVMs, right? Both for execution and consensus. Then there's another option where is it client teams that choose on their own who to trust, right? And there's a large design space that's very much undefined for this. I'm guessing it's probably going to be client team, but that's not even an educate. That's what I mean. I have a hard time seeing us come to consensus on enshrining these external teams or building out our own, but that's probably the direction it goes. So then the question is like, who is responsible for auditing them? Who's responsible for checking the upgraded verifier or the prover, right? Like, it's really hard to answer that without knowing which direction we're going to go, which, as we know, the Ethereum community is probably going to flop around a bunch and then come towards a consensus somewhere. So it really depends on that. I guess the question is who should be able to do it and who do we rely? And to me, that's probably going to fall on consensus. Just what do the client teams choose and what do the teams running those clients trust?
Going back to the execution layer client analogy, right? I can take like any client and modify it a bit to make it like a bit more performant or so, but I cannot take like a proof system and modify it in a way such that the end result is like a bit different proof that requires a bit different verifier circuit, right? Because if this verifier circuit is like not propagated through the network nodes don't know how to verify that, like how to verify the proofs that are coming from my prover, then like the proof system is useless, right? So this is like this very important aspect of like, okay, like how many ZKVMs with how many verifiers do we need to, I don't know, enshrine, or what is the process like? Sorry? Yeah, but like if we are getting rid of verifiers, then we are ossifying the protocol, right? So it's like this design space that you mentioned, like we are closing it, right? So I also wanted to get back to something you said, like this multi-prover approach. I think it's like it cannot be emphasized enough. Like it's like super important. We are at the stage where like this everything is like very fluid, and we should expect that ZKVMs will have bugs, and like they for sure they have bugs. They might have bugs on the prover side and on the verifier side. Usually we pay more attention like to the verifier side, because it's like, yeah, it's a security issue if the verifier accepts statements that are not true. But if we are thinking about like enshrining any like proof system, then we also need to think about the prover side, right? Because we might have a very good proof system that is perfect on the paper. Maybe we have like an ideal Ethereum client that executes the EVM perfectly, but then there's like a problem with prover implementation. And even though like the state transition was like correct according to the execution layer client, and the prover cannot provide a valid proof, right? And then like what happens is like a very big liveness issue.
Definitely agree.
One thing I would still say on also the enshrining the provers, because it's important for this conversation, is like, I think it would be a mistake to enshrine a couple different implementations, because even RISC-V, like RISC-V is the go-to ZKVM right now, because it has 56 opcodes that you need to prove. So writing circuits for it is much easier, but it's not even determined whether like a WASM-based general ZKVM would actually be the optimal outcome, or there's a bunch of different VMs you could build this for that are a little bit harder, but they might actually prove out in the optimal case. The ZKVM space is so fast. Like a couple years ago, we didn't think it'd ever be cost efficient to ZK prove like arbitrary programs. And now that's true. And every week, like you saw this with the folding schemes especially, it's like every week there's a new folding scheme. So I think it's at least too soon to pick winners. So I think it's going to default to the consensus. And then that question comes of like, how do client teams work together? How do you have a choice as someone running a client, which ZKVMs? But it's going to get messy of like who trusts what, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And there's so many, as you mentioned, so many ZKVM teams, I think over 20, 25 now, and they're all making new optimizations, every single week. So there's this, as you mentioned, this open design space that we really need to consider. And Alexander, one of your points on just the security aspect of it, I wanted to ask in terms of how we can ensure safe and transparent upgradability, if there are any sort of mechanisms that we can implement. I remember Lumi, you mentioned about some kinds of like fallback mechanisms, or even if it's like approaches like slow rollouts over time. Are there any sort of mechanisms specific to ZKVMs that we should implement just to ensure both safe and transparent upgradability?
So I think the standard should broadly be that to get onto DR1, you need form verification to a large extent. And then obviously if you're going to change anything, whatever you change, that has to be formally verified as well. That adds a bit of overhead, but then if we're thinking in terms of the hard fork schedule of DR1 anyway, if you're going to switch out and enshrine verifier, that's going to be a hard fork. I don't think it would actually slow it down that much, because you have to wait a couple months for the hard fork anyway. So that's probably okay, but it will require to have like ongoing efforts to keep things formally verified, and therefore also relationship not with the ZKVM teams, but all of this form verification at the moment, it happens through contractors like Nethermind, Veridize, runtime verification, ZK Security have some people now working this, and kind of many others. And that requires then kind of, do they have to be looped in to ACD and comment on whether things are going to be formally verified so that this EIP can be CFI'd ahead of, whatever next hard fork there is. That adds even more complexity to the governance process, which is already kind of messy. And yeah, to get back to kind of this thing as well around, if we are going to have multiple verifiers or prover diversity, which I think that we should have, that obviously means kind of scaling out form verification to multiple ZKVM teams and having kind of the human resources to do that. So multiple verification contractors who are available to do this and can do the work, and kind of familiar with the tooling that is required to do that work in some reasonably efficient manner. And that's something that needs to be worked on. Like a lot of the tooling now is very much like one team might pay one contractor and they do something like very specific to that, and they don't have general tooling in place that's reusable when something changes. Maybe you have an extraction from one circuit DSL to lean or another proof assistant, and then you write a new circuit with a new representation in a new circuit DSL. Not only do you need to prove that that circuit is, sounds complete, correctly implements the right function, you have to do another extraction from that new language to that new DSL and test that and get that going. And that adds quite a bit of overhead that has to be streamlined, which obviously we're working on and take into account. But yeah, it doesn't make things any simpler.
I think I agree that formal verification is the way to go. But I think we also should encourage various teams to build, I would say, orthogonally, not to copy from each other, right?
So no prime field.
No, you have many prime fields, but it's no same implementation of prime field or something. Don't use the same libraries, etc.
Yeah, that one definitely. We need to incentivize diversity the same way we have client diversity, right? The open question for me, without directly answering that, is the incentivization model will be interesting there of who pays for formally verifying all these verifiers. Is that part of the responsibility of L2 teams along with EF, right? Because EF doesn't have infinite resources, right? Does part of the protocol inflation go to that? It'll be a really interesting design space there as well. We need to incentivize this somehow, and zkVM teams are not going to want to do, I would assume, this on their own just for, maybe they would, but since this is actually being considered, we're considering zkifying L1 in the consensus layer, all of a sudden that incentive model matters more.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think we can, all agree that diversity on the prover side, verifier contract side, all very important. But with that comes, as you mentioned, increased complexity, more overhead. But just on the question of overhead, are there any sort of risks when it comes to governance if we're able to, say, support multiple verifier targets, multiple backends, and some projects, when they do an upgrade with a circuit, they have support for both the upgraded circuit as well as the legacy circuits as well. So what implications does this kind of increased overhead have for these teams?
For client teams or zkVM teams, or a merger of both?
Or L2s.
Or L2s, yeah. Oh yeah, for everyone. I think one thing is that it adds more coordination requirements between all these different actors, right? That is no longer a zkVM team can ship what they want. It's no longer a client team just has to manage their own client, plus talking to other client teams whenever there's an interop week, and that's it. And obviously with the L2s as well. That's a common problem. It's a problem that already exists. Actually, even getting the client teams to agree on things is already an issue. That's not solved. That everyone is kind of happy to go in the same direction, but every EIP has potential drama attached to it where Fusaka is being finalized now, and EIPs are being slashed or included at the last minute, left and right, from what I can tell on the Telegram chat. So yeah, it's not going to make anything simpler. But I do think, I've kind of said this, but I want to kind of re-emphasize this. There will be a thing of, okay, if we're upgrading the verifiers, the circuits and things like this, some of these upgrades might not be, okay, let's say we have everything formally verified, so there aren't bugs, but it might be that at some point we decide, okay, we need more bits of security. Then we need a way to deprecate, a node circuit and verifier and proof system setup that didn't provide as many bits of security. And at the moment, I think we probably have too many EVM precompiles. Adding more would obviously be a bad idea because we would have even more, and just adding precompiles for everything is not a good idea. The same holds for zkVMs. And I don't think anyone has figured out a good way to get rid of things in zkVMs or the EVM. Once they get into the L1, it's very, very sticky. And that includes kind of the code itself, but also the teams themselves, right? If a zkVM team gets into the L1, it's very, very sticky. The obvious goal is not to remove them at any point. But if it's something that happens that you need to make sure that things are going to work well for however many, at least it's been going for 10 years now. and you want to make sure that it can keep going for 10 years without bringing in kind of additional issues and having to deprecate things, or the drama because you want to deprecate things or someone else's code. I would foresee that would become a bit of an issue at some point.
Again, it depends on what level you're talking at. Personally, I like working on the L2 level because we just trust Ethereum as a black box. Like, I'm glad I don't have to work on the whole consensus social side of how Ethereum works. For L2 specifically, like, it does increase costs, especially if you're using multiple ZK provers. The nice thing is, like, the cost for ZK VMs is a race to the bottom, right? So, like, it's crazy how much improvements we've seen in a year. So, like, all I want to really add to this as far as cost is, like, yes, you should have multiple verifiers for each ZK VM. Yes, you should, like, multi verifier, not just multi-prover, right? You should also have multi-prover when it gets cost effective enough. There is the design space of, like, for like L2s that prove every single block, so your traditional ZK chain, yeah, that's going to be more expensive. One nice thing for the design that we're building as an option for Orbit chains, they can either be a traditional ZK L2 or they can be a hybrid L2. So it's using the existing bold protocol. Basically, every state transition is considered true until someone disputes it, and then you provide a proof. So you don't actually have to prove the whole time. It's only in disputes. At that point, the cost of having multiple proof systems, way cheaper. Like, you can, like, there's a security aspect to it that's separate from that. But from the additional cost point of view, that's much cheaper. So you can have multiple ZK VMs.
Yeah, I only wonder, like, how often we should expect, like, this verifier to be, like, really, you know, improved, upgraded, and the version should change.
Once every 6 months.
Yeah, it's like, so maybe this is, like, actually, like, not a bad pace, right? Like, unless you have some security issues, right? And you need to react quickly. But that, like, let's look at the space of, like, ZK VMs, right? We have, like, a huge progress in, like, proving system, etc. But when we are looking at, I don't know, take a look at RISC-0 or Starkware. Starkware is on their second prover, and they were, like, one of the first in the space, right? Like, RISC-0 is on the V3, and they were also, like, one of the first. So yeah, like, these changes, there are some changes that are quick to introduce, say, on the paper, right? And, or, like, in some, like, conceptual code, but before they go into production, it actually takes some time. And this also, like, you know, it's a security measure.
The other thing we should separate here is the question of, like, when are ZK VMs cheap enough for a major L1, right? Because proving $2 million a year for a, you know, tiny application or L2 that doesn't have PMF is a lot. For L1, that's not a significant cost. So we don't necessarily need to upgrade our ZK VMs every 6 months like you see the innovation coming right now. It's great right now, but for an L1 level, like, you're not going to want to upgrade that often, right? So you can actually lag behind because Ethereum secures billions of dollars. And as long as there's no soundness issues or exploits, like, you can actually keep that ZK VM around longer, even if it's more legacy than the tip of the innovation.
Yes, I mean, on cost of proving is going to be probably an open debate. It's hard to say because, say, if you're doing same slot proving, then either you want to rely on another mechanism like Fossil to get sensitive resistance, or whoever is the prover can censor transactions. And if proving costs you however many, you know, thousands of dollars a year, then obviously you're not going to have many of them, and so you run into, like, sensitive issues. So that's where, you know, there's some workarounds you can do with something like Fossil or other protocol changes, and that influence maybe, like, how much proving should cost. But at the same time, you still probably want people to be able to run provers more or less around the world in the same way that it's kind of done now. It's definitely one criticism that you hear actually from core devs who are, you know, on the client teams and not, you know, doing ZK VMs, that they're like, you know, what happens to the kind of traditional roles that you have in consensus now, and kind of the more or less the ability to participate and to not become, you know, Solana and requiring like 100K or 200K or more to run a node. ideally, I mean, we've been talking a bit about like, how many GPUs can you fit in one house without blowing up your circuit? Do you want, I don't know, like 10 kilowatts, 20 kilowatts, how many GPUs can a Tesla charger cope with? And then when you're charging your car, you're not proving. And when you're not charging your car, you're proving. These are open questions that are for kind of, people to come to consensus on. And have an implication for like how you see the chain and how you see roles in consensus and how many nodes do you actually expect to run. Whereas verification is much less a problem. Verification potentially you can do on a $7 Raspberry Pi and that's okay. So that's going to reconfigure the power dynamics as well within the chain and maybe how loud certain voices are on all core devs or something like this. And that'll be like a big change to the social layer as well. So that is going to be a bit messy.
Yeah, I have a very good point on like this centralization issues. Like currently in Ethereum, we have this proposer builder separation, right? And like 90% of blocks goes through like specialized builders that are like two builders, yeah. But at the end of the day, if you are elected proposer and you don't want to use the builder, build your own block. You're welcome. You can do that, and nothing prevents you. But like if you need to prove the block, that's like a very, very different question. So I think like we should expect, I don't know, like cultural shift here that, yeah, you will still be able to validate blocks like perfectly fine, but you wouldn't be able to generate new blocks.
And you need to also make more money from the block because proving is expensive. And so you have to figure that out as well, right? I think revenue at this point is, for most ZKVMs, obviously not a thing, basically, which has to be figured out. Whereas it's true, with the L1 rewarding for proving, and outside of the L1, other things. I don't know how much Arbitrum can pay ZKVMs to prove the whatever Arbitrum processes, but that's I think a big question of sustainability.
So should we expect that we first see like a lot of computation on Ethereum being just like proof verification of like some huge amount of computation that brings a lot of capital to the chain and a lot of value to the blocks before we see real-time block proving to be profitable for the proposers?
I don't know. I mean, like, are you thinking of just like, more proving of like L2 activity?
Yeah, it could be.
Maybe. Native rollups, I guess, is the key word here. I don't know. I'll let, the L2 representative will have an opinion on this as well.
Pass. No, I mean, yeah. There's different incentive models for it, right? Like either you can do some sort of leader election protocol. Like it's for real-time proving, that's going to be expensive for a while, right? I think at least from a like L1 level, like I think a design, like an incentive design system or incentive system needs to be designed in, at least for, I don't like saying short-term because then we shouldn't be doing it, but there is a question of how do we incentivize these provers? And I know it's an active discussion in EF as well, like, or all core devs. I don't have a good answer for it. There's a lot of different ways we could do that. For Arbitrum, it's easier, right? Or again, Arbitrum 1 the DAO can choose whether to upgrade, but Orbit chains, like it's not that hard to design that in.
Time to buy governance tokens.
Pump my bags. Shit, the lawyers would not be happy. Don't do that.
Thank you. Yeah, that's a great point because like even a lot of ZKVM teams are creating these new open proof marketplaces. So having those proper incentive mechanisms for provers, ensuring fair participation, fair compensation for their work is definitely a big question that all these ZK teams need to think about. I think that's all that we have time for today, but really great points made from all of our panelists and really appreciate you all for being here. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
can't even scale it. Stress test heavy till your witness bailing. Spin figure eights from constraints and break them. Boot up, stall your mainnet faking. Docs on docs, blogs on blogs. Proof lab laughing, your VM logs clogged. Prover killer, slaying every fake VM. Say you're modular, stacks looking shaky, man.
All right, thank you everyone for staying in for this long. Thank you for our panelists in the last panel. I just want to mention that our live stream, which we're currently streaming on X, has just reached 100,000 viewers. So lots of people who are watching this conference offline, and appreciate you all for being here in person. But next up, we have Porter from ZK Sync and Matter Labs, who will be giving a keynote.
Yeah, thank you. All right, so I'm here to talk about the new ZK Sync announcements, which is 2 of them together combined, ZK Sync Airbender and ZK Sync OS. I'll get to more details, but basically ZK Sync Airbender is a new RISC-V ZK VM proof system, and ZK OS is sort of a wrapper layer on top that I'll talk about soon. So about me, I work as DevRel at Matter Labs, one of the core teams at ZK Sync. I like math, and yeah, recently we just open sourced Airbender, which if you've been following really closely, you'll have heard about Boojum 2. That's the same thing. We just renamed it just recently because Airbender sounds way cooler. It gets the name Airbender, by the way, because it is Stark-based and uses AAR constraints. And so it just sounds cool. So there we are. So yay, another ZK VM. We're up to 25 or something now. So I'll explain kind of a little bit why we chose to build our own again. I mentioned earlier in a panel, partly it's because we're paranoid about using other projects' code. But yeah, I want to start actually with ZKOS because it's going to make more sense going backwards. So what is ZKOS? Even before that, I'm going to start with Boojum, which is the current proof system. So why are we moving on from Boojum at all? On the right, it's not really meant to be visible, but that is an architecture diagram of how Boojum fits together. My point in showing this to you is that it's kind of complicated, and it's actually like a very tightly conjoined mess where at the very top, there's a main VM circuit, kind of, and everything flows through that into this complicated process of follow-up circuits, which we learned was very difficult to make any updates to, make any upgrades with. And furthermore, this never really gets talked about that much, but we build the proof system and all the constraints kind of in one repository. And then separately, we also had to keep track of a different virtual machine just for the sequencer to run. And so we're running like 2 full virtual machine code bases. One of them for the sequencer, which needs to be fast and have a lot of like optimizations there. One of them for the prover, which is optimized in a totally different way. And the prover code, if you change like one thing, you also have to update probably these other 16 different places. So yeah, this is why we're moving on. With ZK Sync OS, what this is sort of a wrapper layer around the proof system, or like above the proof system. So the proof system is going to come underneath, and what ZK Sync OS will do is let us use multiple execution environments. We can have one VM implementation, and then you can just compile that to x86, like your hardware that you're running it on for the sequencer. And then when it comes time to prove, you take the exact same code, almost, I'll explain, and you just prove that, compile it to RISC-V, and now you know the like at least hopefully like your sequencer or prover are mostly doing the same thing. There are like a couple small differences of things that need to happen in the prover, but not the sequencer. But those are much easier to keep track of this way, as opposed to having 2 wholly separate instances. So I think that was actually one of the biggest motivations for us, was just every single like upgrade to the VM or upgrade to ZK Sync was a big pain with Boojum, and it was really hard to even get stuff like precompiles that we needed for like ZK verification. And so this is why ZKOS is going to save us forever. Even if we swap out ZK Sync Airbender in the future, like the proof system underneath, OS will still work as sort of like an operating system layer, and it'll hide everything. It's also faster and cheaper, which is great. Specifically, it's a state transition function implementation that enables multiple execution environments within a unified system. These pictures will make that a little more clear. It kind of comes into three parts: the bootloader, the execution environment, and the system, which here is a breakdown of processing one L2 transaction, or you could do a series of L2 transactions. The main stuff's happening in the middle. Focus on the bootloader first, where you see there's that TX processing box. We parse a new transaction as it comes in. We're going to calculate some resources like gas usage. We'll validate the transaction's valid, the signature's valid. And then we actually execute the transaction. And then if you need to do sort of refund or cleanup work at the end, that's how that part works. On the left-hand side with the system, you can see that we're reading data, read-writing data, and writing data. System is where we sort of like abstract away all the hardware. So the system is what's kind of hiding whether you're actually on like an Intel chip or a GPU, or you're not even like worried about the hardware because we're doing like RISC-V and we're proving it. So the system kind of hides the hardware part, and then the execution environment's just like completely swappable out. So it's even designed to the point where, partly because we have historical era VM and we're trying to prove EVM now, you could like within the same smart contract start in an EVM execution environment and call to an era VM contract, and this code will like properly separate each execution context, which is very nice. So even theoretically within the same blockchain, you could have like an EVM smart contract, a WASM smart contract, and they could kind of talk to each other this way. So ZKOS, I expect to stick around pretty much forever for ZK Sync, at least for the foreseeable future. And then ZK Sync Airbender is our new proof system, which is designed specifically to prove this, but that could be swapped out later. So, all right, the main pitch for Airbender, if you remember one thing, is that we are trying to prove ZK Sync mini blocks in 1 second. This is like our whole focus with the proof system is we want 1 second proofs. Every single second, we want to generate what's happening on ZK Sync. And the reason we're doing this is because we're going to use it for interoperability. I won't talk too much about interoperability today because we're here at Ethproofs. We're trying to prove things, but 1 second's our big target. So boring facts, I'll read them off. It's RISC-V, 32 IM, instruction set, deep, stark, fry proofs, AIR arithmetization, Mersenne 31 prime, precompiles for Blake 2s, and U256 operations because the EVM's all 256-bit integers, lookup tables, recursion, memory argument. All right, there's take your screenshot. Nice. We have surprisingly good documentation for this repo, which is impressive if you have seen any of our previous code bases. I just took some like quick screenshots, and like all over the place, there are these huge lengthy essays, and even within each like section of code, there's pretty good documentation on like what variables mean. It's much more readable and like, yeah, so good job to the engineers who have documented a lot of stuff. If you have questions, like check out the actual code. I want to go over some of the facts that I find kind of the most fun about Airbender, which is, yeah, generating proofs of L2 mini blocks in under 1 second. This is the base layer proofs. So what that means is we are counting witness generation time, like the execution time, witness generation time, and like creating the first fry proof, but we're not doing any of the aggregation layer yet. But that fry proof can be good enough to like prove that 1 second's worth of transactions. And you can start using that for either pre-confirmations or interoperability. And so even without doing like aggregating a bunch of these things together into one final snarked like Ethereum proof, one snarked proof that gets posted to Ethereum, you can still do a lot of this. At-home proving is possible, which we're pretty excited about. So there are two crazy people at Matter Labs who are very infatuated with GPUs, and they are actually running ZK Sync blocks at home on single GPUs. Instead of 1 second, it takes them like 40 to 50 seconds if they're just using a single GPU. But that's like relatively reasonable. And if you just had like 40 or 50 people around the world, they could like all kind of keep up with the chain from home, which is pretty sweet. And then Another interesting fact, kind of in a different direction, is I kind of lied earlier, actually, when I said that we have the RISC-V 32 IM instruction set. We actually implement 3 instruction sets so far. We have the full one that we use normally because we need to prove like all RISC-V stuff. But we have these like reduced instruction sets that we actually use throughout the recursion layers, because when we're proving like recursively, we kind of know like exactly the format of what's coming in. And so we don't need to like be able to prove anything in the world. We need to prove something very specific. And so we actually can like reduce the number of instructions that we even need. Specifically, we can take out like signed multiplication, signed division. And that may not seem like it makes a huge difference, but when we're cutting it close already on like trying to fit things into like one hardware, like one piece of GPU, this can like make the difference into like fitting in one GPU versus having to chunk and like split across multiple things. And so, yeah, we have 3 instruction sets, which is pretty cool. And I haven't seen many other projects talk about this. I don't know how many other projects have multiple instruction sets or like kind of variations within. I think a lot of people are just kind of like cramming everything through the same thing. And maybe this is like a missed area for like cool optimizations. Okay, 2 more fun facts. We are 100% open source, including GPU. And yeah, since we always prove zk-sync OS, we'll have nicely formatted data so the proofs can be generated more easily. This is like a clunky sentence that I wrote for a PowerPoint slide, but in the code base, like when I was checking it out, some of the coolest optimizations are stuff where you can assume that data is going to be passed in like exactly this format, or the memory will be aligned like exactly in this way, because we are always assuming that we're proving like with zk-OS. So if you were to take Airbender and go use it for like arbitrary RISC-V program that is just like something else from the internet, you might have to be like a little more careful with like using a reduced instruction set. But if we know that we're proving zk-OS, like all of this works very nicely. Cool. All right, just about done. Some things to look forward to in the future are, I think this week or next week, we will have many more announcements about interoperability for the Elastic Chain. It's kind of what the 1-second proofs are for. And I will be resuming my every line of code of every ZK-VM series, starting with Airbender soon. So that's all. Thank you.
Can't even verify. Proof lab blast while another ZK-VM. I drop entropy like E40 slang. You prove.
How did you manage to make it so fast? What was the optimization that you did?
Compared to Boojum, all right. So we are like, get back to Boojum. There's a lot of things that have happened. So Boojum was completed a little over 2 years ago, and that's about the same time we started working on this. So in some respects, there's just newer cryptography. One thing I'll call out is we use a like fast Fourier transform that's similar to the circle Stark argument. So that's one cool one. We're also using newer memory arguments. So like there's just like straight up better cryptography. And then I'd say also we designed this to be like much more in line with how the hardware works. We've had these amazing GPU engineers for a long time, and we can like from the ground up have our software written knowing that it's going to need to be like used in hardware. So I think those are the 2 biggest things. I will say the transaction cost, it's been 2 years. With Boojum, it's around 1 cent to prove 1 transaction. And with zk-OS internally, it's not in mainnet yet, but our benchmark is that we have hit 100 times cheaper than that. So you can do 100 transactions for 1 cent, which was our 2025 roadmap goal. So proud of that one. Yeah, 100x in 2 years is not bad. We'll take it. All right. Thank you. Oh, another question.
You say like mini blocks, just like how much EVM gas or like gas equivalent is in a mini block?
That's a great question, because I forgot to mention the hardest part of proving the EVM with Airbender is keeping track of EVM gas. And then separately, we have to keep track of like sort of our cost of like running the prover. And so we have like double accounting everywhere for both EVM and we call it ERGs as like our L2 gas type. Sorry, what was the question exactly? Oh, and a mini block. I forget. I want to say it's around, I don't know the gas, but it's like 10 TPS of like basic transactions. So yeah, it's all right. Cool. Thank you.
Prover crash, that's bang, bang, bang. Claim you're blown, but you're just confused. Circuit sloppy, benchmarks bruised. Back end looking janky like scraper paint. Mainnet run, nah, it ain't. Verifier gone, ghost in the shell. Another ZK, VM bit farewell. Prover crying, CPU frying, tweeting copium. Whole team's lying.
All right, thank you, Porter. Next up, we have another panel coming up on ZKVM design and proof system trade-offs. So Porter will be staying on stage as one of the panelists. We also have, oh, sorry, that is not the correct panel. I was looking at a different one. The correct panel is ZKVMs in practice, progress, pitfalls, and next targets. So we have Porter. We're going to have E from Axiom, Leo from Powder Labs, Roddy from Irreducible, and Rekha from Risk Zero, who will be moderating. Great. Thanks so much.
We're so early. What do we do until we have 7 minutes to entertain everyone until our panel starts?
Also, so I mentioned earlier that there is a motorcycle scooter outside. They're actually towing it away right now. So if anyone brought a motorcycle here that they parked just right around there, correct, Ming? Yes, just right around the corner. They're towing it right now. So if that's yours, like go outside now, and if you can move it, that would be great.
Got to give a big shout out to House of ZK for hosting this event and for doing all the different types of podcasts and information things. That's really helpful.
Really excited by what House of ZK is putting together. I think ZK is going to eat the world.
Warm thank you to the House of ZK. I feel like there's a lot of synergy and the mission.
Yes. All right. We'll start sooner. This is one of the only events that starts on time, is ahead of schedule, almost full seating the whole time. Congratulations, organizers. Thanks so much for having us. So we'll start. I'll give a very unnecessary introduction to hype everyone up for this panel. So we all know that ZK is the future of all blockchains, as we very well know from Vitalik's posts, EF's posts, all of our work. And Ethproofs has become kind of our de facto collective to make sure that those efforts, especially around cost and latency, are very transparent and progress us towards that directions. Our panelists today are team members from teams that have committed to this vision and the effort to build shared infrastructure in the public. Today, we'll discuss our collective progress in the last months, the walls that we're inevitably hitting, and then what's next. I'm Rekha. I'm Director of Marketing of Risk Zero, the first project to bring RISC-V-based general purpose ZKVMs to the blockchain space. Currently focusing on launching the Boundless Protocol, a universal infrastructure to bring that ZK to every chain. And I'll be asking our panelists to introduce yourselves. And I have a fun icebreaker question for us with a short answer, which is, when did you become full-time ZK? And let's start with Porter.
Hi, I'm the big ZK intern at ZK Sync. I went full-time in ZK after I was a security auditor and my company had no work for me. And so I just studied ZK for a month and I made a YouTube class and it kind of went viral. And then here I am.
Hey, my name's Yi. I'm one of the co-founders of Axiom. We're building OpenVM, which is a modular ZK VM
focusing on support for different ISAs. I think I started working full-time in ZK roughly summer of 2022. I was at the Xerox PARC residency where we built a lot of random stuff, for example, pairings in CirCom, and just explored what was possible.
Hi, my name is Radi. I'm co-founder and CEO of Irreducible. I started approximately a few months earlier than Yi, but we come from similar background of quantitative high-frequency trading, and I joined this ecosystem on premise to bring the infrastructure from traditional markets into Ethereum ecosystem and to help scale zero-knowledge proving. Thanks.
Hi, I'm Leo, one of the founders of Powder. I think I started full-time on ZK maybe 2.5-ish years ago. I used to work on formal verification, and it was too complicated. I got bored and started learning. ZK was more fun in a way, but now I'm doing both at the same time, so it's fun.
Thanks, everyone. For more context and declarations about this panel, we'll try to keep it very practical since the title also indicates this. I want to give space to our panelists to go deep and explain their point of view. I'm not trying to spark arguments. This is not one of those panels, but well, you know, if you take it there, it's fine. We'll go with the flow, but it's going to be very, very practical. I can guarantee you guys that. If not, I will be yelling or redirecting us. So our first topic is I really want to, on the line of what we've done before and so far up until this time with Ethproofs, I want to start with some victory laps because you guys all deserve it. And the question really is during this time of roughly having contributed to Ethproofs, what is a breakthrough or a milestone that you're happy to share that your team has done that is meaningful to this? And in what way did it impact proving EVM blocks? And maybe let's start on that end.
Yeah, I mean, I'll just for full disclosure here, we are a team that bets on both type of ISAs in the place. One is RISC-V ISA that we collaborate with RISC-0, and the other one is Petra VM, which is a custom ZK ISA approach to proving Ethereum blocks. And with that, we collaborate with Powder, Leo sitting here. So we are really just open-minded about all the approaches which can lead to faster proving. And one of the bets that Irreducible really took is to try to blend cryptography research with hardware-software co-design to try to optimize the entire stack. This prevailed from Petra VM design into our BNews proving system that relies upon efficiency. And we've been trying to accelerate proving for RISC-V based systems and custom ISA over the course of time. And yeah, this is for us still a work in progress. We haven't achieved real-time proving, and we are working on it.
Can you summarize this in one sentence for the audience to remember?
Yeah, we are working on several VM approaches to try to achieve real-time proving.
Thank you. Leah?
Wait, so question is the one unique thing?
It's like a milestone or breakthrough in the duration of time having contributed to Ethproofs. And then how does this impact proving Ethereum blocks?
I think, so recently we've been focusing a lot on compiler optimizations, and the one word that I've been repeating at all times is just auto precompiles. And the idea is that it's, yeah, I've heard. And the idea is basically that you can do optimizations on top of any gas program, on top of any ZK VM, and this is completely orthogonal to the proof system, to the proving backend, and this basically is just more optimizations on top of everything else. And this comes from an area that's a bit under-optimized in ZK VMs because a lot of teams come from cryptography, and that's where a lot of the optimizations, a lot of the efforts go into. So there's still a lot of room for improvements on like the higher level ISA compiler and VM sides. Yeah, and the outcome of this is that basically you get faster proof generation time, not only for Ethereum verification, but of course, it's also applied there.
Thank you. Oh, let's do this.
Yeah, so I had mentioned that OpenVM is a modular ZK VM framework. And what that means is that developers can put together sets of opcodes to construct their desired ISA. That's enabled by a new type of ZKVM design we came up with called a no CPU architecture. As the name suggests, the key distinction here is to remove the CPU chip that exists in most ZKVMs and just allow all components in the VM to sort of coexist together. That has two benefits. First is that in the short term, there's some performance benefit as well as easier modularity. Second, and perhaps this is a longer term thing that would relate to some of the compiler work, is the possibility of creating program-specific optimizations and chips that are adapted to each guest program. The end goal of both of these is to achieve better performance. So in the short term, we just went into production on Scroll mainnet, and you can kind of see both the cost and latency reductions there.
I'll say ZK-Sync is happy just to be proving EVM blocks at all. For a long time, we had EraVM as our virtual machine, which was not quite the same as EVM. And so we're happy our new proof system, ZK-Sync Airbender, is bringing like full EVM compatibility. And then it's also hitting like all of the performance benchmarks that we were hoping for, including proofs every 1 second of our mini blocks. We have, I don't know off the top of my head, metrics for like a full Ethereum block, so I won't say it now, but we're getting close to the buzzword of real-time proving.
I'm hoarding both right now. So what I'm hearing as a summary is so far, everyone individually is getting faster and more collaborative and open, just as a summary. So you guys are on the same page so far as us. Moving into the walls that we're hitting and that bridging us towards what can be done in the future and what we should be focusing on the next 12 months. So Ethproofs heavily focuses on cost and latency. I want to ask all of you what use cases of applications that are usually much more complex in their requirements. What are those use cases that the current ZKVM performance does not equal to? And what other kind of requirements does it require us to work heavier on other than cost and latency? So summarizing my question is the experience itself that requires different performance, and then what are those performance metrics? And let's start with you guys.
Sorry, I'm struggling with the question a little bit.
So, okay, I'll summarize it again. I know it was a long like following question. Okay, so the question is, currently we are very focused on cost and latency with Ethproofs, but there's other mainstream or real applications that we can think about that currently with the RISC and performance that we have and what we focus on don't really satisfy. And what are those experiences and what other metrics aside from cost and latency are the ones that are hindering us to satisfy these?
I think security is probably a big one. We're pretty worried about security in general. That's why there's so many like backup situations. So we have TEs as a backup. We also have like consensus algorithm as a backup, and hopefully 2 or 3 of those won't break at the same time. Yeah, that's probably my biggest concern besides just speed and cost.
No. You stay. I want you also, thank you, to give a concrete example of an experience, maybe based on the security concerns.
Well, we're thinking about decentralized prover concretely. Hopefully that's concrete enough. And so we want like anybody to be able to run our prover, which like when I first heard about this, I was like, isn't it like stupid simple? You just like open source the code and you give everyone the like instructions and they like press run and anybody can run the prover. But the actual reason why we hold back from that is because if there are bugs in your code, a malicious prover then has sort of like free reign to go submit like a malicious proof. And so, yeah, that's kind of what we're worried about, but what we want to have happen.
Yeah, I would say a general class of applications we're interested in at Axiom is slightly more institutional applications where traditional fintechs are entering, not fully crypto, but areas adjacent to crypto. And I think those companies generally actually have a higher level of security focus. And I think it comes in a couple dimensions. One is definitely just the number of bits of security that are even being targeted, to what extent the security is conjectural versus proven, but also in terms of what are the artifacts that a developer using a system or user seeing a system has to verify to believe that the system is actually secure. I think today the security surface area of almost every ZK VM is quite large. And I do think it's hard to quantify this, but I feel it's important to try to reduce that surface area so that users can really believe that a proof is valid and that large amounts of funds can be moved on that basis.
I have a follow-up question for you as well. So would you highlight security as the next metric aside from cost and latency that we should really focus on? Or is there something else?
Yeah, I would say security, but maybe not. I think a metric is a weird way to think about security. I think it needs to be fundamentally a bit more holistic.
How do we, in the context of Ethproofs, so let's say this is what we'll talk about at the end of the panel as our next 12 months focus. What do you think are some aspects that we can focus on within security to make sure that we're all on the same page progressing towards the similar standards?
I do think there are certain areas which can be standardized. For example, the number of bits of security. I think there are areas that are much harder to standardize. I think, for example, how systems use precompiles, how patching is done in the full tool chain. I think a lot of that is actually much more on the clarity of documentation of a system rather than a security property per se. So yeah, maybe one possibility is to ask teams just to even submit what they consider the best documentation.
Same question to this side, gentlemen, is, I'll repeat the question again because we heard a lot of things since, is specific experience that the current ZKVM performance is running into walls with, and then what other metrics or requirements we should focus on in order to hit those other than cost and latency?
I'll try to provide the answer in the reverse order. So I think the first thing that I would like to see more, and this is, I think, why Ethproofs are great, we finally have at least one proper benchmark for VMs. And we struggled so much to compare different VMs against each other. Well, at least now we are all proving Ethereum blocks, and we have one good kind of category to compare things against each other. I think, there's been a lot of benchmarking crimes in the industry in the past, and this at least kind of opens the new playground for all of us to compete. So I think that's great. One thing that I would like to see more, and I think this is where we trade probably a little bit our beliefs for performance, is the lack of privacy. So we are using VMs as a scaling solution, as compression method essentially, and that makes a lot of sense for scalability purpose, but I would like to see more progress in terms of real zero knowledge application of the VMs. And ultimately, performance, I think, is just still orders of magnitude behind where we need to be to kind of shake the current mainstream, which is, I guess, Web 2 in this context. And maybe this is not popular opinion, but I'm personally very excited about ZKML and hope that, the new level of performance can get us into that vertical as well.
And so what was summarizing again, for other than cost and latency, what it was towards this? This is a very exciting...
I think privacy is something that I would like to see, yeah. And the use case that I'm excited about is ML.
Thank you, excellent.
Yeah, I think at this point everything has been said, but yeah, I do agree. Obviously, I do agree with everyone.
Claim your stance.
But I think, the one thing that I wanted to say before Roddy already said it, but CPU performance, basically, because, that's the orders of magnitude away from enabling people to do client-side proofs, and client-side not by having a cluster at home, but by actually making proofs in your desktop or your browser. And I think that's necessary for privacy, for ZKML likely, for identity, for a lot of things that still rely on custom circuits and very specialized techniques. So these are requirements to enable ZKVMs to go into that market as well and allow for even more use cases by providing better tooling, but with the performance that's required.
All right. Follow-up question to all of you. Performance ceilings continue to persist to exist. That's not a correct English sentence, but we get it. Despite us improving heavily in our proving systems and our circuit designs, what are these ceilings that remain?
Can we start the other? No, I'm kidding. Let me just try historically to answer this. I'll try to be short. So like we started acceleration from Polygon Hermes. I think Jordi and his team is around here. That was like 2 years ago. We were struggling with one level of performance bottlenecks. Then we were accelerating SP1. We hit the other type of bottlenecks, and now we have our own proof system and VM. And I think every time when we look across the stack, performance bottlenecks are all the way from the VM ISA until the hardware acceleration. I think that the only way for us as an industry to basically achieve the level of performance that is going to pick up the adoption is probably to have another 100 to 1000x speed improvement across all these layers. So VM layer, proof layer, maybe also arithmetization and compiler layer, and then hardware acceleration being that GPU or custom silicon. Now, I do not think that this is very pessimistic view, because just a few years ago, it was taking minutes and hours to make proofs. Now we are below 12 seconds, and ultimately, if the trend continues, we probably won't be able to match state-of-the-art CPUs that run in silicon, but we are going to get really good results in next 24 months, I guess. So yeah, we need, I think, improvements across the stack. Do I need summary, or this time is good? Okay.
You're good.
Yeah, I think that makes a lot of sense. I think a lot of the ZK VMs, because now how many, who's counting? There's 25 plus ZK VMs. A lot of them are very similar. And I think we are starting to see already like different parts of different ZK VMs being combined for what they do best. And I think this is what will be required at some point to get the best performance out of everything. Is just like take the best front end, best optimizer, best ISA, best proof system. Of course, not as simple. There's not going to be one winner in each category, because you can also combine things differently and get different performance in different use cases. But I think this will start happening more, of like sharing different parts of different systems to basically get better performance. And I think this also agrees with what Roddy said, getting more performance improvements, not by just the proof system, just the ZK VM arithmetization, but across the stack, every single part has to be optimized. Yeah.
Anything to add?
I think it's interesting to frame things as a performance ceiling. Like I actually, like Roddy is saying, there are many layers to the stack, and we actually feel like there's a ton of opportunity that's pretty obvious, but requires significant engineering work at each level. And there's sort of multiplicative impact when you optimize these separately. And so our feeling is that the short-term trend of progress will almost deterministically be quite optimistic, and also the rate at which we're coming up with new ideas to improve on each layer is also pretty steady. So it does feel that what's necessary to break through the current performance walls is actually just more time for teams to be able to really think at each layer, combine the innovations at each layer in a more optimal way, and do a bit of like co-evolution of the layers.
Bullish?
Yeah, I think I have like a quite similar answer, but the pipeline from the ZK theory to ZK in practice is like one of the slower parts of the ecosystem, which is kind of funny. So it took us about 2 years to build ZK Sync Airbender from scratch. And already like in the last year or so, like multilinear proofs have become very popular. Airbender still uses Fry Starks, which was all the rage, 2 years ago. And so like there's tons of room for improvement, we think, from recent papers, but we're not quite sure. Like it's hard to tell just from a paper if it's really going to be good in practice. And we like to take in like all the new innovations, but the questions about being secure and stuff. And so I think like trying to get from the theory to in practice as fast as possible is like kind of a bottleneck, but it keeps getting better.
Let's start with you. I have a next question that segues us towards our next section of the panel around ZKVM interoperability. The question is, should ZKVM's performance be evaluated based on the type of workload that they do, for example, settlement or co-processing or fraud proofs, etc.? Should we Ethproofs working on kind of unifying the way we measure them. I'm contradicting this by asking, should we focus and have subsections for what type of workload ZKVMs are doing?
I think it's going to mirror the world of like hardware chips pretty similarly, where like 99% of people are just going to use the same chips, but there are those like weirdos who want specialized use cases for like ZKML or other situations where you have like kind of extreme and different performance requests. But I think most people are going to slap everything through like a RISC-V ZKVM apparently.
Was this a yes or a no? I can't tell.
Maybe.
It was a maybe? Yeah, all right. One maybe from Porter. Let's go, Yi.
Yeah, in my mind, there are actually two dimensions of evaluation of any ZKVM. I think there's, roughly speaking, how it performs on precompiled circuits, which is basically hashing and signatures. And then separately, there's sort of, and this I consider to be the more fundamental VME part, how it performs on memory and maybe stack or registers. And those I do think, although they're maybe not benchmarked in isolation, they do represent pretty different axes of performance. And you do see this in the more common benchmarks outside of Ethproofs, where some benchmarks focus on repetition of a precompile heavy operation, while others focus on more generic VM operations. I think as we see different VM designs emerge that are not just straight RISC-V emulation, we're going to see more differentiation in performance between these. I think to date, most VMs perform kind of at a constant factor over the underlying proof system, and so these are highly correlated. But I do think in the next 6 months, we're going to see some significant differences here.
So yes, from Yi.
Yes.
Yeah, I think yes too. And I agree with what you said. I think it'd be cool to see like Ethproofs without precompiles, just from a research perspective, to see how much of a certain ZKVM is because of the precompiles, because of the whole architecture, because of however it's implemented in the first place. I'm not suggesting that this is how it should be measured from the point of view of what's the fastest, because if you have precompiles, you might as well use them. It's going to make it faster and cheaper. But I think for research goals and to basically like improve the whole ecosystem, it would be quite useful to have like various benchmarks. I think not only Ethereum, because Ethereum benchmarks are in a way kind of specific to the operations it does, but like different types of benchmarks without precompilers just to measure the base of the VM, assuming a certain high level tooling, because then if you say, okay, if you no precompilers, but I'm writing circuits, then of course it's going to be faster. But then still say, okay, you have to have a Rust or Go program, something high level that people can scale and use libraries, and then compile that to some ZKVM and then use that. I think it'd be quite useful, actually.
So from Leo, we have a yes, but with conditions.
Yeah.
All right.
For me, it's a non-conditional yes. I think it's just yes. The one thing that Leo mentioned about precompiles and running benchmarks without them, I think there is a lot of value in that fundamental sort of naive approach to ISA and just seeing the efficiency, because if our space evolves such that we really run a lot of random programs, that's where the best VM is probably going to shine in the long term. Having said that, I think that precompiles as a vehicle to achieving the short-term performance goals should probably dominate the space in next few years.
Perfect segue. Very intentionally built this way. Perfect segue to our next question, which is one of the most beautiful things about Ethproofs is that it's showing us, or hinting at least, a future where ZKVMs can coexist and co-create and collaborate towards a similar vision, or making at least a utility of something more viable. The question is, do you guys see us progressing towards where ZKVMs are more specialized and each of them specialize in a vertical to handle a specific workload, or rather a more unified convergence of more universal solutions? Let's start that side.
So the question is, if I get it right, basically, are we going to see specialization, essentially?
Specialization, or rather going the other way of having more universal solutions?
If I can predict the future, I'll probably just stick to stock trading. So like I can't, but my 2 cents, and this is based on opinions from 80s or 90s, where CPUs and the traditional semiconductor industry is that there will be specialization. And we saw that several cycles, and the AI is the latest cycle of that type of specialization. I actually wish there is a world where there is so much modularity in precompiles, and maybe what he is building with modular VM, that you can kind of do a little bit of a Lego with precompiles and choose your best topology for the workload or the proving task and keep everything as a framework, which would simplify things. But again, teams are very focused on reaching performance goals, and competitions like Ethproofs kind of foster that. So I wouldn't be surprised if we still see a lot of hard coding, a lot of kind of cutting corners and optimizations just to achieve the pure numbers. And again, I don't think there is anything bad with that. I think that's a really good pragmatic approach to see more performance in the short term. So yes, I think that we'll just see more and more specialization.
I think we'll see both in a way. I think specialization makes sense, but I also think that it makes sense that the ZKVMs are going to start converging into fewer, better ones. And on the specialization part, but I think for both, actually what's needed is tooling and time. Like a lot of it is kind of just work that will take engineering time to like make things more modular, put things together, be able to have a system that you can actually plug these kind of things from different systems and they actually work. Like none of that will come for free. But I think they will have an impact on, on all the things we've been talking about, but mainly probably performance. But I think specialization also will happen. But again, you'll need tooling, because let's say you have a more specialized, a smaller RISC-V base or whatever ZKVM that has fewer opcodes, that can only do a handful of operations, but that's enough for a lot of applications, that you can compile from a subset of C++ or Rust or whatever. Then you'll need tooling to take care of that for the user. So I think this will likely happen as well. I'm sure it already happens.
I think it does.
Yeah, so with our modular approach to OpenVM, we are kind of betting on kind of there being some diversity, but with the need to have some interoperability between different components for the diversity to be leveraged. So I think in the industry, we are seeing a bit of convergence today, and I think that's mostly social. Everyone wants to get to market. I think every RISC-V front end today is fundamentally a fork of RISC-Zero's original RISC-V front end. And if you ask me, that's actually the main reason people choose RISC-V. There are benefits and drawbacks to that, I say, but I think the main benefit is you can fork the toolchain.
Amen.
And so I do think now that things are getting a little bit more mature and it's becoming more possible to deviate without getting the massive detriment of having to rebuild everything, we are going to see different teams explore deviations at one level of the stack while keeping every other level constant. And I think that will both benefit the ultimate performance, but also not every end user will want every deviation at every level of the stack. And so that's where I think that the diversity will come in.
All I heard was RISC-V rocks. Thank you so much.
All right, I'll conjecture actually that it's just going to get more homogeneous, at least for now, because really the main use case for almost everyone up here is either proving Ethereum blocks or proving L2 blocks. And if the goal's like the same at the end of the day, we can switch out some of the pieces of some of the different layers, but mostly we're all targeting the same thing. And until we find more like ZK use cases out there that aren't blockchain somewhere, we're going to find one. But until that happens, we're all building the same thing mostly.
I would have to echo that, not for us, any of us here, but for everyone else who isn't here, we're kind of are building the same thing. At least from the outside, it very much looks like it. That's partly our messaging thing that we have to work on, and some of the marketing there as well, which is one of the challenges ahead of us, honestly. Even though we're building infrastructure and it doesn't need to be terribly mainstream, but still, there is an issue there. We're rolling into our last segment, which is future looking. I want to bring some Hope Core onto this stage, and all of you have been around for at least one, most of you for more cycles, and have been ZK pilled, as we heard in the introductions, for most of you at least 2-3 years. Beautiful. We have been propagating this narrative of ZK is just around the corner. It's almost, we're just becoming mainstream. What is your personal conviction that this time it's actually different? And even everything, all the walls that we talked about in the middle of the panel seem small compared to why you believe this is happening now. And in the next few years, we're actually there. The technology is actually there. What keeps you convicted that it's true? We are getting adoption.
So in 2023, I predicted that 2024 would be the year of ZK apps. So yeah, if I could predict the future, I'd be in the stock market. I'll flip-flop from my last answer though, and say I do believe that we will ZK prove pretty much every computation in the entire world. It will be like public key cryptography or digital signatures. It's just going to be everywhere. And that's still maybe not quite this cycle, maybe in the next one, hopium, but it's coming.
Hold on. What makes you believe it though? Like when you wake up, you lock in for work. What makes you believe it that we're doing it?
It's Vitalik sent one tweet like a couple years ago that said ZK snarks are going to be significant revolution, and Vitalik's never been wrong before. So
it's hard to top that answer. I would say, there's the bearish perspective would be like, hey, we've come so far on performance, but adoption is lagging performance. But I think the more optimistic way to look at that is to not compare ZK to other things in blockchains, but to compare ZK to something like elliptic curve cryptography. So the amount of time it really took elliptic curve cryptography to go mainstream was significantly longer. And also, if you compare the maturity of ZK solutions along like the developer experience, along security, and even the abstractions around ZK solutions, were frankly nowhere close. So I think there is still a lot we can do to make but the DevX, the performance, the security better. And I think what's interesting to me is that there are people outside of blockchains who are interested in ZK today, and they have actual questions. And those questions are technical things that we have already solved. For example, on the performance side, I wouldn't say we as a space are fully there, but we're getting closer, or have a pathway to solving, I think, on the DevX and the security side. So I think if we really were in a situation where most of the technical problems are solved and there's no adoption, that would be deeply negative. But I would say there's definitely some interest, but there's still a lot to do. And so that feels like an optimistic scenario to me.
So let me summarize. When you lock in for work every morning, what keeps you going on this to work specifically on this? Because you do something really, really specific to this space. is what keeps you motivated and believed is the progress we're making, but at the same time, the mountain of work that's ahead of us. Did I understand this correctly?
Yeah, I think it's now sort of clear what is the ideal ZK solution. Like maybe to paint a cartoon, it would be you can run on one core and prove in real time on the rest of your computer. I think we're not really close to that, but I think we have pathways to try to get there.
Beautiful, thank you.
Yeah, I think we're definitely not there yet. And I do agree with Yi that it looks like this is what we know where we should go and what's going to enable the use cases that are not there yet. And I think for the longest time, this has been the meme, right? That ZK has a bunch of people spending millions of dollars in development and 25 plus ZK VMs, but no users. But I also do agree that people are getting interested and they are doing things that are similar. And I think it's also hard to zoom out and notice how fast things are developing. I mean, yeah, I think we do notice, but compared to like other types of cryptography or other things that took longer to get established, it's kind of easy to like not notice how fast ZK is, like how much faster ZK is being developed and potentially adopted. So I think this is kind of like one usual, like the other is grass is greener type of thing, that we think we're not fast enough and there's no use cases, but I think ultimately it will, people are starting to notice and starting to ask questions like both Porter and you said, and yeah, I think we eventually will get there. Yeah.
Follow-up is, so then on a daily basis, what gives you conviction to still work on this specific thing?
Number go up.
Fair enough. I mean, you know.
By number of proofs you can make per second.
Sure. Thank you.
Throughput. Yeah, I think like for this community, everybody's deeply zooming. It may feel that like innovation is not going at the right speed, especially in terms of like productization and where we want Ethereum proving to be. But I actually probably gave a hint a little bit of that before. I think innovation is going at dramatic speed, and that's what makes me the most bullish about this ecosystem. Like the quality of recent works were really good across different ISAs at the VM level. We have new prover system recently announced by Succinct, which also brings more kind of competitiveness to the market. We are seeing really a lot of good hardware acceleration going on. So across the stack, really, we are innovating quite a lot. Sorry. Another thing that I want to say, what drives me personally, and this may not necessarily hit the Ethproofs use case, but I think we are not far away from a world where some software will be executed with a proof of execution. And that opens a bunch of use cases that these VMs are built for. So there is a notion of product definition that he was talking about. And yeah, I think that really excites me a lot.
Excellent answers, wide range of answers. We're reaching our last question. And the last question, we're looking into the future, mostly of Ethproofs and our collaboration. All right. So Ethproofs has shown us a way of measuring current benchmarks. But for us to be successful, we need to look into the future, plan ahead, and foster successful collaboration. So our last question for today is, what would be something that we should have as a shared goal that we progress towards for the next 12 months? And what would ideal collaboration look like for that?
I can only think of what I would like to see on Ethproofs that is not there today. I think a lot of this race to real-time proving focused a lot on hardware acceleration, and maybe we should also look at the sheer CPU numbers. That's actually to quote Leo to an extent, maybe even like just single-threaded CPU execution or single core execution of certain of these proofs. I mean, I know those times will suck, but I think there is level of technical detail that will inform research and help us all make better decisions at a low level. So that's like the only thing that comes to my mind. Maybe you can reiterate the part of the question that I missed.
Is a specific goal that all of us that are contributing to Ethproofs right now would have as a target? Because currently we do current benchmarks for mostly cost and latency. We're working towards having at least this singular thing we focus on of benchmarking each other with each other for proving Ethereum blocks. What would be next 12 months goal that we can all pitch into to progress towards?
Yeah, I think we spoke a lot about different collaborations. I think people brought up ISA design, compiler, different things related to the proof systems. I don't know, maybe just like if everybody was pushing their things open source, and again, that would kind of initiate more sharing, that would definitely help the ecosystem. That's like the low-hanging fruit that comes to my mind.
One shared goal. I think maybe that doesn't depend that much on us here, but like us, the 5 of us. But having the vision for what a snarkified Ethereum L1 would look like, and what do we need to get there, and yeah, I'm sure people are working on this. But yeah, and I think also associated with CPU proofs, yeah, having some, again, I mean, we talked about this before, but having benchmarks or having the goal of focusing on CPU proof performance would be great for research and development as well.
So this is a very Vitalik targeted answer, I believe.
Why?
Because it was mostly a roadmap, no? Of what a snark.
I mean, people are working on it, right? There are new teams working on it. Alex is here, maybe. He's working directly on it. Yeah, I guess you'll have to answer that soon.
Fair enough. Thank you.
Yeah, I guess when I think about where Ethproofs really shines, it's that it is a neutral benchmark. I think one frustration we've had in benchmarking is that if you really want to benchmark fairly against a different VM, you can spend so much time doing it that in that time, that team probably made their VM better, you could have made your VM better. And so as a result, we generally don't do any competitive benchmarking. We think it's a waste of time. So I think it's an opportunity where Ethproofs could provide some auditability or rerunability of the benchmarks to really have, as in a public way, sort of one-click reproducible benchmarks across the space. I think that would benefit everyone. So when you see a blog post, if they have some crazy number, you can at least have some basis to start understanding where it's coming from.
That would be radical and funny you say that, because the RIS0 the VM is not on the Ethproofs website yet, partially for this reason.
All right, my wholesome hope for the community is that we can all rally together and market ZK more and have ZK be more of a cool, trendy tech thing, as big as AI. My less wholesome goal is that the next Ethproofs conference, we just lock all 25 engineering teams in the same room and only let one team out. And
who do you think would win?
Yeah, which criteria? What is the one thing that we
if
let
we
them
have
out based
good
on?
Ethereum values, we'll all bond together and we'll all be one giant team.
Unification, maybe. Yes. All right, these are great answers. I still don't know what the roadmap would look like for all of this, but thank you, all 4 of you, for answering this magnificent question. We have reached the end of the panel. I hope because of our summaries and the wonderful answers, you do have some more tangible takeaways of everyone's thoughts and progress, and how Ethproofs is going as of now, and the hindrances that we still face and where we're going next. Excellent work, everyone, sitting through this. And we're perfectly on time. Stay for the next panels. Thank you so much.
Make your verify sick, copy paste repo, another lame sequel. Tweeting benchmarks, bro, they're deceitful. You recursive, dog, please pause. Nested so deep, made Santa Claus lost. Back end sweating, chain haul drama. Verify slower than your grandmama. Prover killer, slaying every fake VM. Say your modular.
Thank you to all of our panelists. Coming up right now is an interview with Justin Drake. So, Justin. And what we're looking forward to next.
Can't even verify proof lab laughs while another ZKVM dies. Every VC got a VM, they all the same. Control V code base, Control C fame. You change a little field, wow, real clever. Still can't verify, yeah, me neither. Threads on blast, mainnet slow. Back end melt like Bay Bridge snow. Docs say trust us, that's so fake. Trusted setup that your uncle baked. Prover trying to load sounds like dial up. Chain froze up, devs in denial, bruh.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Justin, for joining us today. Really happy for you, as well as so many of the members from the EF team, to be here today to support this event. So thank you so much, first of all.
Well, thank you for organizing, and congrats to you and Ben and the rest of the team. I think this has been a great event so far.
Yeah, thank you so much. Really appreciate that. We are also live streaming this on Twitter. Last time I checked, it reached over 100,000 views. So lots of people, even those who could not make it here,
Wow.
are watching.
100,000, that's insane.
Yes, yes. Very happy about that number. To get started, I first wanted to hear some of the motivations behind both Ethproofs and all of the initiatives that the EF has been doing to accelerate ZK. Last time when you gave an interview at House of ZK, that was, I think, back in November, you were speaking about how there were some bug bounty programs available for formal verification. You're also a big proponent for Snark ASICs. And then at that time, Ethproofs was in the making. So very curious to hear about all the kind of the underlying motivation for the EF accelerating, looking into initiatives to accelerate ZK development, and then also relating to Ethproofs specifically, if there were any kinds of gaps that you see in current ZKVM industry benchmarking standards.
Yeah, so the Ethereum Foundation always had kind of high conviction that ZK would eventually provide a lot of value. And for years, we've been doing a lot of research and development. But what had happened to me personally is that I did a bunch of ZK stuff maybe 4 or 5 years ago, and then I took a break focusing on MEV. And then when I came back, ZK VMs were a thing. And I was like, wow, this is amazing. But then I started digging in, and then there's like yet another ZK VM and yet another one, and it was all very confusing. I mean, there was a great resource, awesome ZK VM by Pia and Alex, but I felt that was not enough. And I had this conviction that the ZK VMs basically was this phase transition where we would suddenly reach production use cases. And for Ethereum specifically, there's use cases everywhere. We want to snarkify the L1 EVM so that we can dramatically increase the gas limit. We want to have post-quantum security that involves snarks to aggregate the signatures. We want to snarkify the consensus layer with the beam chain. And we also want to try and fix the fragmentation that we have with the L2s and have faster bridging as well as synchronous composability once you have 2 L2s that share a sequencer and have the real-time proving. And going back to the gaps that I identified, really, one of the big ones was this lack of a neutral benchmarking place. And so, yeah, we had this idea to use mainnet Ethereum blocks as a realistic workload that is not Fibonacci. This is an actual production grade workload. and using it as a standard benchmark across all the ZK VMs. And for me, it was fantastic because it was a forcing function to get back into ZK. I love ZK. You know, I studied mathematics. This is where I feel at home. And it's also an opportunity to dive deeper into some of the nitty-gritty details of every ZK VM.
Yeah, absolutely. And about your point for providing that standardized benchmark for like a real production use case, that was a big topic for one of our previous panels.
Because everyone was fastest.
Yes, that's true. And, you know, for a lot of our benchmarking standards today or like methodologies, a lot of the times we have like simple program logic being proved or just say single hash functions being proved, but a lot of teams are really now considering, now that we're ready to evaluate actual use cases, to see those in real production, and proving like mainnet Ethereum blocks is just like one of the ways we can do that.
Exactly, yeah.
And I also wanted to ask you a bit about some of the, or like what you see the importance is for embracing diversity in ZK VM. So for Ethproofs right now, there are like, well, actually in just the ZK VM industry, there's around 25 plus different teams who are building ZK VMs. Quite a few ZK VMs on Ethproofs are also participating. So curious to hear about some of the advantages that you see with this multi-ZK VM approach rather than, say, enshrining a single standardized ZK VM.
Yeah, so the strategy that we have in the short term to scale the L1 gas to potentially a gigagas per second is to snarkify in real time the L1 EVM. The problem, well, one of the problems with ZK VMs is security. And the strategy that we have in the short term is basically to have off-chain proofs that, as you said, are not enshrined, and to lean on that diversity of ZK VMs for security purposes. And this is the exact same strategy that we have for the consensus layer clients and the execution layer clients. Actually, there's this great website, clientdiversity.org, that will show you the adoption of the various clients for consensus and execution layers. And the basic idea is to have maximally uncorrelated failures across the ZK VM. So if there's a bug in a library or some part of the stack, it ideally shouldn't affect the other ZK VMs. The other great benefit of diversity is that we're in this great moment of experimentation, and there's lots and lots of new ideas. And so it means that we're moving much, much faster than if it was 3 teams that were pushing the boundaries. And what I've observed empirically is that it seems that each team comes up with like an amazing breakthrough, like mini breakthrough. And when you compound all those mini breakthroughs across the teams, then you get something really amazing. And we're all leveling up in real time at breakneck speed. It feels like every week we're making a mini breakthrough.
Yeah, absolutely. So definitely some advantages both on, well, everyone just getting together, making those breakthroughs, but then also on the security side as well.
Yeah, it's the only pragmatic way, because the assumption that we have for Ethereum is that every individual ZK VM is broken. But if you have a multi-ZK VM verifier, so for example, as a validator, you download 5 different proofs and you say, check if 4 of the 5 pass, then yeah, you can lean on these non-correlated failures. And the hope is that if it's very, very hard to find simultaneously a block, an invalid block that will make 4 of the 5 verifiers say that the block is valid.
Yeah, absolutely. And just going on into some of the implications that come with real-time proving. A lot of ZK VMs are coming very close. Some of them have already declared that they reached real-time proving. So curious to hear some of the implications that it has in terms of both snarkifying Ethereum, making it into both a based and native rollup. So perhaps some benefits on shared security, composability side, and also very curious to hear about any Ethereum-specific advantages that will come once we, say, integrate these ZK VMs that have reached real-time proving.
Right. So one of the characteristics of the L1 is that it's settled in real time. And that means that basically at every single slot, a light client that's syncing to the chain can know what the state of the chain is, what is the result of executing those blocks. And 5 years ago, we had this sharding roadmap. And we investigated various ways to do the settlement. And there's optimistic fraud proofs, there's ZK, and neither of those back then had this aspect of real-time settlement. And it's only now that we're reaching kind of the third generation of settlement, optimistic ZK and now real-time ZK, that now this technology can be used at L1. And the basic idea is very simple, is that the validators, the attesters, in real time can know that the blocks are valid when they make an attestation. Now, real time can mean different things to different people. The type of real-time proving that we need is next slot real-time proving, meaning that you have a full slot for the prover to generate the proof, and this is going to be compatible with the L1 once we do a hard fork to introduce what's called delayed execution. So this is something that should happen hopefully in Amsterdam early 2026. And from that point onwards, we can have individual validators basically run ZKEL clients without any penalty. Having said that, in the next few weeks, potentially months, my hope is that I will run my validator with a ZKEL client. And there's basically two directions to go about it. Direction number one is to pay a little bit of penalty on the timeliness of your attestation. So, for example, if I get my proofs from Ethproofs and it takes 15 seconds, then I won't get the full rewards because my attestations will be a little bit late. But I don't care because I'm going to save more money on my hard drive and my computer than I'm losing on the fees. And then there's kind of something slightly more dirty, which is that I can optimistically attest to the validity of a block with no delay. And then if it happens that the block is invalid, then in the next epoch, I can vote for something else and fork it off. And so long as the latency is within one epoch, which is 6.4 minutes, which it is, then that works perfectly fine as a strategy. And so technically speaking, even without real-time proving today, I could run such an optimistic client, not suffer any penalties.
Got it. And really great how you are also thinking just on the incentive side as well, even with the delayed execution, looking at it from that standpoint.
Yeah,
and
I mean, it's also important to mention that the dirty version, or even the version of delaying attestations, doesn't work well if everyone does that. And what I think will happen is that we're going to have a hybrid of execution layer clients. We're going to have the conservative institutional kind of that are going to run traditional nodes, and then we might have a small long tail of home validators that will prefer to have really weak hardware. And if it's, let's say, 20% of the validators running on these ZKEL clients, nothing bad can really happen. It's kind of a win-win for the validators that have to spend less on hardware, and also for the network that gets to incrementally bootstrap and learn along the way and make the integrations necessary for eventually the end game, which was enshrining everything.
Got it. And also curious to hear, so you previously talked about some of the effects that we'll see on the L1 side. How about the user experience and also the prevalence of users on L2? Say if we're able to scale the L1 to 10K TPS, do we still see a need for L2s?
Yeah, I mean, 10K TPS is about 0.1 transactions per day per human. So in my opinion, it's just not enough once we have like mass adoption, especially that it's not going to be just the humans performing these actions, but also AIs on behalf of the humans. And also there's going to be some transactions that have lots of sub-transactions, like arbitrage, it's very noisy. And so, yeah, really what I'm aiming for is 1 teragas. So That's 10 million transactions per second across all of the L2s. So 1 gigagas, 10,000 transactions per second. That's great, but you're maxing out the capacity of the EVM. Past that point, you just can't run the EVM fast enough in order to process sequential transactions that all depend on each other. So you have to scale horizontally. And if we have 1,000 rollups, each with a gigagas, that's how you reach a teragas, which is the 10 million transactions per second. And a teragas is 100 transactions per day per human, which is probably more than enough. And so I think we're going to live in this age of abundance of execution, and the real bottleneck is going to be bandwidth, data availability. And the napkin math here is that over the next 10 years, we're going to be able to grow data availability so much that we can reach this 10 million transactions per second. And broadly speaking, there's like three tricks to improve data availability. Like one is to go with rollups and start compressing the data. You get roughly 100x, let's say, over something super naive. So that goes from 10 transactions per second to 1,000 transactions per second, and then you have sharding, like dank sharding, which gives us another 100x. So you get to 100,000 transactions per second. And then the final 100x is known as Nielsen's law, which is basically the equivalent of Moore's law for bandwidth, 50% compounding per year. Compound that over 10 years, that's about 100x, and you get to your 10 million TPS.
Always need to scale horizontally in this case.
Yes. Yep. I mean, some chains, have taken the easy path of scaling vertically, and that works until you reach the 10K TPS. But eventually, you're going to hit a hard wall, and the only option is going to be to scale vertically. And I think Ethereum has multiple years of lead on the horizontal scaling.
Got it. Mm-hmm. And just on the topic of bottlenecks, you mentioned about the data availability bottleneck, but curious to hear about your thoughts on some of the current bottlenecks that ZK VMs are facing. So now that proving costs are no longer too huge of a bottleneck now, are there any types of other challenges that you see ZK VMs encountering and really need to prioritize at that moment? Like, for example, with prover accessibility, who's able to generate these proofs?
Yeah, so I kind of want to zoom out and look at the big picture of bottlenecks. Like 30 years ago, we broke the first bottleneck of, is this even feasible theoretically? And then, maybe 5 years ago, we broke the bottleneck of, can we prove an Ethereum block? And I remember the PSC team there was like overjoyed that had this benchmark. They were able to prove the first Ethereum block. And do you want to guess how long it took to prove the block? It took 2 days to prove one block. That was 5 years ago. And then the next bottleneck after that was, can we get the proof cost to be reasonable? Because if it costs $100 to prove a block, that's just not gonna work out. And now we're at a point where it costs single-digit cents to prove a block. On Ethproofs, I believe the average is 4 cents. That's going to go up a little bit, maybe to like 5, 6, maybe 10 cents with real-time proving, because there's the overhead of not fully utilizing the hardware all of the time. But even like 10 cents is an amazing outcome. And so now the new bottlenecks are specifically power. So we're thinking that it would be fantastic if the real-time proving clusters have some bounds on capex and power, and it turns out that power becomes much more of a bottleneck relative to capex. And like the ideal outcome is that the amount of power required by the cluster is the amount of power needed to charge a Tesla. Okay, so a Tesla is 11.5 kilowatts. Which is roughly the equivalent of something like 32 5090s that are run at 350 watts each. I was told that this morning, Jeremy from Risk Zero kind of mentioned that they can do that on less than half, only 16 5090s. So
we're in a fantastic position to move ahead. We'll see what the other teams do and whether or not REST0 can deliver. Right now, we have this one number from SP1 Hypercube that it was using 200. I think they brought it down to maybe 160 4090s. Once they move to the 5090s, they should be able to halve that to maybe 80. And with all the optimizations, hopefully they'll also get to this like 32 GPU number. But tomorrow we have a ZK day as part of interop with various researchers and devs and ZKVM teams, and we're going to be discussing what is a reasonable power envelope and capex for these clusters.
Got it. And also just on the point with security, I know that Ethproofs it really prioritizes that as a property. So there's other popular properties relating to, say, speed and latency, but on the pizza itself, 6 out of the 8 properties are all security related. So wanted to hear from your side, what was the kind of the reasoning for making security like a first class, almost like a first class citizen type of property. And then, for example, one of the properties relating to post-quantum security, which is something that you're also considering very heavily towards just the broader beam chain proposal. Very curious to hear about why that should be something that we should prioritize now.
Yeah, great question. So one of the things that I am worried / will be worried in the future is whether or not a ZK rollup will get completely drained. And this might be like the biggest hack of all of history, where like imagine $20 billion on Arbitrum or Base once there's ZK rollups that just get liquidated all in one go. Today we have actually defense in depth because there's the centralized sequencer that will make sure that no bad blocks will get in, and then there's the proof delay or the fraud proof game delay. But eventually where we're headed is no delay in settlement and decentralized sequencing, where now suddenly you are exposed to all of those bugs. And this is part of the reason why we invested so heavily in formal verification of the ZKVMs, putting $20 million over 3 years, because it's a systemic risk, right? This would be the equivalent of the DAO, in 2025 or 2026 if a major rollup were to get hacked. Now, for the L1 specifically, we have this luxury of actually not caring so much about security because we have this trick of having the subjective off-chain proofs. This is not something that you can do really with the rollups, where you have to specifically enshrine and choose your proof systems in the smart contract. And so what it means is that you have much more flexibility to fix bugs in real time as they get detected, and also benefiting from the diversity of the operators, which each run like slightly different setups. But yeah, to answer your question, security has always been a super weak point for the ZKVMs, just because there's complexity over complexity over complexity. There's there's the compilers, there's the proof system, there's the circuits. And each one of those has potentially multiple layers of complexity within each. And so what we're trying to do is shepherd, I guess, the community in the right direction and provide transparency. And ultimately, the end game is enshrining. So you can imagine 3, 4, 5 years into the future, like picking an actual like single proof system and just enshrining that. But in order to do that, we would need all the pizza slices to be completely green, which includes formal verification of the 3 key layers: the circuit layer, the proof system backend, as well as the compiler that will generate the bytecode that gets run on the ZKVM.
Got it. So the end game right here is being able to eventually choose a type of ZKVM with a specific proof system to be enshrined.
Yes, and that's actually something that we will do outside of the EVM for the beam chain first. So for post-quantum signatures, for technical reasons, you actually need to have an enshrined proof. And the reason is that for slashing to work, we all need to agree on what is a slashable message. And so it needs to be enshrined. The good news for the post-quantum signatures is that we can have a minimal custom proof system, which is extremely simple. And we have multiple people in the audience here, actually, who have implemented this. And one of the design criteria is to make it as simple as possible. And we have an initial kind of draft Python spec, and it's only 445 lines of code, I believe, which is absolutely amazing for a full SNARK verifier, which produces extremely small proofs on the order of 128 kilobytes, and also has an extremely fast prover.
Got it. And on the hardware side, in terms of hardware acceleration, I'm curious to hear about any types of techniques, any types of methods that you're really optimistic about. I know that you are like a strong proponent towards ASICs as well, especially like SNARK-based ASICs. So very curious to hear any kinds of hardware acceleration techniques that you're looking forward to seeing with some ZK-VMs are already incorporating some, and any types of developments that still need to be made on that side.
Yeah, so I guess one thing I'll mention is that the amount of progress on GPUs has definitely surprised me. And I think the juice to squeeze with ASICs is less than what I expected. So previously I expected 2 orders of magnitude improvement. Now I'm only expecting 1 order of magnitude improvement. But still, 1 order of magnitude improvement is massive. And this goes back to this idea of power consumption being the main bottleneck. We want to go to 1 gigagas per second. Roughly speaking, we're at 1 megagas per second right now. So we need to 1000x the energy efficiency. How do we do that? Well, many people in this room are kind of confident that just through pure software, we can optimize the provers to be 10 times more efficient, and that's going to mean 10 times more energy efficiency. Another 10x can come with the ASICs, and then another 10x can come from distributing the load. So instead of having one like mega cluster that has hundreds of GPUs, we can imagine 10 clusters, each of which has 32 GPUs, and then they're working together to generate the proof. And I think each of these 3 ideas, software, hardware, distributed proving, provides at least a 10x multiplier. And so we'll see how it shapes out. Maybe we'll get 20 or 30x with software, and then we only need like an 8x on hardware, and maybe we don't even need distributed proving. Yeah, we'll see.
Got it. And just as a last question, just because there's a lot of ZK-VM teams in the audience, I'm wondering if you have any advice for, say, current Ethproofs contributors or any ZK-VM teams looking to integrate, any advice to them on what you think should be prioritized in the next few months?
Yeah, so I guess one thing I'll say is like, keep doing what you're doing. Like every ZK-VM in some sense is doing something slightly different, and there are benefits to diversity. I mentioned the experimentation. The other thing I'll mention is just come talk to us, right? Because we want to help. Like recently, the Ethereum Foundation restructured its research and development team to be called Protocol, and many of the teams are focused on snarkification. So there's a new ZK-VM team, which is led by Kev. There's a new snarkification team led by Alex. There's the cryptography team. There's the stateless verification team that's going to be working on ZK-VMs, and the testing team. And basically, like half of the Ethereum Foundation is going to be working in some shape or form on stuff related to ZK. And we really want to help. So one of the things that we announced recently is prover bounties. So if you have an open source prover that can orchestrate proving over a cluster of GPUs, and it's able to achieve real-time proving, we'll just pay for the cluster. All right, so we'll give you $100,000, and we also want to help with integrations and signaling, right? It's quite a signal if a ZK-VM is able to help secure Ethereum, which is a $300 billion project, and hopefully soon in the future a $3 trillion project. And what we're basically hoping to do is work with the ZK VMs that like check all of the boxes, right? That are open source, that are real time, that provide real diversity because there's these uncorrelated failures, and basically work with them almost potentially to the extent that we work with the other client teams, right? We have the consensus layer, execution layer clients, and now potentially we have this. I guess we could call it ZL clients, like the ZK layer. And I'm hoping that we have a very fruitful collaboration over the next few years.
Absolutely. And thank you so much, Justin, for all your insights and for being here today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks so much.
Niche can't even scale it. Stress test heavy till your witness bailing. Spin figure eights, run constraints and break them. Boot up, stall your mainnet faking. Docs on docs, blogs on blogs. Proof lab laughing.
All right, thank you, Justin. Next up, we have, I believe, our last panel for the day on the future of ZKVM interoperability and proof liquidity. So we will have Ming from ZKM, who will be joining, Norbert from ZK Cloud, Carlo from Lita, and Dominic from Maiden. One other
Slaying every fake VM. Say your modular stacks looking shaky, man. Tweeted proofs, but you can't even verify. Proof lab blast while another ZK VM. I drop entropy like E40 slang. You prove or crash, that's bang, bang, bang. Claim you're plonk, but you're just confused. Circuit sloppy, benchmarks bruised. Back end looking janky like scraper paint. Mainnet run, nah, it ain't. Verified gone, ghost in the shell. Another ZK VM bid farewell. Prover crying, CPU frying, tweeting copium, whole team's lying. Docs still say alpha release, proof lab swing, VM deceased. Proof lab
or project.
ZKVM graveyard shift.
All right. Yeah, thank you so much for all of our panelists for joining. This last panel will focus a lot on interoperability. I'm wondering if we can first start off with some brief introductions from all of our panelists. Norbert, if you want to start first, I know you've been on the stage quite often today.
Yeah. Hi, everyone. I'm Norbert from ZK Cloud. We are building the first universal proving infrastructure for ZK. The first version of the network's been out since, or was released in March 2024. And then since then, we had scalable network released and coming up with the new one pretty soon. Yep. So we are working with a bunch of ZKVM teams and happy to be here supporting Ethereum's snarking journey.
I'm Carlo. I work from Lita. I do cryptography engineering, and we are one of the 25 ZKVM teams around.
Nice. I'm Dominic. I'm working for Maiden, and we are another one of these 25 ZK VMs. Basically, we built it already since a long time ago, and our goal is to build to optimize the ZK VM for client-side proofs. So we also built our own instruction set. We have our own hash function, and so it will be interesting to discuss how we can make everything interoperable.
Yes, this is Ming Guo. Oh, this is better. Yeah. Hello. Yeah, this is better. This is Ming Guo. I'm standing in for Stefan. I'm also from the team ZKM. I'm the co-founder of ZKM. And we are developing a different kind of interoperability scheme called Entangle Rollup, where we can utilizing ZKVM for heterogeneous L1s. Yeah.
Right, thank you so much for the introductions. As our first question, wanted to hear from all of you what role ZKVMs have in enabling trust minimized interoperability. With increased chain specialization, there's many fragmentation that we see, fragmentation across different L2s, for example, fragmented liquidity. How can maturing ZK VMs address existing fragmentation?
Well, I think like there are very promising approaches. Like as an example, in the Polygon ARC layer, they use SP1 to try to verify from different ZK VMs the proofs, and then you can have like interoperability faster than the Ethereum block time. So if you could make it possible, because they are all Turing complete, if you could make it possible that you can verify inside a ZK VM another ZK VM's proof, then it would like tremendously increase interoperability. Maybe even not only on the block level, but maybe even if you could verify something like a client-side proof from a user on another chain, then it would be even faster. Yeah. But there are also a bunch of problems, obviously.
Yeah, I think in short term, it's not a problem because every scheme of proofs will have their own verifier. In the long term, it might make sense to have a integrated verifier, for example, the one Ethereum might adopt. And then we could probably have a very standardized, like a middleware or something. But in the short term, I think it's a good thing because the diversity of proving system and verifier is actually it's a strength, not a shortcoming, in my mind.
I think that the core of all this panel is going to be about how can I input a proof one ZK to the other, to another ZK VM, and that's the way I think ZK VM can help with interoperability. And I think it's got a lot of potential and also a lot of technical challenges with them, depending on how different the ZK VMs are and the architecture and the proving system and so on and so forth. But I think that there's going to be families of ZK VMs are going to be pretty similar to each other that will allow a bunch of different applications that can communicate easily.
I'd go a little bit higher level, I think, because currently we are at Ethproofs. So basically, it's actually in front of our eyes happening how ZK VMs can enable interoperability. As soon as we get to real-time proving of Ethereum, then imagine the transactions of different L2s landing in the single block, get proven within the next slot, and then finality times change. Interoperability between chains change drastically. The trust assumptions we need for bridging for any type of cross-chain interaction change a whole lot. So like I'm more on the product side and high level, and I'd leave all the like super technical discussions to you guys on how, for example, one proof system can be verified maybe in another ZK VM or proof system. But like for me, it's super interesting to see what if, let's say, for example, Zeth or RSP from RISC-0 or SP1 respectively, they can prove OP stack even now. They can prove like the EVM and Ethereum even now. Imagine the 7-day finality time of, for example, optimistic rollups decreasing to seconds, or maybe, we could say 1 or 2 minutes. Even if we imagine that proving an Ethereum block and proving an optimism block are significantly different because of the large transaction load on the OP chain. But imagine them aggregating transactions for a few minutes, having that proven, having that settled on Ethereum, going from 7 days to a few minutes. That's still pretty crazy. And I think it's just, it's just happening in front of our eyes now. So it's crazy.
And in terms of just making, say, this kind of messaging between ZK VMs happen, like what you mentioned with a proof being generated from one ZK VM being able to translate that to another type of system, is there any type of coordination infrastructure or kind of middleware that is needed to support this interoperability across different ZK VMs, like say with different kinds of messaging layers, or if proof aggregators could come into play here. Any specific types of coordination infrastructure that you see being most useful in this context?
I think that the more than infrastructure, what we need is like kind of social consensus among the different projects to agree on maintaining standardized library and have them as big as possible, I would say. So trying to keep standardized and common, everything that can be standardized and put in common, and maintaining those tools. But yeah, I think that everyone is very, very busy with the developing they have to do. So I think to me, it's more of a social consensus moment in which people agree to coordinate and do something of this sort together.
I could imagine, or if there are different idle computers and someone would put something to be proven there, then I'm sure we need some kind of coordination layer, and these proofs probably need some metadata, like which was the proof system, the field size, whatever. And I would not worry so much about slashing or that we need a blockchain type of coordination. But if it's an open market, then it could be just like an auction or so, where basically you would sell computing power to, I don't know, aggregate proofs or outsource client-side proofs, or and this, I think there are already some experiments with it, like Risk Zero Bonsai, I think is something like this, like a distributed prover network. And I'm sure we will see something like this in the future. The question is, or to me, the question is would they then just run different programs, like every prover in an isolated environment, they would just spin it up if the certain proof comes in? Or would there be one ZK VM somehow that would, such that it would be possible to standardize it, or then could prove these different things to prove in one ZK VM?
Yeah, this is actually starting to make sense and actually important, because right now it's pretty simple. You provide a computing service, and you can build it into a market, and the market will basically cover itself. But for layer 2, and of course this is also evolved layer 1, the consensus are different. On layer 2, they're not much consensus in the sense that every rollup or every architecture is on its own. It's totally okay. You don't know other people. You assume you're alone in the world. Well, that's basically how decentralization works. And it will be okay. And no one cares if you died, if you stop your service, someone else will just continue with their life, their app, their service. But actually we have encountered this problem that ZKM, we actually built it. I'm really sorry. We actually built a service called Gold Network, and actually it's not on Ethereum, it's for Bitcoin. And when there's disparity of capability, for example, on Bitcoin, the verifier on layer 1 on the Bitcoin main network, it's actually not too incomplete, like Satoshi actually sabotaged it, in the beginning. And in that case, a very special kind of verifier was developed called BVM, and the whole scheme is kind of difficult, because then you need to enhance the consensus of the layer 2 to supplement all kinds of game theoretic designs to make a wholesome vertical stack that makes the proving system work. In that case, there are multiple roles on layer 2, and then there's gaming situations that needs to build to a very kind of sophisticated economic incentives built in, and then in that case, the consensus become kind of sticky in the sense that there might be disparities between roles, operators, sequencers, and so in that case, consensus becomes actually a very important and crucial part of the whole system design. But of course, that's for the future. And on Ethereum, I think it's totally okay because Ethereum is very complete and capable. Layer 1, both layer 1 and layer 2. But in terms of interoperability, I'm more interested in kind of just spreading this whole design to kind of extend consensus from layer 1 to layer 2, meaning that with layer 2, you actually extended your consensus because you involve parties that provide compute other than just everyone's on layer 1. And also in this scheme, you can also involve other L1s. This is much more like interesting and exciting. So yeah, of course, we could consider a feature that extend beyond Ethereum.
From my perspective, I mean, just to summarize infrastructure, I think you guys mentioned some prover networks or marketplaces that efficiently generate proofs, some proof aggregator services that would be needed, some messaging protocols to connect ecosystems, some relayers that could relay state on information. But like some other things that just came to my mind having heard the interview with Justin is, for example, things like ZK execution layer clients for Ethereum, where if from the next hard fork, it's going to be an option for validators to do, you need those clients to be able to to allow other validators to attest to the validity of proofs. And then those clients would again be, for example, needed on L2s as well, where then they could start verifying the ZK proofs, proving the state transitions of different chains across each other, basically. And actually, in some way, I guess, I don't have the full picture, but something like RISC-0 and Boundless is doing is, I think, something similar, because RISC-0 has the verifiers on different chains. So if I have an application on some chain, I generate a proof for my application using RISC-0, I could actually take that proof and verify it on another chain where the RISC-0 verifier contract is deployed. And that could actually already start unlocking interoperability in that sense. So yeah, actually, I just wanted to tie this whole thing back to Ethereum and what kind of infrastructure in terms of execution clients and whatnot is needed. And it's coming, actually, it's not just needed, it's coming based on the roadmap, yeah, that would allow interoperability.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's really great that quite a few of the panelists here mentioned about just not just on the infrastructure side, but on the like social consensus side, its implications. And even what you mentioned, Ming, about potentially just some disparities with the different roles. But just on that side and just on broader incentive mechanism design, I'm very curious to hear about any sort of incentive mechanisms or pricing mechanisms that ZK VMs should use to adopt in order to drive this proof liquidity in, say, these different proving markets. Maybe you have some insight with this, Norbert, from ZK Cloud, just accommodating for prover competition, the demand for it, as well as end users' needs.
Yeah, I mean, with ZK Cloud, we've been building a prover network, a universal prover network, which can support any ZK VM, actually any proof system. Yes, so I think there are a few things to this. I think one of the core things is transparency and predictability when it comes to proof pricing, because, for example, if the finality of a layer 2 depends on the ZK proof, and then we start talking about, let's say, decentralized sequencing, where the sequencers need to source proofs. Basically, most of the landscape has decided, or it seems that's the general approach, to go with outsourced proof generation instead of enshrining a prover network beside the sequencer network in the protocol. So with outsourced proof generation, basically, the mechanism that the third party you are using to source your proofs is very important. For example, in our case, we voted for random selection of prover nodes when we allocate workloads. And I'm talking about workload allocation because most of the predictability and the transparency, I think, is there, and also a lot of risks related to monopoly and like influencing the cost of proving relies there. So we went with randomness, but if we want to choose prover nodes randomly, we need to ensure that there is a uniform minimum hardware for any of them that are in the active prover set. So that's our trade-off, basically, that any prover who wants to join our network has to have pretty beefy hardware or a certain minimum. But then off of this, we can actually, and we have enshrined our economics into the network so that, let's say, someone spins up tons of prover nodes and they increase their chances of being selected to process proving jobs, they cannot influence the cost of proving still, even though they are processing a larger portion of proofs. For example, why with an auction? Just 1 second. With an auction, for example, in a simple reverse auction, but also mostly, as I have seen, in more sophisticated mechanisms, the cost of proving is a large part of the selection mechanism. And as long as the cost of proving is dominant, like any large entity could just come in, do the cheapest bet or the cheapest bid, and could kind of be selected more often and tend toward reaching a monopoly. And with monopoly comes, and with centralization comes, potentially the control over the cost of proving once competition is out of the way, or potentially censorship and many other things. So I think it's a very interesting design topic to explore for anyone who wants to outsource proofs and proof generation. Yeah, but I don't want to talk too much.
Just a question to, like, you chose random, like you have randomly selected provers, and like the reason is that you don't want that a monopoly arises, basically, that would then run the whole proving network. Is that?
Exactly. So imagine you build a nicely decentralized network yourself, and then you go to a third party which is highly centralized, not because the third party wanted to build the protocol that way, but because the mechanisms that have been, like the architectural mechanisms, the protocol design mechanisms have been such that it allowed others to reach a fairly high level of monopoly, for example, over winning tasks in the network by simply just, let's say, underbidding everyone else if they have the chances to afford that, you know, as a for example, a very rich entity. So yeah, exactly. We wanted to build a network in a way that it's most resilient to any type of centralization risk, so that whoever looks to outsource proving to us, they don't need to take on unnecessary trade-offs, spoiling their own decentralization that they have built in their own protocol. And like decentralization, again, it's a very, I think it's important to mention, most of the time people think about decentralization for proving as something that's not really important. Indeed, it's not important for security, because security comes from math. However, it's important for liveness. If you want liveness guarantees for proving, you need decentralized proving. Yeah, not for security.
Makes
it's for
sense,
liveness.
yeah.
It's good to clarify, because then this puts into perspective why decentralization is also important in proving and not just sequencing and other stuff.
I forgot the question, sorry. Can you repeat?
The question is on just incentives relating to pricing or just any kind of market-driven incentives that can be used to really power proof liquidity across different chains or across different ZKVMs.
Got it. Yeah. Like I as a user would love to pay based on like cycles, I guess, and bandwidth maybe. So how big is the proof? And also like I would rather pay for hardware. Like, so how fast will the proof be generated? And there are these chips like from Fabric or there are some others. And like, I think when the proof comes back faster, this is where I would pay more basically. Yeah. So, well, I don't know. Yeah.
Yeah, when we use zero knowledge proofs as a way to scale our existing infrastructure, it become faded into the background because right now we already have like optimistic rollup. So I think the market will kind of shift to a new kind of asset, which is the proof itself. Also, the computation will create a new kind of asset, and we can call them like native assets. These are assets that's different from asset on layer one. For example, Ethereum or Bitcoin or any layer one asset. We call them like Coinbase assets. So the native assets are basically just proofs, but they're not static, right? People would think you can just use this. Many use the same kind of EVM, right? Other chains use compatible EVM, and we just have a same, for example, like a USDT contract on different chains. It's basically the same contract. Can we just reuse that proof? In a sense. But if you treat it as a native assets, it's different. A asset, even the same, like USDT on one chain, is actually very different from the one and other chains. And if you just use that proof itself, it's not going to work because they mean different. They have different consensus, they have different liquidity. You probably need something like a unified liquidity for it to work. So they're involving condition states. And you also have to pack that into the proof. So the system will probably evolve around trading those new kind of assets that have liquidity across different chains, across different layers. And it's very interesting that what kind of like economy this will entail. And I think the compute market for this is going to be more interesting, evolving forward than just the scalability kind of application that we built this for a couple of years. It will creep into other chains, and the market, for these kind of new asset, this new unified liquidity native assets will probably be a huge deal. And that will kind of foster the market, right, for the need for compute for zero knowledge ZKVM that we built today. So probably from this new asset type, and I'm quite excited for that. Of course, there are a lot of new frameworks that. Sorry for that. Need to be built. So. And those might involve considerations for consensus on different layers, decentralized sequencers, operator validators, because for these different contexts and relationships of roles players, you might want to build different incentive mechanisms as well. So how that evolves, it'll be very interesting to watch.
I personally don't know much about markets, so I cannot really think of a way of market strategy that would like foster interoperability and diversity in the prover landscape. It appears to me that like the more interoperability, the lower the barrier is for prover to join a prover network, and that sounds like a good thing. But I don't know how that correlates with a market strategy or something.
Got it. And just a question on when we're able to enable this interoperability between ZK VMs, what sort of new applications, new kinds of use cases can we anticipate? You, Ming, were talking about the idea of unified native assets. I'm curious to hear what all the other panelists think about new kinds of applications or use cases that can be enabled.
I think like as a base thing, like for sure, we can redefine how a bridge works. We probably can redefine how an oracle works, like this blockchain infrastructure across different chains with unified ZK VMs can definitely work differently, probably cheaper. That would be cool. As a completely new application, I think we also need to change other things, like if just then to just bridge different ZK EVMs or so. But yeah, this will just give us more block space, I guess, but not different applications.
Yeah, I think the future that ZKVM could bring us will, I think the first thing to go, I think, will be the bridges, because we're in deep, in the era of DeFi, we all complain about bridges, right? Bridges is brittle, and it's not, basically it's not safe at all, right? It has neither the consensus of either blockchain or bridging. They're basically like a virus, right? It's not safe. It's even evil. And with this proliferation of zero knowledge proofs across different chains, different layers, we can finally get rid of bridges. So at ZKM, we envision this new scheme called entangled rollup, which we mentioned earlier is called bridges bridge. Basically, with this you can basically utilize precondition instead of sending messages, right? You don't need to send messages anymore because you have the same kind of proof and the same kind of smart contracts. You can build a asset pool, unified assets that guaranteed to be consistent across chains and layers on preconditions. So you don't need message passing. Thus, you don't need bridges. So with this, we can have a much safer interoperability paradigm in this new era. So and also we can have a new unified liquidity pool based on this new asset type that basically are just zero knowledge proofs, and the market comes along with it. So that is a pretty exciting future.
I would also say bridges. I'm sorry to be repetitive, but yeah, and I think also entangled rollup is a really cool protocol and project.
Maybe I would add identity solutions where like composable proofs of identity across different chains or like proofs of whatever could be useful to have proofs of and then composable among different chains. And I think like Dominic, it's more related to what you mentioned, like any type of application where the privacy aspect would be useful and like potentially demanded. I think we don't really know yet what changes in terms of, for example, adoption this could bring. I do believe that like there have been voices around this already, and I do share that privacy being available, like Aztec, Maidan, different networks are building privacy in different ways, but this could actually unlock a whole new wave of users and adoption, and that could be pretty interesting going forward. And then the composability of maybe all those proofs through like clients, actually that's also part of the infrastructure, like ZK-like clients and whatnot, to allow all those proofs, maybe even the client-side proofs, to be composable cross-chain.
Got it. So it sounds like a lot of bridging types of applications, and even Ming said that we may not even need to implement bridges in the future. It's also interesting, Norbert, that you kind of mentioned about those identity-related applications as well, and anything that really needs privacy. So really great points that were mentioned here. And I also wanted to ask a question just about general predictions for the prevalence of a standardization of a ZKVM. So can we really anticipate a universal standard for ZKVMs, or say multiple types of ZKVMs dominating the space? You mentioned, Carlo, in the beginning when we were talking about just the interoperability between ZKVMs, a lot of ZKVM teams, they have very different designs, but similarities between them. And there can potentially be ways in which the proof from one ZKVM can also be translated to, say, another. But just curious to hear about general predictions for this future. If when relating to the interoperability for these ZKVMs, can we imagine the convergence towards either a single standard or just like similarities between ZKVMs, or just the dominance of multiple in the future?
So I think there are some low-hanging fruits. I would expect that ZKM will kind of cluster in some sense. Like for instance, if we think about the ZKVMs that use Flunky 3, to have a common ground, it's a lot easier if we only consider those. But if we put in the mix something like Jolt that uses SumCheck, it becomes a lot more complicated, and it can be done. But yeah, so I would expect that these low-hanging fruits of ZKVMs have like a strong common ground will coagulate. But I don't know if it's hard to say if like one architecture is going to impose over the other ones, and that's hard to say.
I also think like they will converge just because it's too expensive. Like at the moment, I think we are in an experimentation phase, right? So like we have different prime fields and different hash functions, and like this is super cool. But in the end, it will converge to the cheapest and the fastest somehow. Like and like maybe we will only use Starks, or for some reason, or only Snarks. And I think another reason that we don't see yet, but I think out of these 25 ZKVMs, like all of them have pretty severe bugs, and like we haven't seen them yet, but like it's also super hard to audit them. But then you add a compiler on top, which also will have a lot of bugs. And so like just to make them secure, like this is a very good reason to basically standardize things and use common modules to be sure, that we really prove what we are saying we are proving. And
yeah, I think this is, we just look back at the old world, right? Even if a very efficient, bug-free, for example, MIPS actually is quite like that, stable. This is mostly like market-driven, right? Like x86 or ARM, they all like win in their own market, not in terms of technology superiority. It's mostly like because of market share, right? You have more market share, that your architecture will just be more prevalent. I think in our world, it's actually better to have more architectures than just we all settle on one. We can probably have one, for example, RISC-V, the RISC-V versus MIPS. I wish it could probably enshrine, just build all these VMs, more popular VMs into the layer one chain itself, and then we just we don't run simulators anymore. But in the end, it would be market driven, and also something like Amazon, like AWS, or we're all using AWS anyway. But AWS in the sense that people who actually want to build their own horizontal like service that they need to kind of do but they don't want to like build their own clusters of GPU data center. They could use the standardized service because all the proof system are kind of converged. Then they can do like provisioning and just pick the better ones, more cost effective or efficient ones, based on their own need or ecosystem. So something like that will probably happen in the end. But I don't think like one architecture will rule them all.
I'm good. I think you guys said it all, so I'm good.
Yeah, sounds good. So it sounds like we can expect the convergence on, say, certain standards, but we also have views that multiple architectures will dominate in the future. Okay, that sounds great. Well, thank you to all of our panelists for joining us today for our last panel. So thank you so much for all the insights. Thank you.
Too many posers, not enough hits. RIP to another stack. We out here killing dreams. Got it on me? Bay Area, high feet.
They will have your slides projected, and then there's a clicker right here that you can use to change the slides. Yep. Yes, I'll quickly announce you, and then I'll pass it over to you. All right, next up, so that concluded our last panel for today. Next up, we have a keynote given by Dominic from Maiden.
Thank you very much. 1 second. So yeah, I'm Dominic. I'm from Maiden, and I want to talk today about why I don't think we only need to add ZK to blockchains, but especially in the context of Ethereum, we also need to think about state to make full use of ZK. And I want to talk about how thousands or maybe even millions of actors can prove their state transitions in parallel. So 2 key properties that we really need from any layer 2 or blockchain, basically, first, it's scalability. This is why we built this stuff. And the second one is privacy. And for scalability, what we want is that thousands of users transact at the same time. If we really want to compete with Cash or NASDAQ. And for privacy, we simply want that Alice doesn't see what Bob did. And just to emphasize the privacy part, because I think it's not really clear to everyone, I really think like AI is taking our jobs. In the sense of, if we still keep building transparent chains, and think about if you would have a chainalysis tool on your mobile phone, like an AI agent, where it just input your Ethereum address, and it would, in seconds, link that to every transaction that you've ever done, to every layer 2 you've ever used, and maybe even to your real-world identity. And we know that this is possible. We know that the chainalysis exists. It's just very expensive. But I could even do that today. But imagine we can do that with our mobile phone and ChatGPT in 2 years. And so I think we really need a blockchain that has privacy built in. And the problem why we cannot have this on Ethereum is basically global shared state. So we have a global state tree, and the tree is being updated sequentially, right? So one transaction after another is being updated to this global state tree. And there are ways to parallelize it, but they were not really fruitful so far. That is because we always touch the same smart contracts. But another problem is that state transitions, they need to be transparent to be verifiable. So every block producer or every client needs to at least have the data to re-execute this transaction. And this hinders us to get privacy. Like we can later add privacy on top and try to hide information again. But this will always be way more expensive than a native Ethereum transaction. And so we say, what if we would transact at the edge? Like with edge computing, we could also build a blockchain that executes transactions at the edge. And we can have zero-knowledge proofs that ensure the correctness of my behavior. And in that way, like, we don't only need efficient zero-knowledge proofs, but we also need to change the state model. And for the scalability part, we suggest the actor model, where the transactions are executed at the edge or by the actors, and they can do that in parallel, which will give me a lot more scalability. And for privacy, we can have efficient client-side proofs, and the network only verifies the state transitions of the local actors. And just to reiterate quite quickly, most of you have already heard it, I guess, how the actor model works, but it is a model for high-performance databases, and we can think of actors as little state machines with inboxes. They communicate via message passing to trigger state changes in one each other, and these messages can be produced and consumed asynchronously. So it kind of looks like this. We have different actors, they send messages to each other, but stuff happens at the same time. And on Maiden, we have built a blockchain around that model, but you can think of, you could also think of this state model being integrated into other blockchains. But like basically how we implement the actor model is like our actors are accounts. And you can think of like Ethereum accounts. So they maintain state and they expose interfaces like a smart contract, and they send messages to each other. We call them nodes, and these nodes carry asset, and they have spend scripts. And in our model, 2 transactions are needed to transfer an asset from account 1 to account 2. So in the first transaction, account 1 would change its state, transfer 3 tokens to the node, and in a second transaction, account 2 would consume this node and incorporate these assets. And this is different to Ethereum, right? Where Alice sends something to Bob in one transaction, but you need to change the state of Alice and Bob at the same time. And so our accounts on Maiden look pretty similar to Ethereum accounts. So they are smart contracts with code and storage, but all assets are natively stored in the account itself. So there is no ERC20 contract that would hinder us in asynchronicity or scalability. Because like if we only would have one USDC contract, then 1,000 of people want to exchange USDC, then we will always have this global lock on every state transition. But here we can, you can basically send USDC at the same time as your neighbor because the asset is stored in your account itself. And nodes, they look like this. They have a script, like a spending script. They define rules for consuming this node. Anyone can execute the node who has the data of the node and consume it. And nodes can carry multiple assets and inputs. And basically, you have a Turing-complete virtual machine that can encode as a spending condition almost anything you want. And so, like what we suggest and what we implement for Maiden is that we redefine what a transaction is. And a transaction on Maiden is the state transition of a single account. And this makes sense if we want to follow this actor model, right? So actors are little state machines, independent from each other, responsible for maintaining their own state. A transaction is defined as the state transition of exactly this actor. And so as an input of the transaction, you have an account, only one single account, and this transaction outputs the account in a different state, and it can it can consume several thousand nodes and produce nodes in changing its state. So, and then the clue is, or the catch is that every transaction defined as the state transition of a single account is always be proven. So there's a proof for every single transaction. And this is also different to more like most ZK EVMs works, for example, where you would prove the block. In Maiden, you prove every single state transition, and then you can batch these proofs together. And the thing is, now, because we combine the actor model with zero-knowledge proofs, basically, we have provable state transitions that happen in parallel by all these actors, and this gives you way better scalability properties. And the cool thing is, you get privacy for free. Because if you prove your own state transition locally, then all the network needs to know is just the public input to your transaction, and this can just be defined as like a set of commitments. So in Maiden, you get privacy because the users execute most and prove most transactions locally, and you get scalability because the network doesn't need to execute them or store the full state. And in fact, and this is a paradigm shift to what we have on Ethereum, privacy on Maiden is a means for scalability, right? So if you would add privacy to Ethereum or Solana afterwards, it's always more complex and more expensive and more cumbersome. But on Maiden, privacy is a means for scalability because people are private and execute and prove on the edge. The network is free to do other things. Okay, but obviously there's a problem with we still need some sort of global state, because if not, then there would be a lot of double spends. So we need to ensure that Alice isn't sending the same note to Bob as to Charlie. And so we have basically 3 different databases as a global state. One is the account database, a nodes database, and a nullifier database. And the changes to these databases is what we how we define a block. And basically this block is also a collection of verified proofs. And you can think of accounts on Maiden, like these smart contracts, they can be public or private, such that we can also allow for a public shared state. So a public account would have its full data completely on-chain, as on Ethereum. So everyone can look at it and see the storage and the state. But you can also have private accounts, and then only a commitment of this account would be stored on the blockchain. And in that sense, you can think of Maiden as a layer 2 of layer 2s, or a layer 2 of ZK VMs that basically only prove to the network that this commitment changes. And the same for nodes, basically, or this is the account database. So in the case left, we have a public account where everyone can see the account contents, and everyone can execute against this smart contract, for example. But this account with the orange circle would be a private account, and basically no one knows what's behind it. And the same we can have for nodes, so there can be public nodes with the full data on chain, but also private nodes where the chain only tracks a commitment to this node, and no one knows what's in there or who the receiver would be. And these nodes are stored in an append-only accumulator, like a Merkle mountain range, for several reasons. But like this database stores all the nodes that are ever created. And these nodes can be added to the Merkle mountain range, even if most nodes are discarded. And the cool thing is that the inclusion witness never becomes stale because of this data structure. So even if I don't have the latest state of the blockchain, like it could be 2-3 blocks behind, I can still prove that my node is included there, and I can consume it, for example. And then we have a nullifier database, which just tracks which nodes were consumed already. And this gives me privacy, so to speak. And one core question is then, how can we have public shared state still if we only have a network of actors storing their state locally? And because you can store a public shared state, or you can have public smart contracts. You can also replicate, for example, the Uniswap model, like a DEX. And that would work like there are two users and they both want to trade with Uniswap. So independently of each other, they create transactions or they execute transactions and create nodes. Then these nodes are like intents. So these nodes are targeted to the Uniswap DEX, and they say, I want to swap my asset A against asset B. And then in a third transaction, in a network transaction, basically the Uniswap actor would consume these two nodes, execute the trades, and create nodes back to the targets, like node 3 and node 4. And this would be a network transaction. So the sequencing would also happen in this transaction by the block producer. So this would work similar like on Ethereum. And then like account 1 and account 2 could, or they can reconsume their swapped assets in private transactions or local transactions. And the swap would be completed. And so on Maiden, we try to parallelize and have computation on the edge where possible, but we have it sequential and public where needed. And like this, we hope to find like an optimum. Like there are a lot of transactions on Ethereum today which probably don't need to touch public state. And there are some like a liquidity pool or a DEX where you definitely need it. And so I think with a different state model like ours, you can give the user the choice and you can parallelize transactions way better. And like a drawback, for example, would be composability. This is pretty cool when you have global shared state, that one transaction can touch several accounts and you can build a flash loan. Like just to visualize it, like a flash loan on Maiden would look like this, that like it would work with async messages because we have these isolated actors, but you would create a node from Aave directed to Uniswap in a first transaction, and then Uni would like do a trade or a swap and create a node 2. The user would consume node 2, do something with the asset and create node 3, send it back to Uni, swap it, and then Aave would re-consume it. And this basically like atomic composability is way harder to replicate in this actor model system. Like there are some ways how we could do it, like with proof batching, for example. So you could say like all these 5 transactions you could execute locally and create one proof for them, or like batch 5 proofs together, and then you send it, and then you would run into similar problems as we have on Ethereum today again. But yeah, this is something that we need to work on. For a comparison, basically on Ethereum, you have this one global state tree shared across block builders, whereas on Maiden, most accounts maintain their own isolated state, but public shared state is possible. You would have, as an execution context, in Ethereum, it's global, but transactions can touch any part of the state, whereas on Maiden, you can execute against your accounts, and also if other accounts would expose certain functions. But yeah, Maiden could, like the Maiden model could give you parallelizable execution in a similar manner how Solana is doing it, right? They also have these stateless programs where you inject an account and get an account in a new state out. So I think in that part it would be better. Composability is something that is obviously harder to have when you have these isolated contexts, as I just explained. The verification is easier on Maiden if everyone just verifies proofs instead of re-executes transactions. And this is also, yeah, because of this asymmetry, right? Like it's harder to create a zero-knowledge proof, but it's super easy to verify them when you just check this polynomial. But executed transaction on Ethereum can be quite cumbersome, depending on which parts of the tree you would touch. And the cool thing, I think, what is really needed is that we get privacy by default. And like, I really think that even if it's a neglected feature on blockchains today, I really think we need that, and not to launder money, but just because I really want that a lot of people will be using blockchains in the future. Like even my mom should use it. But like if millions or even billions of people would use transparent blockchains and everyone could always look up what everyone did all the time, it's like would be quite a dystopia, I think. And adding privacy to a transparent blockchain afterwards is just way harder and way more expensive. So yeah, that's it. Yeah, you can think of, I don't know, as Ethereum is this world computer, one large program, obviously, and Maiden of these like many small programs or actors that each maintain their own state. That's it. Like the similarities between Bitcoin UTXO model and node model in Maiden? The difference, yes. Yes. Like, so nodes on Maiden are ephemeral objects, whereas on Bitcoin, you only, like you store the state in UTXO, basically. So on Maiden, an account would consume the node, and then the node would be deleted or nullified. And so the long-lasting objects are accounts, like on Ethereum. And this is what we need because we want to have smart contracts, like generalized smart contracts. And this is just very hard to build on a fully UTXO model, at least from what I know. And yeah, on Maiden, nodes are ephemeral objects that are also, like they have this Turing-complete script and can carry many assets. So in a sense, it's a bit more complex than on Bitcoin, but also to allow way more complex programs, I would say. And another difference is that on Bitcoin, every node would be publicly visible. On Maiden, you can choose if you want to have a node that is completely public or that the chain only tracks the commitment to the node. And I send you my node data over Telegram. Thanks.
Beat that brand new ZK VM.
Another one, man. They multiplying like spam commits.
Who's gonna stress it till it taps out?
Thank you, Dominic. And last but not least, we have our closing keynote by Jeremy from Risk Zero. And just wanted to also let you guys know to please not go yet. We will have a happy hour with drinks and food all in the house right after Jeremy's keynote. But yes, now we have Jeremy from Risk Zero.
Cool. So I just wanted to kind of talk about sort of the up and coming open problems and questions in ZK. We've talked a lot about where we are today. So I want to kind of go into some interesting new potential up things. So who am I? I'm Jeremy Brustel. I'm the CEO of Risk Zero. I got into this whole field because I love math and I love computer security, and this is a great combination. And you know, at Risk Zero, we were the creators of the first sort of general purpose ZK VM. So I wanted to, before I do this, I wanted to do a couple caveats. My goal in this discussion is to really talk about the future of ZK, but I do have sort of a ZK-centric world view, and I'm really focused on things that are actually production ready or can be used in the real world. So a little less theory. I also wanted to point out I am not going to really talk about a lot of the privacy use cases. I think that the work of people like Maiden and Aztec is super interesting and likely to be very high impact, but it's a little outside of my wheelhouse, so focusing more on the ZK world. So I want to really quickly just kind of catch us up to what we've done or what has occurred in the industry. You know, I think really ZK is a very new technology. The first sort of real world application that I'm aware of is really sort of the Zcash use case. You know, I think the current batch of ZK VMs really sort of began with the ZK Stark work and the creation of Fry that sort of brought a lot of these sort of state machines to become practical. The first ZK VM of any sort was really Cairo in 2018, but it was not sort of quite the same sort of general purpose thing we think of when we think of ZKVMs right now. The first sort of version that used an actual standard ISA was RISC-Zero's ZKVM in 2022. Interestingly, the first sort of proof of an Ethereum block was actually done through general purpose ZK. At the time, there's a lot of people building custom ZK circuits to prove Ethereum, but it turned out that the sort of general technique of using a normal ISA really accelerated that. And I think that that brought us to this world we're in right now, where we actually have gotten to real-time proving. Multiple teams now are at the point where they can prove an entire Ethereum block in under 12 seconds. So this is sort of from the earliest days to a fully practical system. And where are we right at this moment? I think the current state of the art in terms of ZK proof systems is really most people are using hash-based proof systems. Almost everyone using Starks and Fry. There's some variation there. Almost everyone's using small prime fields currently. Most of the ZKVMs have some sort of a existing ISA. RISC-V, of course, is the most common. We have people doing MIPS. We have a couple people doing custom ISAs. In addition to the core ZKVM, all of the people working on sort of the Ethproofs level projects also have a lot of precompiles that they've added, because fundamentally these general purpose things are still not great at doing, random elliptic curve things. And I think the sort of current state of the art is to do your proofs on a GPU, because it makes it much faster, without which you wouldn't get to real-time proving. And in addition, you also need to have some sort of orchestration to do multiple machines, because a single GPU is also not fast enough to get you there. So I want to talk a little bit about where things are going. And first I wanted to talk about what our company's next step is, super briefly, which is Boundless. And what is Boundless? Well, it's a fully decentralized protocol for getting verifiable computing done across any chain and rewarding nodes for contributing useful work. I think we have a really interesting model for this that's quite novel with our proof of verifiable work. And I think our focus on making it something where you can request proofs on any chain and get them delivered on any chain is super interesting. And so in terms of the near future, I think this sort of next step of making ZK practical and applicable is making it so that not only can anyone generate a proof, but that there's also an easy way to do that and get that to every chain. But I actually don't want to talk about Boundless as the main topic of conversation, because I wanted to kind of look a little bit more further out and sort of talk about some of the exciting things that are coming. So I wanted to talk about a bunch of different emerging sort of futures and what the sort of open questions are. What are the next things that people need to sort of solve for and understand, and across a couple of different sort of interesting things. So the first thing I wanted to talk about is where we're going with proof systems. As I mentioned earlier, right now everyone is basically doing some kind of variant of a hash-based system with small fields with Starks. I think we've definitely seen already a movement from sort of univariate polynomials to multivariate polynomials. I think there's definitely a lot of interesting questions about whether the small fields that we are currently using now, Baby Bear and M31, are going to be where things remain from a performance perspective. Or, obviously the work by Irreducible on Binius, I think, is a potentially high impact direction. We also have seen some innovations in the hash-based proof space, whether it's, moving from Fry to Whir, or some of the other modifications that still qualify under the hash-based proof systems, but we're starting to see a much wider range of options there. One open question is lattices. Are those going to become something that becomes the standard in the future, or are we going to stick with the sort of current hash-based systems for quite a while? And is there new research going to be coming out that's going to disrupt the proof systems? I think there's definitely a lot of new opportunities here. I also want to talk really briefly about hardware acceleration. So right now, all of the current production systems are basically using GPU acceleration. There has been a lot of work on different ASICs. You have, Fabric, there's the work on the FPGA side from Irreducible. There's a lot of different other companies working on producing accelerated ZK proof systems that are not GPU specific. One interesting question is, how much faster and cheaper are those ASICs going to get us? I think the answer is we still don't know where the bottom of the overhead of proving is. One thing to note is that I think, we're focusing a lot on latency in the real-time proving space. But one of the fundamental numbers that I think is super important is how much more expensive is it to generate a ZK proof of the correct execution of something than to just execute it yourself, right? Like if I actually go buy a RISC-V processor and I run something on it, how much cheaper is that, both from a capital cost and an operational cost, versus me proving it in ZK? And right now we're at sort of 100,000 to 1 million times more expensive to prove something in ZK than it is just to execute it. What will that number be over the next couple of years? And where is the actual lower bound? And will we require custom hardware to get to that lower bound, or will GPUs actually be sufficiently optimal? I think this is a really interesting open question. So I also think one other interesting open is what's the application model by which people will be using ZK. Right now, we see a lot of sort of people using ZK to prove the correctness of a state transition of a rollup. Even, for example, when you look at ETHL1, if they're proving the correctness of an Ethereum block, it's still very similar. You're basically proving the correctness of a state transition of a block. But I think there's a lot of different models that are starting to come out. Clearly there's some of the privacy models like Maiden with, for example, its actor-based model. We see this sort of co-processor model where you actually just do some large computation in ZK off-chain and then prove the state transition as part of a state transition update. I think even more interesting in my mind are these other kinds of use cases, like the centralized but verifiable work. So if you look at, say, what Hashflow is doing, or Hibachi, they're basically running a normal centralized exchange, which gives you all the sort of UX and features that you would get from a centralized exchange. And they're simply proving that they're running the centralized exchange correctly in ZK. So that does increase the level of trust you need of that party running it. But you end up in a spot where, yes, if they turn their systems off, then there's an availability issue, but you also get a lot of gain you get from centralization, and they can't, go pull an FTX on you because they are proving that all their transitions are in fact correct. I think there's actually probably a lot of room here that is unexplored. I think that for a long time, the model of the blockchain has been one thing, and the model of sort of centralized computing has been a different thing. But as verifiable computing becomes more capable, and as the cost of doing verification goes down, as that 100,000x drops, I think we're going to see a lot more things that are sort of in between what we would currently consider the Web 2 and the Web 3 space. And I think there's a lot of models for applying ZK that have not been looked into. So another thing that's really interesting, and this is sort of a programmer model for people building in ZK, is this use of non-determinism within a program. So, one thing that's worth noting is that many problems are much easier to verify the correctness of than they are to prove or sort of compute the answer. So, for example, if I want to do a square root, one way to do a square root is to just guess what the square root is and then take the result and square it and make sure I got the right answer. It's a lot cheaper to compute a square than a square root. And in fact, actually, generally any NP complete problem, finding the solution is incredibly hard, but verifying that you found the right solution is often very easy. And so one way to look at it is that within a ZK program, NP hard problems are as equally easy as the polynomial time problems, right? Like in some ways, within ZK, you can do all these crazy accelerations by having the host act as an oracle, do the computation, and then just verify the correctness. One interesting example of this is, of course, in matrix multiplication, which comes up all over the place, ML, all kinds of use cases. naive matrix multiplication takes n cubed. Even using the other sort of practical algorithms, you can get lower, big O. But it turns out to verify matrix multiplication is actually only n squared, and so it's actually possible to run matrix multiplications in ZK faster than you could out of ZK if you have a host oracle. And I think that as these kinds of, I think what we're going to start seeing is people using these tricks to basically move some of the work for verifiable computing outside of the core ZK, but it's going to require programmers to actually start to understand this, to start to make use of it. How do you expose this to the programmer the most easily? There's all kinds of sort of algorithm problems. This is sort of a new kind of capability that ZK brings that I think has been also very under-researched and will be highly relevant. And I think as and as part and parcel with this, there's a question of specialized use cases. I think that the fundamental creation of the general purpose ZKVM has been a huge boon because it allows us to just absorb all this existing software. I can run ordinary Rust code and I can just use the existing implementation of Reth to prove an Ethereum block. That's really, really great. But I think that there are certain problems that are more fundamentally amenable to ZK. So, for example, if we look at ZKML, ZKML is very heavily bandwidth bound on things like matrix multiplies, which we actually can accelerate even more so in ZK. And so it may be the case that some of these special use cases become increasingly popular. I think we're always going to need the general purpose parts because even if you're doing ZKML, someone has to decode the JPEG, and that's probably going to be a general purpose, compute. But I think other examples, for example, are sorting or map reducing. It turns out that you can actually verify a sort in ON instead of n log n. There's other kinds of use cases like, obviously we are seeing already, cryptographic primitives being moved into specialized precompiles. But there's an interesting question about where other specialization is, especially general purpose specialization like sorts, right, where that comes up over and over again. And I think, we've seen this in the real world. Obviously, general purpose computing is done by CPUs. GPUs are also sort of general purpose, but harder to work with. You see things like the TPU that are focused on matrix multiplication. So I think that these other kinds of use cases are going to become also increasingly relevant. And then another thing I think that's worth noting is when you think about the current state of ZKVMs, they're very bare metal, right? My ZKVM is, often just a processor without any sort of additional support. I think as we move forward, we're going to see that capability expanded so that things like maybe we'll have, we're currently working internally at RISC-0 on adding support for Linux compatible ABIs and having a kernel that runs inside the ZKVM so that you could run actual whole Linux programs like GCC that try to talk to the file system and get those to run in ZK. Being able to do things like actually have Merkleized file systems that run inside of your ZKVM, making mechanisms so that you can talk about threaded execution inside the ZKVM and have multiple simultaneous things running to increase the speed of execution, right? So I think if you think about it, right now the ZKVM is like a single processor attached to nothing, but I think that the environment in which ZK gets done will increase. So I guess part of what I wanted to also say is that in terms of where the industry is, in some sense, I think people are feeling this notion that it's maturing because we're now at the point where it's really sensible to start talking about things like real-time proving and moving a huge amount of the work that's happening in the blockchain space into ZK. But from my perspective, I think we're at the very, very early beginning of what ZK is. I think that at some point, ZK will be as widely deployed as public key cryptography or other sort of major foundational computer science things, and that the not only will blockchain be completely rewritten by the way that ZK interacts and brings scalability and privacy capabilities, but that huge portions of the commercial world will adopt ZK. There's a why should I trust that my bank is doing the right thing? I mean, the answer right now is you just have to, but I think as it becomes more clear that it's possible to really bring this verifiable computing in a low-cost way to these applications, we're going to see this massive expansion. And what we consider now to be very sophisticated, ZK VMs and very sophisticated proof systems are just the beginning of where we're going to be. So I think there's a lot of future to discuss. But anyway, I don't want to take everyone's time, so that's the end of my presentation. I hope that it was at least marginally interesting.
Straight into the bay through Peterson hash. Now your stack can't stay. Trust me, bro. Nah, I don't trust it. Your proof's like my scraper. Hella busted. Field got curves, but the gas too thick. Mainnet choke, make your verify.
Thank you so much, Jeremy, for that strong close to today's session. Sessions. Really exciting that now we're finally at that point where we can really think about these new use cases that we can build and all of the specialized use cases that Jeremy mentioned as well. So we're in a very exciting time. And just because it's the end of the programming today, it's not the end of this event. We have dinner and also a happy hour, drinks being served outside. So if you guys are hungry, I'd imagine after this long day of panels and talks, you guys if you guys want some food, that's all outside. But thank you again, everyone, for coming today in person. And then thank you also to our sponsors, Linea, ZK Sync, ZK Cloud, and Zcam for supporting us. And of course, the EF team and all the Ethproofs contributors who made this event possible today. So thank you, everyone.
You recursive, dog, please pause. Nested so deep, made Santa Claus lost. Back end sweating, chain haul drama. Verifier slower than your grandmama. Prover killer, slaying every fake VM. Say you're modular, stacks looking shaky, man. Tweeted proofs, but you can't even verify. Proof lab laughs while another ZK VM die. Every VC got a VM, they all the same. Control V, code base, Control C, fame. You change
Got to give a big shout out to House of ZK for hosting this event and for doing all the different types of podcasts and information things. That's really helpful.
Really excited by what House of ZK is putting together. I think ZK is going to eat the world.
Warm thank you to the House of ZK. I feel like there's a lot of synergy in the missions of the two projects.
One thing I wanted to plug real quick is the House of ZK Ethproof Summit event, which is happening in Berlin very soon, June 10th. I think it's going to be a fantastic event.
Yeah, thank you.
We've seen a lot on Twitter of House of ZK over the last several months, and we're very excited to finally be on.
Yeah, absolutely. And thank you so much, Shorty, for joining us on our House of ZK podcast. Yeah.
I mean, I was excited for another dedicated ZK podcast is awesome. We need more of this stuff. So guys, awesome job. Thank you for doing this.
Also very excited to be here. ZK is one of the topics that actually got me into Ethereum, and it's something that's very close to my heart.
Thank you, Ming, for having me here. Thanks to all the audience, and really great to be here.
And also I want to mention a big thank you to Ben from House of ZK and Zcam for organizing this entire conference. We wouldn't have this without him, so really appreciate his work in here.
If you guys have the magazine that was printed by House of ZK, there's actually a very nice image on the Bob side that actually explains how BitVM works.
This is just a great fun series where we are going to explain ZK in an as intuitive manner as possible.
That wraps up our coverage at NORCon. We're in such a great time to be able to see this transition from theory and research to building real applications.
Claim you're plonk, but you're just confused. Circuit sloppy, benchmarks bruised. Back end looking janky like scraper paint. Mainnet run, nah, it faint. Verifier gone, ghost in the shell. Another ZK VM bid farewell. Prover crying, CPU frying, tweeting copium. Whole team's lying. Docs still say alpha release. Proof lab swing, VM deceased. Hey, Proof lab. ZK VM graveyard shift. Too many posers, not enough hits. RIP to another stack. We out here killing dreams. Yada da me. Bay Area, hyphy.